Chapter 126. I see. Fong Yuan rubbed his chin, but then shook his head. I am not selling this liquor worm. Since Yao Ji insists on buying it, why don't you go find the master who bought it? Hearing this, Qing Shu's face turned gloomy. He sighed deeply. I don't know which clansman bought this liquor worm but kept it a secret. We can't investigate it, and we can't just casually search other people's apertures, right? This is a taboo. For such a small matter like the liquor worm, it's not good to incur public anger. But I can understand this clansman. Hiding it with a treasure is human nature. Qing Shu did not know that the real buyer was sitting right in front of him. But Qing Shu had never suspected Fong Yuan. In his mind, Fong Yuan already had the liquor worm. He would not buy a second one. What was the use of buying it? If he knew the recipe for the 4-flavor liquor worm, then he would definitely suspect Fong Yuan first. But for now, only Fong Yuan had the recipe for the 4-flavor liquor worm. The only person who knew that Fong Yuan was the buyer was Jia Fu. But from Jia Fu's point of view, Fong Yuan could have bought it for someone else. Maybe for family, maybe for a lover. There was nothing wrong with that. Wasn't Yao Ji in the same situation, buying the liquor worm for her granddaughter? No matter what, I will not give in on the matter of the liquor worm. Fong Yuan's attitude was firm, and he did not relent, laughing coldly in his heart. This was the system. On one hand, the system was strong, but on the other hand, it was a kind of restriction. Guyue Yao Ji was a rank 3 Gu master. She was clearly stronger than Fong Yuan, but due to the system, she could not openly snatch it. Due to the rules of the system, and taking care of her reputation, she could not forcefully buy it. At the side, Fong Zheng suddenly persuaded. Brother, the liquor worm is useless to you. Why guard it? Granny Yao Ji is very kind. I have met Sister Yao Lu a few times. She is a good person. She will definitely treat the liquor worm well. And the liquor worm is also very helpful to her. Helping others is the source of happiness. Brother, you saved the village. I am really happy for you. This made my face light up. But why do you have to hold on to it this time? Aren't you being a little too petty by doing this? Fong Yuan's expression immediately turned serious. He said coldly, My good brother, are you teaching me a lesson? The booze bug is my business, even if it rotted in the palm of his hand. It's not up to you to tell me what to do. He was not really angry, but his attitude was the mask of his heart. By expressing his attitude, Qing Shu would understand his determination to reject. Looks like Fong Yuan is determined to refuse. He had deliberately brought Fong Jing here, but he had made a mistake. The relationship between these two brothers has never been harmonious, and now they've outsmarted themselves. Guyue Qingshu's eyes flashed. Fong Zheng, why don't you go out for a walk first? Fong Zheng still wanted to say something, but Qing Shu stretched out his hand to stop him. Fong Zheng clenched his teeth and finally obeyed Qing Shu's order. Anyway, I can't understand this. Brother, he said, opening the door. I do things. I don't need your understanding, Fong Zheng. Fong Yuan was expressionless. Fong Jing's action of opening the door paused. Then he quickly walked out of the room without looking back and slammed the door. This action made the atmosphere in the room even more awkward. If there's nothing else, please go back, Brother Qing Shu. Fong Yuan directly asked him to leave. Qing Shu laughed dryly, trying to ease the atmosphere. But Fong Yuan's face was as cold as ice, and there was no change. But he was gentle by nature and did not get angry. Touching his nose, Qing Shu smiled awkwardly. There is indeed one more thing. It's about the 9-leaf vitality grass. The 9-leaf vitality grass is not for sale. Fong Yuan rolled his eyes. I know. Qing Shu nodded repeatedly. It's about the vitality leaves. This is a personal matter of my group. I hope you can supply the vitality leaves you produce to us. Of course, we will give you some compensation. Fong Yuan did not reject business. All right, each vitality leaf is 65 yuan stone. Shu was speechless at the price. According to the market price, the clan's original selling price was 55 yuan stone. Although the vitality leaf was a rank 1 consumable goo and could be used up after one use, no one would complain about having more of this life-saving item. And with the wolf tide approaching, the clan raised the price. One vitality leaf was sold at 60 yuan stone. Actually, not only the vitality leaf, the prices of many other items were also rising. This was because of the turbulent situation, and goo masters could only pinch their noses and accept it. But Shu did not expect Fang Yuan's price to be even higher than the clan's. You think my price is too high? You can choose not to buy it. But as far as I know, after the wolf tide, the clan will control the resources, and the vitality leaves will be in short supply. At that time, the price will continue to rise, and you might not even have the stock. What do you think? Fang Yuan's tone was firm, and he was sitting on the fishing platform. Shu choked and said helplessly, "You can see it clearly, but raising the price like this is a bit too much. Aren't you afraid of offending people? If you lower the price, you can use it to build up your connections. But if you raise the price like this, the clansmen will resent you for getting rich like this." Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed. "The wolf tide is approaching. A small character like me might die any day. Why would I care about these minor details? You are no longer a small character. Interpersonal relationships are not minor details." Shu looked deeply at Fang Yuan, and then lightly shook his head. "But everyone has their own thoughts and choices. I will not force them. But you need to be careful. Lord Yao Ji will not let this go so easily. Goodbye." Shu did not mention the matter of buying the vitality leaf again. Fang Yuan's price had scared him. He was a smart person, and smart people do not buy things on impulse, but reason. Smart people would have a price in their heart, and if it exceeded this price, they would calmly stop. Fang Yuan seemed to have only raised the price by 5 yuan stone, but Shu definitely wanted to buy more than one vitality leaf. The wolf tide would last for at least a whole year, and the amount of vitality leaf consumed would be very large. Accumulating like this would be a lot. "Thank you for your reminder. Take care, I won't send you off." Fang Yuan watched Shu leave. His heart was clear, knowing that Shu would definitely come back. It was because he had greatly underestimated the severity of this wolf tide. In such a wolf tide, death could come to everyone at any time, and there was no worry about selling the vitality leaf. In Fang Yuan's memory, it had even been raised to a high price of 100 yuan. Of course, this price was also when the wolf tide was at its fiercest. What Fang Yuan needed to do now was to adapt to the situation, slowly raising the price. As time passed, the winter wind became colder. This year's winter was colder than in previous years for the 3 mountain strongholds of Qingmao Mountain. Take Guyue's mountain stronghold, for example. More and more crippled wolves appeared around the mountain stronghold. The clan issued a large number of missions, and almost all of them were related to exterminating the crippled wolves. In December, the number of crippled wolves reached its peak, and the situation took a turn for the worse. It reached a terrible level. There was even a village at the foot of the mountain. It was a situation where it was slaughtered by a large wolf pack. Fortunately, there were more than 10 goo masters stationed in the village. They retreated in time. This made the clan higher-ups heave a sigh of relief. The death of a goo master made them feel heartache for a long time. As for the mortals, they were all servants, so if they died, so be it. In this world, there was no such thing as human rights. A goo master's life was more precious than 100 mortals' lives. This was the common view of everyone. But casualties were unavoidable. Thus, at night in the mountain stronghold, there were often faint cries of sorrow and sorrow. The crippled wolves were just the prelude. The true wolf tide was even more terrifying. The crippled wolves were just the prelude. The real wolf tide would be even more terrifying. This year's wolf tide might not be the same as the past. Under such pressure, the deadlocked negotiations made rapid progress, an alliance of the 3 strongholds was formed. Under this kind of pressure, the deadlocked negotiations progressed quickly, and the alliance between the 3 brigades was formed. Alliance Slope, 3 strongholds meeting. Alliance Slope, 3 village alliance meeting. The snowflakes were like white fluff, slowly drifting down. Hundreds and thousands of Gu-masters gathered here, forming a huge scale. The Alliance Slope was an ordinary slope. However, in history, the second-generation leader of the Gyue clan had facilitated the first alliance between the 3 clans here. From then on, all future alliances would be held here. After many years of remodeling, the current Alliance Slope was dozens of times larger than its original appearance. It was practically a huge plaza. On the other side of the square against the mountain wall, there was a tall boulder erected. On the huge stone platform, there was a pavilion carved out of stone. There were stone tables and chairs in the pavilion, and the higher-ups of the 3 families were sitting inside, discussing closely. Under the huge stone platform, the Gu-masters of the 3 villages stood in distinct groups, forming 3 enormous groups. The Gu-masters were all wearing similar battle attire and belts. Their cultivation level could be seen at a glance. Fang Yuan was among them. He secretly sized up and observed. The Gu-masters below the stage were all rank 2 Gu-masters. Rank 1 Gu-masters were mostly in charge of logistics, while rank 2 Gu-masters were the true main force. As for rank 3 Gu-masters, they were all clan elders. For a mid-sized clan like the Gyue clan, every generation of painstakingly accumulating, they would only have over 20 clan elders. Fang Yuan was observing, and so were the other Gu-masters. Countless gazes intertwined, some with hatred, some with curiosity, and some with vigilance. The Gu-masters of the Gyue clan were generally skinny. The Gu-masters of the Xiong clan were all sturdy, and from their appearance, one could tell that they had great strength. The Bai clan's people, probably because they lived under the waterfall at the back of the mountain, had pale skin and carried a yin aura. That long hair is Gyue Qing Shu, rank 2 peak stage, the number 1 rank 2 in the Gyue clan. Someone pointed. Mo Yen. Humph, it's you bitch who cut off one of my arms. After the wolf tide, I will get my revenge. Someone snorted in his heart. Wow, that girl riding on the huge bear. She should be the Xiong clan's Xiong Jiao man. Don't be fooled by her cute appearance. She is very crazy when she fights. Do you see that white fat woman? That is Bai clan's Bai Zhong Shui, a rank 2 upper stage expert who possesses the water dolphin Gu. She is very unrestrained and lustful. You newbies have to be careful. Don't get pushed down by her. The grudges between the 3 clans were already very deep. The discussions on the Alliance Slope became louder and louder, becoming a noisy scene. Many Gu-master seniors were pointing and introducing the experts of the other 2 clans to the newbies, reminding them to be careful in the future. Chapter 127. The traditional overlord Gyue tribe, the newly rising Bai tribe, the Xiong tribe that cannot be underestimated. Fang Yuan's gaze swept over the crowd, observing the entire situation. Gyue tribe had Qing Shu, Qi Shan, and Mo Yen, while Xiong tribe and Bai tribe also had outstanding rank 2 Gu-master elites. Adding on the stone tower, the various tribe leaders and elders, the Alliance Slope could be said to be a gathering of heroes. I wonder which one is Bai Ningbing, the man who symbolizes the rise of Bai tribe. Bai Ningbing already has rank 3 cultivation. He is definitely not among the rank 2 Gu-masters. It seems that he is not on the stone tower either. Gradually, the topic of discussion was focused on Bai Ningbing. Although Bai Ningbing did not appear, his brilliance had already overshadowed all the Gu-masters on the stone tower. 3 years ago, on the Alliance Slope, it was him, Bai Ningbing, who was the first to stand up and challenge everyone for a battle Gu. In just 3 years, he became a rank 3 elder. It is truly terrifying to think about. He soared to the sky in one go, When he was rank 2, he defeated an elder of Xiong tribe. This child's future is limitless. Most importantly, he has already grown up. At this rate, he can become a rank 4 expert or even rank 5. As for rank 6, rank 5 to mortal, rank 6 to immortal. Rank 5 is already very impressive. Rank 6? Humph. Don't overestimate him. That is not certain. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Amidst such discussions, the 3 tribe leaders on the stone tower stood up, looking down at the 1,000 Gu masters below. Guyue tribe leader was in the middle, while Bai tribe leader and Xiong tribe leader were on his left and right. The alliance slope gradually quietened down. Guyue Bo held the railing, glancing around, and said concisely, "The 3 tribes are in an alliance. We are in the same boat. The Gu Battle Convention is mainly about exchanging pointers. We will not go overboard. Let's begin." Silence reigned on the slope of the alliance. Everyone looked at each other. The 3 tribes were in an alliance. There would be a Gu Battle Convention. Other than showing off the tribe strength, it was also to promote communication and temporarily resolve grudges, reaching a consensus of cooperation. But who would be the first to stand out? The first Gu master to challenge. If he lost in front of everyone, his reputation would be tarnished. It had even shaved the face of the upper echelons of the family upstairs. Last year, Bai Ningbing stood up. But this year, while everyone was hesitating over at the Xiong village, suddenly, a group of Gu masters stepped out from the crowd. It was Xiong Li's group. Immediately, the group of 5 attracted the gazes of countless people. Xiong Li's group walked past the Guyue clan's camp and stood in front of the Bai village's camp under the watchful eyes of the crowd. "It's Xiong Li, Qingmao Mountain's strongest man." Not bad. It was said that not long ago, Qi Shan of the Guyue clan had also lost to him in public. No one can shake his name, not even Bai Ningbing. Damn it. Is the Guyue clan deliberately bullying our Bai clan? In the camp of the Bai village, there was a slight commotion. Many people recognized Xiong Li and felt a sense of pressure in their hearts. But Xiong Li swept his gaze around. He had been standing at the same spot, but Xiong Jiang, who was beside him, stood up. Xiong Jiang's body was thin and stood out among the Xiong village's strong men. He took a few steps forward and faced the Bai village's Gu masters, cupping his fists and saying, "Xiong village's Xiong Jiang is here to seek guidance from brother Bai Bingyi." Once he said this, uncontrollable gasps could be heard from below the stone floor. Bai Bingyi's status was equivalent to Qi Shan and Xiong Li. Among the young Gu masters of the Bai village, he was second only to Bai Ningbing. Xiong Jiang wanted to compete in Gu with him, clearly wanting to use the weak to fight the strong. But could he do it? Bai Bing stood up with a gloomy expression. He was short and had a pale face, like a patient who had just recovered from a serious illness, looking a little weak. But no one dared to underestimate him. "Xiong Jiang, you dare to challenge me. You have some courage. How do you want to compete? Say it, I will accept it," he said to Xiong Jiang. Xiong Jiang laughed sinisterly. "I'm good at defense, Brother Bai is good at offense. How about this? You defend and you attack. I will give you 3 chances to attack, and we will see the result." This was not a life and death battle, but a sparring session. But Xiong Jiang was so confident he clearly came prepared, causing many people to have doubts. Bai Bingyi raised his eyebrows. "Xiong Jiang, no matter what Gu worm you have, you are still a rank 2 Gu master. Your cultivation is still there. Do you really think you can block my water drill Gu? If I injure you, you can't blame me." Xiong Jiang snorted. "How will we know if we try? Come." Saying so, he activated the Gu worm in his body, and his skin started to lose color, becoming dry and green, like a gloomy dead wood. At the same time, his teeth became long and sharp. His 4 canines protruded out of his lips. Furthermore, the pupils of his eyes had also turned into a lustrous green. This was a rank 2 roaming zombie Gu. As long as it was activated, it could turn a person into a zombie. Compared to a living person, zombies were more resistant to physical attacks and had stronger recovery ability. But they were afraid of fire and lightning and had higher defense against water and wind poison. At the same time, zombies were not as strong under the sun as in the dark, affected by the weather. Even so, I am not afraid. Bai Bing Yi sneered, raising his right hand. Under everyone's gazes, he put his 5 fingers together and retracted his fist. First, a drop of water condensed in the air above his 5 fingers. Then, in the blink of an eye, the water droplet expanded, turning into a rapid flow of water. From the starting point of the 5 fingers, it started to revolve around Bai Bing Yi's palm. In the time of 2 breaths, a light blue spiral drill had formed on Bai Bing Yi's fist that was constantly rotating. Rank 2 water drill Gu. Able to drill through rocks and steel, its offensive ability was very impressive. Almost no Gu worm could defend against it. Take this. Bai Bing Yi coughed and punched with his right fist. Xiongjiang raised his arms. They formed into an arm shield. The water drill hit his arm, and large amounts of water splattered out. Both sides were in a deadlock for a few breaths of time. Suddenly, the water drill spun rapidly, sending Xiongjiang flying by 5 to 6 steps. Xiongjiang fell on the ground, but soon stood up again with a carp flip. However, the muscles on his arms were almost completely crushed by the water current, revealing the pale bones of his arms. Bai Clan's Gu masters saw this. They could not help but cheer. Only a few people frowned deeply. Xiongjiang laughed sinisterly, not caring about his injuries. He had turned into a zombie. His sense of pain had already fallen to 0. Bai Bing Yi stood on the spot, but his pale face suddenly changed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Bai Clan's Gu masters' cheers stopped abruptly. How can this be? Someone shouted. It is the Shadow Death Gu. Bai Bing Yi stared at his feet. Xiongjiang's shadow was strangely distorted, spreading out on the snowy ground. Xiongjiang and Bai Bing Yi were connected together. It seems I have won, Brother Bai. With this Shadow Death Gu, I will receive many injuries. You will have to bear 1/10 of it. I specialize in defense, while you are an offensive type Gu master. Your body is not healthy. Even if it is 1/10 of the damage, you will not be able to bear it. Xiongjiang said plainly. Bai Bing Yi wiped the blood on his mouth and stared at Xiongjiang deeply for a while before saying, Good. Very good indeed. You have a clever mind and superior skills. I have lost. He admitted defeat in front of everyone. Too despicable. Simply sinister and shameless. To think he actually had a Shadow Death Gu. Senior Bai Bing Yi was completely tricked by him. Bai Clan's Gu masters burst into a commotion. Xiongjiang cupped his fists. You flatter me. If we really fought, I believe the final victor would still be Brother Bai. The Shadow Death Gu has a limited range. After all, it can only bully close combat Gu masters. Brother Bai, please take care of the wolf tide this time. Of course. Bai Bing Yi's expression eased a little and nodded. Bai Clan's Gu masters' voices also weakened. Standing on the stone tower, the 3 clans higher-ups who had been watching from a high vantage point nodded subtly at this scene. The Gu battle convention was only a spar, not a battle of strength. Xiongjiang took the initiative to reveal his trump card. It was also to increase mutual understanding and trust. Be it Xiongjiang or Bai Bing Yi's attitude, they were both very good. With this handling, even if Bai Clan's Gu masters did not admit it, they could not help but feel some admiration for Xiongjiang. After all, the strong were always respected. Xiong Li group has made a good start. Gu Yue Bo lightly praised. Ha ha ha, the Xiong clan leader chuckled. Xiongjiang had given him face. On the other hand, the Bai clan leader's expression was a little ugly. But Xiong Li group did not stop there. The 5 of them left Bai clan and arrived in front of Gyue clan. After challenging Bai clan, they want to challenge our Gyue clan? Oh no, this time it is Xiong Li himself. Gyue clansmen could not help but feel a little nervous, Many people's gazes gathered on Qi Shan, Mo Yin, and Qing Shu. But who knew that Xiongli shouted, "Who is Fang Yuan? Please come forward. I heard you could drive away that river swallowing toad alone. Why don't we compete in strength?" In an instant, the crowd was in an uproar. Xiongli stood up, but he did not challenge Qing Shu, Qi Shan, or Mo Yin, instead choosing a new junior. Fang Yuan, who is Fang Yuan? This was the first time some Gu masters from other clans had heard of this name. He drove away the river, swallowing toad alone. Oh my God, that is a rank 5 Gu worm. How can he be so awesome? Many people looked at him in amazement. Guyue clan's Gu masters automatically opened up a path, exposing Fang Yuan in the crowd. With nothing blocking their line of sight, Xiongli and Fang Yuan looked at each other. Xiong Li's lips curled into a smile, saying in a deep voice, "I hope Fang Yuan will not be stingy with your guidance." This Fang Yuan, who is he? Doesn't he have 3 heads and 6 arms? Driving away the river, swallowing toad was a coincidence. It was not a difficult thing. Being targeted by Xiong Li, this muscular man, he is in big trouble this time. Fang Yuan, you really can't avoid it this time. Sigh. Then you can only brace yourself and fight. Qi Shan sighed in his heart. Oh, so it's like that. Fang Yuan shrugged and said, "Then I admit defeat." Once he said this, everyone was stunned. Chapter 128. Admit defeat. Fang Yuan's words were still reverberating in everyone's ears. At once, almost all the rank 2 Gu masters below the rock tower looked at Fang Yuan in shock. Fang Yuan ignored them, standing on the spot with his arms crossed, his expression calm. Admit defeat? He actually admitted defeat. Did I hear wrongly? That is Fang Yuan. He doesn't even have the guts to fight. I have to admit, Xiong Li's aura is really strong. But even if he loses, he should at least go through the motions. Directly admitting defeat is not only a coward, but also a disgrace to the clan. Gradually, the whispers were like ripples on the surface of a calm lake. After the initial shock, many Gu masters' gazes turned to disdain, contempt, and gloating. Many Guyue clan Gu masters stood up uneasily. The gazes from Xiong clan and by clan Gu masters were like invisible needles, stabbing at their self-esteem. Fang Yuan was a Guyue clan member. He directly admitted defeat, causing them to lose face as well. How can he admit defeat? Fang Yuan, you are a Guyue clan man. Step out and fight Xiong Li. But even if he loses, it is not a big deal. If he doesn't even have the courage to fight, that is the true disgrace. Some of the Guyue clan's Gu masters shouted, urging Fang Yuan to go out and fight. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. Listening to these words was like listening to a group of dogs barking. The so-called reputation, face, glory, it was just a painting, a shackle placed on the members, necks by those in power. These Gu masters were just dogs with a rope tied around their necks. Xiong Li stared at Fang Yuan, suddenly laughing. What a disappointment. To think that Guyue clan's bravery is like this? These words made the Guyue clan Gu masters' expressions turn ugly. Bursts of laughter came from the Xiong clan village. Even the Bai clan's Gu masters looked at Guyue's tribe with mocking gazes. The people around Fang Yuan also moved. They all distanced themselves from him, looking ashamed to be associated with him. Soon, there was no one within 5 steps of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stood there alone. He did things his own way, out of place, but his expression was calm. Others valued the reputation of bravery, but Fang Yuan scoffed at it. This involuntarily caused everyone to hate Fang Yuan, because Fang Yuan's contempt for reputation was a denial of the public's values. Denying these values was equivalent to denying the masses who had been living according to these values. Others were naturally unwilling to deny their own value and feel that their lives were wrong. Therefore, naturally, he began to resist and reject Fang Yuan subconsciously. Rejecting Fang Yuan. Those with a weak spirit would be defeated by this rejection, and thus change themselves to become more popular. But Fang Yuan needed this rejection. There were more and more secrets on him, and he needed to be alone. At the same time, these people had no value in befriending him. In his memories, Qingmao Mountain's 3 villages barely survived the wolf tide, but after that incident 2 years later, they were all annihilated. From then on, Qingmao Mountain became an icy land of death. What Fang Yuan needed to do was to use this time to grow as much as he could and leave the clan in time to avoid being killed. Seeing such a disadvantageous situation, Qing Shu, the number 1 rank 2 Gu in the Gyue village, he had no choice but to stand up. Xiongli, why don't we spar? Hee, how do you want to spar? Although Xiongli was smiling, his expression revealed a serious expression. Gyue Qing Shu did not look at Xiongli, but slightly raised his palm, secretly activating his primeval essence. His gaze was lowered as he looked at the green vines that were slowly growing out of his palm. He said slowly, let's test your strength. If you can break free from the binding of my green vines, then I'll consider it my loss. How about that? Hee, not a bad suggestion, let's do it. Xiongli grinned, his eyes shining brightly. He thought to himself, I already have the strength of 1 bear, and with the strength of the Grand Bear Gu, I have the strength of 2 bears added together. Although the green vines are tough, with the strength of 2 bears, I can definitely break free. Xiongjiang had already won against Bai Bing. If I win against Qing Shu, I will definitely gain a lot of face. Qing Shu smiled warmly and did not speak anymore. He only stretched out his palms and spread them out. 2 green vines grew longer and longer from his palms, like 2 agile green pythons, climbing up Xiong Li's body and coiling around him. Xiong Li's hands were at his waist, and the green vines coiled around his arms. In an instant, there were more than 10 vines, tightly binding his hands and waist together. The other Gu masters stared at this duel without blinking. Please, Qing Shu said to Xiong Li. Xiong Li's eyes widened and he clenched his fists, starting to exert strength. The muscles on his body bulged out, as if they were huge rocks. The strength of 1 bear. Bam, bam, bam. The green vines, under his immense strength, started to break one by one. Ha ha ha, brother Qing Shu, it seems I have won this duel. Xiong Li used his strength while still having the strength to speak. Senior Qing Shu. Fang Jing's hands were sweating as he watched, his face nervous. The other Gyue clan, Gu masters, were the same. Gyue Qing Shu was their number 1. If he lost again, then the Gyue clan would lose all their face. That might not be true. Gyue Qing Shu smiled, his eyes shining with confidence. Just as he finished speaking, the green vines in his hands started to change. The original jade green color suddenly turned dark green. At the same time, the vines became thicker, and large green vine leaves started to grow around them. Xiong Li's expression changed, feeling that the twisting force from the green vines had increased by more than 10 times. What made him even more shocked was that the green vines that he had broken grew back, connecting the broken parts together. Grand Bear Gu. He knew the situation was bad and quickly activated the Grand Bear Gu in his aperture. Immediately, his hair stood up like steel needles. The muscles on his body expanded, and his whole body seemed to have swelled up a lot. The strength of 2 bears. The green vines creaked, but under such terrifying strength, they were still tenacious and unwavering, firmly restraining Xiong Li. Xiong Li's face was flushed red, and he used his greatest strength, trying to break the green vines. But in the end, he had only broken 1 of them, and it was difficult for him to continue any further. I lost. He took the initiative to remove the strength of the Grand Bear Gu, and said while gasping for breath, "Thank you for letting me win." Qing Shu cupped his fists. He kept the green vines. "Lord Qing Shu, you are really good." The Gyue clan Gu masters cheered. As expected of Senior Qing Shu, Big Brother can't be compared to him at all. They can't be compared at all. Fang Zheng stood beside Qing Shu and looked at him. His eyes shimmered with a hint of reverence. Xiong Li looked at Guyue Qing Shu with a complicated gaze. He was improving and obtained the brown bear innate strength Gu, but Qing Shu was also improving, although he did not know what method he used. But this was his opponent. As for that Fang Yuan, he was just a newbie and was nothing to worry about. It really is the wood charm Gu. Fang Yuan looked at Qing Shu from afar and thought to himself. Xiong Li, who was facing Guyue Qing Shu, did not notice. On Guyue Qing Shu's hair, there were already 2 fresh green leaves. This was a sign of using the wood charm Gu. The so-called wood charm Gu was a tree spirit. Using the wood charm Gu, one could turn into a tree spirit and fight. Tree spirits were very special creatures. They could directly absorb the primeval energy of heaven and earth and use it for themselves. But Gu masters could not do so and could only use the primeval essence in their aperture. Once they used the wood charm Gu and turned into a wood charm tree spirit, the Gu master could directly absorb the primeval energy of heaven and earth from the air to replenish their primeval essence. It was like absorbing the natural primeval essence in Yuan stone. When ordinary Gu masters fought, they could not divide their attention to absorb the natural primeval essence in Yuan stone while fighting. But after turning into a tree spirit, absorbing the primeval essence in heaven and earth was an instinct and did not need to be distracted. This meant that Gu masters who used the wood charm Gu were most proficient in prolonged battles, although their primeval essence was not inexhaustible. Because of the continuous replenishment, they could fight for 3 times longer. At the same time, once they turned into a tree spirit, they could amplify Gu worms like green vine Gu and pine needle Gu. Fang Yuan immediately thought of many things. The fusion of the wood charm Gu can be said to be one of the most extravagant advancement routes in the world. It is a rank 3 Gu and needs to be fused with a 100-year lifespan Gu to advance to rank 400-year wood charm. Then fuse with the 1,000-year lifespan Gu to become a rank 5,000-year wood charm. This fusion recipe is widely known, but very few Gu masters use this recipe. Because lifespan Gu is more precious, most Gu masters would directly use it to increase their own lifespan. In this world, if there were no disasters or illnesses, humans could only live to 100 years old. 100 years was the limit of a human's lifespan. But if lifespan Gu is used, it could increase one's lifespan. 100-year lifespan Gu increased one's lifespan by 100 years. 1,000-year lifespan Gu meant one could live for another 1,000 years. Lifespan Gu was extremely precious and was sought after by everyone. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had lived for over 500 years and had used 500-year lifespan Gu, a total of 500 years of lifespan, originally including his original 100-year lifespan. He could have lived to 600 years, but midway he was besieged by righteous sects and had no choice but to self-detonate. Lifespan Gu represented longevity and could allow people to live longer, but it did not mean immortality. Although the wood charm Gu is powerful, it has a flaw. That is, a Gu master cannot use it for too long. If it is too long, the wood charm Gu's power will affect the Gu master's body, causing their muscles to turn into wood, and finally turning into a tree man corpse. In my previous life, Guyue Qing Shu died like this. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's gaze flashed. Normally, powerful Gu worms had a huge flaw and needed to be used in conjunction with other Gu worms. Otherwise, it would have a negative effect on the Gu master. Xiongjiang's roaming zombie Gu was best used in conjunction with the blood Qi Gu. Otherwise, if he used it too much, his blood would decrease, and he would really turn into a zombie. Xiong Li's group returned to their own camp. They had first defeated by Bing Yi and then lost to Qing Shu. But even so, they still received a lot of applause and praises. And Mo Yan, I want to challenge you. Come, Xiong Jiaoman, let me have a battle with you. After Xiong Li's group, the whole scene suddenly became lively. Many Gu masters went out, challenging the strong enemies in their hearts, showing off their bravery. The alliance slope was in chaos, and the Gu sparring was brilliant. The real Gu sparring had just begun. Chapter 129. All the way until the evening, the Gu competition finally ended. On the alliance slope, the Gu masters from the 3 clans were no longer as divided as before. Gu masters filled the entire hillside, and only 3 groups of people could be vaguely seen. Gu competition was a form of venting and also a form of compromise. In this world where strength was the number 1 value, having strength would gain respect, and there would be a basis for cooperation. Ever since Xiong Li challenged Fang Yuan, no other Gu masters came to find him. Fang Yuan was only a newbie, and had not interacted much with the Gu masters of the other 2 clans, and had no grudges or feelings. As for the Gu masters in the village, they would never challenge their own clansmen in such a situation. Especially when Fang Yuan admitted defeat, it made the other Gu masters lose interest in him. Such a lazy, cowardly opponent, even if they won, what was there to brag about? There were 2 ways to not be stepped on. One was to become an expert, so strong that no one dared to step on you. The second was to become dog shit, and no one would bother to step on you. Fang Yuan did not care about dog shit or the reputation of an expert. He always did things by fair means or foul, and only cared about the results. No one challenged him, and this made him feel relaxed. The disdainful and contemptuous gazes of the surrounding people he turned a blind eye. If he could not even endure these gazes, how could he talk about pursuing the demonic path? The alliance meeting ended successfully. Guyue clan by clan and Xiong clan had temporarily reached an agreement. First, issue a decree. The 3 clans temporarily threw away their past grudges and fought against the wolf tied together. In times of danger, they had to help each other. At the same time, internal killings were prohibited, and an investigation team was set up. Once discovered, the killer would be banished from the clan, and the 3 clans would work together to punish the killer, and the killer would have to pay with his life. If the killer escaped, his family would pay with their lives. Even if the Gu master died, the Gu worms retrieved from the corpses had to be handed over, and those who used them privately would be charged with murder. After the Gu worms were handed over, they could be exchanged for merit points. Second, set up a battle merit board. With each group as a unit, it would display the battle merits of the 3 clans. 1 lightning wolf eyeball could be exchanged for 10 merit points. Merit points could be exchanged for Gu worms, yuan stone, and other resources. The appearance of the battle merit board naturally aroused the Gu masters' unparalleled passion. The result of a Gu battle spar could not represent the result of a real battle. Take Xiongjiang and Bai Bing Yi, for example. Other than the water drill Gu, Bai Bing Yi naturally had other offensive methods. But Xiongjiang's shadow bond, Gu's effective range, was only 10 meters. Moreover, there were many factors that could affect the outcome of any battle. Gu battle sparring lacked a certain degree of persuasiveness, but the merit board provided a fairer stage for competition. The Gu masters of the 3 clans did their best to hunt lightning wolves, striving for a better ranking on the battle merit board. This wasn't just about his own glory. More importantly, it concerned the reputation of the clan. This was especially true for the top 3 of the war merit list, where the competition was unprecedentedly intense. Almost every other day, there would be some changes in the rankings of the top 3. Soon, more than a month had passed. Winter passed and spring came. All living things sprouted. After a battle, Fang Yuan stepped on the snow on the ground. Panting slightly, he surveyed the battlefield around him. On the battlefield, there were more than 10 lightning wolves lying on the ground, all dead. Wolf blood and dismembered corpses could be seen everywhere, and the air was filled with a thick stench of blood. Howl! At this time, wolf howls could be heard from not far away. Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. With his experience, he knew that a wolf pack was quickly approaching. If it was any other Gu master, after an intense battle, the primeval essence in their aperture would be insufficient, and they would have already wanted to retreat. But Fang Yuan did not care about this, and continued to squat down, collecting the eyeballs from the wolf corpses. His movements were practiced and efficient, but even so, when he finished collecting, he was already half surrounded by the wolf pack. This was a medium-sized wolf pack with more than 100 crippled wolves. Their green wolf eyes revealed a savage aura, staring at Fang Yuan without letting up. Fang Yuan kept the wolf eyes, smiling as he stood up. Then his figure rippled like water, slowly disappearing from the spot. The pack of wolves that were charging over immediately became restless for a while. Many crippled wolves stopped in their tracks, showing signs of hesitation and doubt. After all, they were all wild beasts and could not understand such a magical scene. But this is also because lightning wolves mainly use their eyes to observe and not their noses. Lightning wolves are the magical creatures of this world. Their vision is as sharp as a goshawk's, but their sense of smell is no better than a human's. My stealth scales Gu can counter wild beasts like lightning wolves, but it cannot hide from a dog's nose. Fang Yuan was very clear. He had already successfully refined the stealth scales Gu before the Gu battle gathering. It was like a carp fossil, gray and gray, lying in Fang Yuan's primeval sea, letting the primeval water flow over its lifelike scales. And the fish scales Gu that Fang Yuan lacked was naturally exchanged with the black boar Gu and Qing Shu. With this stealth scales Gu, Fang Yuan safely escaped under the wolf pack's eyes. This kind of situation had happened many times in the past few days. Normally, wolves or dogs would have a keen sense of smell, but lightning wolves were different. They were very fast, and without sharp vision, they would crash into trees and rocks. But nature was fair. While giving them sharp eyes, it deprived them of their keen sense of smell. But the Thunder Crown Wolf was different. With the stealth scales Gu, Fang Yuan could easily move through a normal wolf tide. But in front of a myriad beast king like the Thunder Crown Wolf, he had nowhere to hide. This was because the Thunder Crown Wolf's eyes often had the electric eye Gu, and this Gu could see through invisibility. Other than the electric eye Gu, there were many other Gu worms that could detect Fang Yuan's invisibility. For example, the snake communication Gu, which could sense heat. The beast language Gu, which could allow a Gu master to obtain information from a conversation with a wild beast. The clairvoyance Gu, which could make a Gu master's hearing extremely sensitive. So, with the stealth scales Gu, it did not mean that Fang Yuan would be safe and sound. At most, he had a small method to protect his life. When he returned to the village, it was still noon. The spring sun shone brightly, and people came and went in front of the village. Different from previous years, most of the people on the road were Gu masters, and only a few were mortals. Under the influence of the wolf tide, the wilderness was not safe. The hunters did not dare to hunt in the mountains, and the farmlands were abandoned. On the streets, the morale of the Gu masters was high. One by one, they returned from the outside with bloodstains or set off in high spirits. They were either discussing their ranking on the battle merit board, or discussing their experiences in killing lightning wolves, or discussing the outstanding Gu masters of other villages. Fang Yuan mixed into the crowd and entered the village, arriving at the square in front of the clan head pavilion. There was a platform set up in the square, and it was the place to exchange battle merits. Large numbers of Gu masters gathered here, and the rank 1 Gu masters recorded. A portion of the rank 2 Gu masters squeezed together, exchanging their blood-stained wolf eyes for battle merits. There was also a portion of the rank 2 Gu masters who used their blood-stained wolf eyes to exchange for battle merits. In the middle of the square, a huge banner was erected, and the words of this world were written on it. It was constantly changing. This was the battle merit board, and on it were more than 10 swim-word Gu. The rank 1 swim-word Gu was controlled by the rank 1 logistics Gu masters, and could be changed into words on the banner at will. Why is the first place still by clans by Bing E group? Someone looked at the battle merit board and frowned. Let me see, by Bing E is first, my clan's Qing Shu group is second, Xiongli group is third, my group 137th. Some Gu masters were silently counting. At this time, someone suddenly shouted, It changed, it changed. Qing Shu group got first place. They pushed the Bai clan's sickly group down. On the battle merit board, the words that marked the second place, Qing Shu group, suddenly moved, climbing up, pulling the first place by Bing E group down with one hand, then ascended to first place himself, and at the same time used his foot to step on it. Such a human-like action on the words was naturally done by the Gu master controlling the swim word Gu. Seeing this interesting change, the Gu masters in the square burst into laughter and gave the Qing Shu group a thumbs up, praising them endlessly. The rank 1 Gu master controlling the swim word Gu was even more excited, his face glowing with excitement. Lord Qing Shu, you are indeed the number 1 Gu master among us rank 2 Gu masters. Lord Qing Shu, you are really good. Guyue Qing Shu walked in the crowd, waiting with a smile. Behind him, Guyue Fangzheng clenched his fists and followed suit, his expression showing excitement. The surrounding praises assaulted him, filling the young man's burning heart that thirsted for glory. This made Fangzheng feel that he was walking on a bright path, and unknowingly, his recognition towards the clan deepened. Big brother. He was surprised to see Fang Yuan standing silently in the crowd, watching with his arms crossed. Big brother, you're still alone, all by yourself. No wonder your group was at the bottom of the battle merit board from the start. Only by opening your heart and joining the group can you feel the warmth and happiness of the clan. Fang Zheng sighed in his heart, suddenly feeling that Fang Yuan was somewhat pitiful and sad. Like Fang Yuan, fighting alone without any companions, he could not feel the kinship of the clan, nor the friendship in the battlefield. Facing everything alone, not only was it dangerous, it was also boring. Living alone, if there was no friendship, love, kinship, what was the point of living? Fang Yuan stood in the crowd, silently looking at the battle merit board that was erected high above. No doubt, the last position of the battle merit board was written Fang Yuan Group. Other Gu masters, seeing this, would feel ashamed. But Fang Yuan's gaze was very calm, not minding it. After he was promoted to group leader by Gyue Bo, he had never thought of recruiting other group members. He was a lone group leader, the most special group among the 3 clans of Qing Mao Mountain. There was only him. Of course, his daily hunting results were not as much as the other groups. Of course, with Fang Yuan's current individual strength, if he really exploded out, he would definitely not be the last. But this was meaningless to Fang Yuan. He did not need battle merits. He had stockpiled living necessities and food for Gu worms. He had planned to use battle merits to exchange for a fish-scale Gu, but now he did not need it. He hunted lightning wolves every day. One was to keep up with the weather, and the other was to accumulate some battle merits to exchange for moon orchid petals. After all, his moon glow Gu still needed this kind of food. Half a month passed in a flash, and the atmosphere of spring was getting stronger. Trees were growing green, and wildflowers were blooming by the roadside. The warm spring wind was intoxicating, and the Gu masters were singing triumphantly in battle, the situation getting better. Fang Yuan walked on the streets, seeing everyone's smiling faces and hearing praises and praises of bravery. Of course, there were some Gu masters who were deeply worried, frowning. These Gu masters were mostly elderly, with rich life experiences, and knew that the true wolf tide would only come in summer and autumn. Fang Yuan's mind was clear. The reason for this situation is because of the alliance of the 3 clans, lowering their guard against each other. Thus, more Gu masters are involved in resisting the wolf tide. The second reason is that the lightning wolves that are being exterminated are only crippled wolves. The third reason is that spring has arrived and the lightning wolves in the wolf tide are busy mating and reproducing. When summer comes, the truly strong wolf groups will flood in from all directions. This will cause huge casualties to the 3 clans. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed coldly. This year's wolf tide would surpass history, reaching an unprecedented level. Even the clan higher-ups had greatly underestimated the severity of the wolf tide. In his memories, most of the Gu masters would die. The accumulated resources of the 3 clans would be used up. Fang Yuan had never thought of reminding the clan higher-ups. Firstly, even if he did, the clan might not take his suggestion seriously. Taking it seriously would be more troublesome, and he would not be able to explain the source of this information. Secondly, there was no point in reminding them. This was the difference in strength. Thirdly, and most importantly, reminding the clan was not in his best interest. I would rather betray the world than let the world betray me. What kinship, friendship, love, they were just embellishments in life. How could they compare to a man's ambitions? On earth, Xiang Yu wanted to cook Lu Bang's father. Han Taizu Lu Bang laughed and said, "Cook it. Don't forget to give me a piece of meat." Tang Taizong Li Shimin killed his brother at Xuanwu sect, and Cao Cao's army ran out of rations, so he killed and cooked human jerky as rations. Liu Bei borrowed Jingzhou, but never returned it. The values and morals that the higher-ups promoted were just tools to maintain their rule. If they were really bound by these, how could they achieve anything great? For those who stepped into a truly high position, whose hands were not stained with blood, stepping on corpses, the primitive accumulation of capital by capitalists was always bloody. Any politician was dirty. The so-called philanthropists used money to exchange for social fame, but the successful ones mostly covered up their unbearable past. Those who were deceived by the autobiographies of the successful ones were fools. These fools are everywhere. They are bound by their emotions and morals. They deserve to be ruled, fooled, and manipulated. What's even more tragic is that when they see others not bound, they would jump out and criticize them, trying to instill such values into the free people, not wanting to see others having more freedom than them. And in the process, I even enjoyed an inexplicable sense of moral superiority and happiness. Fang Yuan thought of this as he looked at the Gu masters walking beside him. These people only had a body full of ability, and some of them even had a higher cultivation than him. But what use was that? They were just pawns, slave dogs that were bound. Actually, what truly restricted a person's achievements was not their talent, but their thoughts. In any organization from birth, a person would be instilled with values and brainwashed. If you want to achieve something extraordinary, you have to break out of the collar of your mind. Unfortunately, most people were tightly bound by the chains, forced to move forward, and even treated the chains as a symbol of glory. Fang Yuan thought to himself, and could not help but laugh coldly. After exiting the gates of the stronghold, he collected his scattered thoughts. There was an important matter today. He was preparing to enter the rock crack secret cave again. Chapter 130. The stone forest was still filled with a dark red light. Stone pillars hung down from the top of the cave, like giant trees that reached the sky. It was a magnificent sight. It has been over a month since I last came here. Fang Yuan thought, feeling helpless. Ever since the 3 clans formed an alliance, they had been sweeping away the surrounding wolf groups, causing Gu masters to appear near the rock crack and secret cave. Under such circumstances, even if Fang Yuan had the stealth scales Gu to conceal himself, he would still be in danger of being exposed. Fang Yuan did things cautiously, and his 500 years of life had nurtured him enough patience. During this period of time, he had been restraining his desires and did not come here. Only until winter passed and spring arrived, when the remaining wolves were wiped out and there were fewer Gu masters coming in and out, did Fang Yuan take a big detour in the outer sect and use the stealth scales Gu to conceal himself all the way here. Over a month had passed, and on the previously cleared path, there were more stone monkey groups migrating over. But fortunately, The number of monkey groups was small. Fang Yuan spent some effort, killing the monkey groups and advancing, finally reaching the center of the stone forest. Under the shadow of the huge stone pillars, an obviously man-made cave appeared in front of him. In the cave, rough stone steps led to the dark underground. Fang Yuan activated the white jade goo, and his body was covered in a layer of faint jade light as he carefully walked down the steps. His left hand held a torch, and his right hand was shining with moonlight. The moon-glow goo was ready to go. The surroundings were dark, and even with the torch, it could only light up a distance of 5 steps. In this situation, it would be much better if there was a goo worm to illuminate the surroundings. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan did not have such a rich family background. One step at a time, after walking for a while, he finally reached the end of the stone steps. A crudely made stone door appeared in front of Fang Yuan. Golden Centipede Cave is a fatal disaster. Use earth listening to avoid it. Fang Yuan raised the torch and found some words carved on the stone door. Earth listening, golden centipede. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes shining brightly as he seemed to have understood something. If I am not wrong. He squatted down and touched the ground with his hand. Soon, he touched the moist ground in front of the stone door. Got it. His heart was filled with joy. He used his hands to dig up the soil, and sure enough, he found a sepulchre flower. His heart gently pushed aside the petals. He took out a goo worm from the heart of the flower. This goo was quite special. It looked like a human ear, just a little smaller, and its entire body was an earthy yellow color, dry and dull. Pinching it in his hand, it felt a little shriveled, like a pickled radish with a little warmth. Around the ears, roots extended outwards. There were dozens of these slender roots, and they looked like the roots of ginseng. This was a rank 2-grass goo. People called it earth communication ear grass. Looking at the earth communication ear grass in his hand, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed a few times. This earth communication ear grass came in time and could be used for scouting. It was perfect for him. The earth communication ear grass had a huge advantage, and that was its detection range of 300 steps. This range was quite outstanding among rank 2 investigative goo worms. Moreover, the earth communication ear grass was easy to feed. Its food source was the ginseng's roots. This world's southern border was filled with deep mountains and forests. Ginseng was much more abundant than on Earth. Hunters would go hunting in the mountains and pick some from time to time. Especially ginseng, it was easy to store. As long as it was dry and sealed, it could be stored for a long time at room temperature. Moon orchids' petals would wither in a few days, but ginseng roots could be stored for a long time. Goo worms are raised, used, and refined. These 3 aspects are broad and profound, with extraordinary profundities. Although the earth communication ear grass is easy to raise, it is quite troublesome to use. Fang Yuan thought to himself. He pinched the earth communication ear grass in his hand and secretly activated his true essence. In an instant, he had refined it. The earth communication ear grass was very outstanding, and its detection range was comparable to many rank 3 goo worms. But the heavens were fair. To use the earth communication ear grass, refining it was not enough. There was a price to be paid. Like the zombie goo and would charm goo, they had to be used together with other goo worms. Otherwise, if they were used for a long time, the goo master's body would be corroded and turn into a real zombie or tree man. Many goo worms cannot be used just by refining them, as they require some special conditions. This earth communication ear grass is one of them. If I had this goo, I would be able to scout out the situation and be able to move freely in the wolf tide. I could even make use of this wolf tide to achieve some goals. Fang Yuan pondered for a while and decided to use this earth communication ear grass. The gains were greater than the losses, so even if he had to pay the price, it was nothing for the future. No matter which world, without effort, how can there be gains? Fong Yuan laughed coldly in his heart and kept the earth communication ear grass in his aperture. He looked deeply at the stone door and turned to leave. If he was not wrong, there was a danger on the other side of the stone door. He needed to use the earth communication ear grass to avoid it. Fong Yuan left the secret cave, but did not return to the village. Instead, he walked a few rounds outside, and after killing a few lone wolves and obtaining a few pairs of wolf eyeballs, he returned. He was still last on the battle merit board. Walking on the street, some Gu masters who recognized him looked at him with mocking and disdainful gazes. Fong Yuan did not care, and continued to do as he pleased. In the following days, he used his meager battle merit points to exchange for ginseng roots, and fed the earth communication ear grass, allowing it to recover to a state of full vitality. Most of the clan's attention was drawn by the wolf tide, and no one paid attention to Fong Yuan. If it was before, perhaps his uncle and aunt would still pester him. But ever since Fong Yuan sold the family assets, there was no more movement from them. It was hard to do things openly, but easy to do things secretly. Soon, Fong Yuan quietly and smoothly completed some preparations. This night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The moon was like a jade plate hanging high in the sky, and the gentle night curtain was like a veil, covering Qing Mao Mountain. From time to time, a wolf's howl could be heard from afar. Fong Yuan shut the doors and windows tightly, and stood naked on the floor of the rented house. On the small table in front of him, there was a basin filled with warm water, and next to the basin was a white cloth, and on the white cloth was a sharp dagger. Even the floor he was standing on was covered with a thick layer of cloth. Strands of moonlight passed through the cracks of the window, shining on the table. Fong Yuan's expression was indifferent, and he grabbed the dagger. On the shiny blade, it emitted a cold light and could be used as a mirror. Under the dim light, the young man's eyebrows were reflected on the dagger. It emitted a kind of coldness. At this moment, Fong Yuan could not help but think of a martial arts manual on Earth, Sunflower Treasured Manual. The first sentence on the first page of Sunflower Treasure Manual was, "To train in this technique, castrate yourself. To obtain strength quickly, there must be sacrifice and sacrifice. So what if you castrate yourself? Without this kind of cruel decisiveness and sacrifice, how can you achieve your ambitions and realize your ambitions? Wanting to get something without sacrifice, that is a fairy tale to deceive children." In Fong Yuan's current situation, to be able to use this earth communication ear grass, what's the price to pay? Thinking of this, Fong Yuan laughed coldly. He used the pad of his finger to gently stroke the cold blade. Softly chanting, "The moon was like frost in the night, the blade was especially cold. Without killing in the harsh winter, how can spring be seen?" As soon as he finished speaking, he struck like lightning. His hand rose, and the blade fell. Blood splattered. A piece of meat fell on the table. Fong Yuan's entire right ear was cut off. Blood spurted out. At that moment, he first felt his ear go cold, and then an intense pain assaulted him. He gritted his teeth and took a deep breath. Resisting the pain, he summoned the earth communication ear grass from his aperture. This earth communication ear grass had been raised by him to be full of life. It was already different from when he just took it out. When he first took it out from the earth treasury flower, it was dull and shriveled, but now it was warm and meaty, fat and big as an adult's palm. Touching it in his hand, it was full of elasticity, like the ear of a Buddhist statue on earth. Fong Yuan pressed the earth communication ear grass to the wound on the side of his head, and a wave of red steel primeval essence poured into it. The roots of the earth communication ear grass immediately received a burst of energy and started to grow at a visible speed, taking root at Fong Yuan's wound. This was another wave of pain. Fong Yuan felt as if there were tens of earthworms drilling into his brain from the wound. This feeling was not only painful but also disgusting. Normally, during this process, Gu masters would use other Gu worms to numb their nerves. But Fang Yuan did not have such conditions and could only rely on his steel-like willpower to forcibly endure it. After all, it was a young man's body, and Fang Yuan's body could not help but sway as he endured such intense pain. More and more roots extended into the wound. Slowly, the earth communication ear grass and the bloody wound fused together, becoming Fang Yuan's new right ear. In the end, the wound no longer bled, and there was not even a scar. But Fang Yuan's face was pale, and the pain only decreased slightly, but it still tormented him. Veins popped out on his forehead, and his heart beat rapidly. At this point, he was already halfway to success, but Fang Yuan's body still needed time to adapt to the earth communication ear grass. He first took out a mirror and looked at himself in the faint moonlight. In the mirror, his face was pale, and his brows were slightly furrowed. The left ear was small, while the right ear was more than twice the size and was somewhat deformed. Fang Yuan was not surprised, and after looking at it for a while, he felt satisfied that there were no problems. He put down the mirror and took out a cloth, dipping it in the warm water in the basin, and started to wipe the bloodstains on his body. He was not wearing any clothes, so it was very easy to clean up the bloodstains. Some of the bloodstains flowed to his feet, but were absorbed by the cotton cloth that was laid on the floor beforehand. Fang Yuan cleaned up the bloodstains and finally picked up his original right ear from the table. He snorted coldly and activated the moon-glow goo in his palm. Then he minced his right ear into minced meat to destroy the evidence. The remaining basin of blood was carried by Fang Yuan to the bottom of the bed, and a piece of coal was thrown in. After doing all this, Fang Yuan lay down on the bed. The pain had already decreased by more than half, but it still tormented him. Fang Yuan felt waves of pain in his head, and along with his heartbeat it was throbbing. After an unknown amount of time, he finally fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 131. By the time Fang Yuan woke up, it was already noon of the next day. His head no longer hurt, the pain had disappeared. He subconsciously touched his ear, and the feeling was the same as before. It was as if the ear-cutting incident last night had never happened. He got up from the bed. The first thing he did was to find a mirror and look at himself. In the mirror, a young man's face was revealed. He wasn't handsome, but his pair of pitch-black and deep eyes made him seem extraordinary, revealing a trace of an unusual cold charm. The young man's ears were the same size, no difference. When he planted the earth communication ear grass last night, Fang Yuan's right ear was fat and big, the earlobe almost reaching his chin. But now it had become normal, and from the outside there was no difference at all. This was because his body and the earth communication ear grass had gotten used to each other. Fang Yuan's heart moved, and from his aperture, he transferred a small amount of red steel primeval essence. The primeval essence flowed along his body, all the way up to his right ear. Immediately, his hearing increased by several times, and the footsteps of countless people entered his ears. Although he was on the second floor, he had the illusion that he was stepping on the ground. Fang Yuan listened attentively. His primeval essence continued to move, and his hearing also increased. In the mirror, roots were slowly growing out of his right ear. These roots were like the roots of 1,000-year-old ginseng, spreading out from the ear, sparse and growing, drooping towards the ground. At the same time, his right ear also showed signs of growing bigger and fatter. Fang Yuan tried to stop activating the earth communication ear grass, and after a second, the roots that grew out from the ear all retracted back, and his right ear also returned to its normal shape. Of course, his hearing also returned to its original state. This way, I have an investigative goo. Fang Yuan put on his clothes and took out a water basin from under the bed. The dark red blood water from last night, because of the coal that was thrown in, had already turned into a pool of black, dirty water. The blood towel that was soaked in it was the same. The original blood red and white color had been covered by the black-gray color. It was easy for people to associate it with the greasy rag in the kitchen. This basin of water was carried out. Even if he poured it out in front of other people, he wouldn't give himself away. Summer was coming, and many of the clansmen had to clean the furnaces that had been used for the entire winter. It would often produce such a basin of dirty water. Striking while the iron was hot, Fong Yuan entered the secret cave again. This time he did not come empty-handed. Instead, he caught a young deer in the wild, tied its 4 hooves with hemp rope, covered its mouth with a metal cover, and used the stealth scales glue to conceal his body, bringing it to the stone door. He was not in a hurry to push the door open. Instead, he activated the earth communication eargrass. The ginseng roots extended from the sides of his ears, and his hearing was instantly amplified several times. Dong, dong, dong. First, he heard faint sound, a slow heartbeat. As the roots grew longer and longer, the heartbeat grew louder and louder. At the same time, the source of the heartbeat also increased. Fong Yuan didn't need to think to know that these heartbeats were coming from the jade-eyed stone monkeys in the stone forest behind him. He closed his eyes and could imagine it in his mind. These strange sounds were like snails living in their own caves, curling up their bodies and sleeping. But these weren't what he wanted to sense. He continued to listen. His right ear had become a little fat, and the roots on his ears were 1/2 meter long. The roots were spiritual. They extended to the stone door, digging into a very shallow depth. At this moment, Fong Yuan felt that his hearing had received a huge boost. With him as the center, he could sense the countless sounds within a radius of 300 steps. This was the true use of the earth communication eargrass. Previously in the village, he had only dabbled in it. If the earth communication eargrass's roots did not touch the ground, its detection range could only be considered average among rank 2 gooworms. But once the roots were rooted in the ground, its detection range would receive a qualitative increase. This was easy to understand. Using the theory on Earth, the speed of sound transmission was related to the medium. The speed of sound transmission on the ground and in water was much faster than in the air. In ancient China, some soldiers would sleep with a wooden quiver as their pillow. Once there was a cavalry attack, the soldiers would be woken up by the sound transmitted through the ground. If the sound was transmitted through the air, they would not be able to react in time. The roots were rooted in the stone door, and Fong Yuan immediately felt the movement behind the stone door. It was a series of sparse sounds that were very subtle and dense. Compared to this sound, the stone monkey's heartbeat was like the beating of a drum. If it was a newbie using the earth communication eargrass for the first time, they would have to think hard to guess what it was. But this sound was within Fong Yuan's expectations. But after listening for a while, his brows gradually furrowed. He pushed the stone door open. The stone door was heavy, but he had the strength of 2 boars now, so it didn't take much effort. The stone door opened, and in front of him was a dark and serene tunnel. It stretched out horizontally, leading to the unknown and mysterious. Fong Yuan untied the deer he caught and threw it into the tunnel ahead. The deer was very intelligent, and it could sense the danger in the darkness ahead, not daring to move forward. Its big eyes looked at Fong Yuan, revealing a look of fear and pleading. Fong Yuan snorted coldly and swung his hand with a moon blade. The moon blade was controlled by Fong Yuan to not be too powerful, and it slashed diagonally, leaving a shallow wound on the deer's body. Blood gushed out, and under the pain, the deer's fear of Fong Yuan took over, and it frantically ran forward in the darkness. The darkness quickly swallowed it. Fong Yuan urged the earth communication eargrass again, and this time the roots were rooted in the wall beside him. With his hearing improved, the first thing Fong Yuan heard was the deer's hurried footsteps, its heartbeat, and then a sudden wave of sparse sounds. In the golden centipede cave, one could use the earth communication eargrass to avoid disaster. Fong Yuan knew that these sparse sounds were the sound of centipedes crawling. Suddenly, he heard the deer's frightened cry. Obviously, it had barged into the worm's nest and encountered centipedes. Feng Yuan immediately imagined a scene in his mind. The deer was panicking, and the centipedes swarmed it like a tide, surrounding it. The deer spun around in fear, stomping its young hooves and whining as it felt the aura of death. The countless centipedes climbed onto its body. The deer fell to the ground, rolling around and struggling violently. But after a short while, its heart stopped beating. The centipedes covered its body and started to devour the deer's flesh. Feng Yuan's gaze suddenly focused, and he suddenly heard a special sound. The buzzing sound was like a buzzing chainsaw. It was filled with an insolent, rude, and barbaric aura. If it were a new bee, they would be very confused. But with Feng Yuan's rich experience, he immediately guessed the identity of the voice's source. A rank 3 wild goo worm, chainsaw golden centipede. This was the king of the centipedes, the true killer of the golden centipede cave. Feng Yuan could totally imagine it. A meter long, 2 fists wide golden centipede, suddenly turning from stillness and crawling. On both sides of the centipede's body, there was a row of sharp, silver serrated teeth. As it crawled, these serrated teeth also moved rapidly like a chainsaw. The chainsaw golden centipede's arrival immediately caused the centipede group to go silent. It came in a fierce manner, and everywhere it went, the centipede group would scatter, revealing the deer's body that still had more than half left. It climbed onto the deer's body and opened its mouth, absorbing the deer's blood and devouring the deer's meat. When it encountered the deer's skeleton, it rolled up its body and used the serrated teeth to lightly twist, easily grinding the bones into powder. Even the white jade goo's defense cannot withstand the chainsaw golden centipede's sawing. It seems that the flower wine monk wants me to use this earth communication eargrass to avoid this chainsaw golden centipede. But I have the spring autumn cicada. It is not impossible to subdue this chainsaw golden centipede. A thought appeared in Feng Yuan's mind. He was excited at the sight of the prey. The chainsaw golden centipede was an excellent goo worm, and if he could use it, it would definitely be a powerful method. But to subdue this chainsaw golden centipede underground, even a rank 4 goo master would have to spend a lot of effort. Capturing and killing were 2 completely different things. The former's difficulty was much higher than the latter. Wild goo worms were mostly cunning, and if the chainsaw golden centipede saw something amiss, it would burrow into the ground and escape. If a goo master did not have the ability to burrow into the ground, how could he pursue it? But Feng Yuan had the spring-autumn cicada. As long as he caught this chainsaw golden centipede and leaked a trace of its aura, it would definitely make this worm cower, not daring to move. The spring-autumn cicada was rank 6, and its aura had a strong deterrent effect on rank 1 to rank 4 goo worms. But against rank 5 goo worms, the effect was not great. As for other rank 6 goo of the same rank, there was no deterrent effect at all. This phenomenon was very interesting. Actually, thinking about it, human society was the same. Facing outstanding people, people would often admire, and worship them. But towards people who were only slightly better than themselves, they would dare to offend them. Thus it was usually competition and jealousy. But I am only at rank 2 middle stage. It is not impossible to subdue a rank 3 chainsaw golden centipede now, but the timing is a bit too early. Feng Yuan muttered. A rank 2 goo master was of course most suitable and handy to use rank 2 goo worms. Of course, rank 2 goo masters could also have rank 3 or even rank 4 goo worms. But this was not a common phenomenon. Firstly, the higher the rank of the goo worm, the higher the cost of feeding it. Secondly, the higher the rank, the more inconvenient it was to use the goo worm, and a certain price had to be paid. It was like a baby waving a large hammer. If it tried to forcefully swing it, it was very likely that the weight of the hammer would pull its muscles and smash its own feet. The fawn has already alarmed the entire worm swarm. I'm afraid it will take at least 10 days to half a month for this swarm to truly calm down. Now that I have probed it, I have already verified my guess, but it is not a good time to continue exploring. Why don't I put it aside for now, and take it easy? This matter cannot be rushed." Thinking of this, Fang Yuan closed the stone door again and used the stealth scales Gu to retreat. Chapter 132. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, casting a shadow over the entire Qingmao Mountain, as if a storm was brewing. On a remote hillside, a dozen strong lightning wolves bared their teeth and growled, surrounding Fang Yuan. These wolves had all 4 limbs, no longer the crippled wolves from before. If it was any other rank 2 Gu master, being surrounded like this alone, they would be in despair. But right now, the situation was the exact opposite. Fang Yuan stood at his original position, calm and collected. As for the lightning wolves surrounding him, there was a hint of nervousness and fear in their expressions. The battle had already been going on for a while. On this bloody battlefield, a few lightning wolves had already fallen, silently showing off Fang Yuan's achievements. "Kill!" Fang Yuan shouted in his heart. As the person being surrounded, he took the initiative to attack. He took a step forward and pounced towards a lightning wolf on his left. This lightning wolf was so frightened that it took a small step back. Then, its fierce nature was stimulated. Its strong limbs suddenly jumped, pouncing towards Fang Yuan. In the air, the lightning wolf opened its mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He did not dodge, but swung his right hand. Whoosh! An eerie blue moonblade flew out horizontally, piercing through the air and hitting the lightning wolf's open mouth. With a chi sound, this unfortunate lightning wolf was instantly cut into 2 from mouth to tail by this moonblade. Boiling wolf blood spurted out with a splash, falling like a rain of blood. Fang Yuan's body shone with a white jade light, rushing through the rain of blood. He rampaged through the wolf pack. The lightning wolf pack reacted, surrounding him from all directions. They opened their mouths to bite, but under the defense of the white jade goo, they crushed their teeth. Their claws also returned empty-handed. Fang Yuan punched and kicked. With the strength of 2 boars, one lightning wolf after another was kicked away by him, or their skulls were directly smashed. They died on the spot. He had the upper hand, but good times did not last long. The primeval essence in his aperture was depleting quickly. Fang Yuan only had C-grade talent, and his cultivation was rank 2 middle stage. At most, his true essence was less than 50%, seeing that his primeval essence was about to be exhausted, but there were still a few lightning wolves left. Fang Yuan couldn't help but think, stealth scales parasite. Instantly, his figure rippled like water and gradually disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. The lightning wolves stood still, not knowing what to do. They let out angry howls and began to patrol the hillside again, but to no avail. Fang Yuan was not far away, watching the lightning wolf's movements while taking out a yuan stone to replenish his primeval essence. At the same time, he continued to activate the stealth scales goo. Lightning wolves had outstanding eyesight. However, his sense of smell was not very sensitive. Fang Yuan used the stealth scales goo to restrain them. When his true essence recovered to 30%, the pack of lightning wolves finally retreated unwillingly. Fang Yuan didn't have a movement-type goo worm. If the lightning wolf really retreated, his speed wouldn't be able to keep up with it. Thus, he removed the stealth scales goo. He revealed himself. How? When these lightning wolves saw Fang Yuan, it was as if they saw their father's murderer, and they all rushed towards him. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. When the lightning wolves were in front of him, he fiercely punched with his right fist. His right fist was covered with a layer of faint white jade light. It was incomparably hard. He fiercely hit the waist of a lightning wolf. Instantly, there was a crisp crack. This unfortunate lightning wolf was sent flying far away by Fang Yuan's attack, its lumbar vertebra already fractured. It fell to the ground, frantically struggling and howling. but could no longer get up. Fang Yuan's primeval essence was now abundant, and his battle strength was strong. In a short while he killed another 4 lightning wolves. The remaining few lightning wolves had completely lost their will to fight. They looked at Fang Yuan in fear, letting out whimpering sounds, then turned around and ran away with their tails between their legs. Fang Yuan stood still, not giving chase. In terms of speed, he couldn't compare to these lightning wolves, so chasing was useless. The ground was littered with wolf corpses, all Fang Yuan's spoils of war. But Fang Yuan was cautious and did not rush to dig out the eyeballs of the lightning wolves. Earth communication ear grass. He half squatted down, using his palm to support himself, his right ear facing the ground. The ginseng roots on his ear grew out, stabbing into the soil one by one. Immediately, his hearing ability increased by several times, and everything within a radius of 300 steps was within his detection range. Countless sounds entered his ears, but there were no wolf packs attacking or the footsteps of other Gu-masters. It's safe for now. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh of relief, took out his dagger, and started to dig out the eyeballs of the lightning wolves. These eyeballs he only handed over a small portion and kept the rest. If he handed them all over, such a battle result would definitely attract suspicion and even secret investigations. Of course, Fang Yuan would try his best to avoid such trouble. After digging out the eyeballs of these lightning wolves, Fang Yuan immediately left this place. After killing another 2 wolf packs, the dark clouds in the sky had become extremely thick. The wind started to howl, blowing the green pine trees in the forest, and the leaves rustled. Howl! The howls of a large number of lightning wolves could be heard in the wind. Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. According to his memories, today was the day the wolf tide would truly erupt. Using the earth communication ear grass again, Fang Yuan did not hear the sound of a large number of lightning wolves rushing over. He was not surprised and instead calmed down. This meant that the distance between him and the lightning wolves was at least 300 steps. This distance, along with his own speed and his familiarity with the terrain, was enough for him to safely return to the village. These lightning wolves are cunning, attacking in this kind of weather. The howling of the wind, the rustling of the pines, to a large extent, cover them up. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart, running at his fastest speed towards the village. After running for a few hundred meters, he bumped into a group of 5 Gu-masters. "Ayo, it's Guyue Fang Yuan." A young Gu-master in the group noticed Fang Yuan and immediately raised his eyebrows, greeting him in a strange tone. He was Guyue Peng, Fang Yuan's classmate. During his days in the academy, he was naturally bullied and extorted by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan glanced at him indifferently, his speed not changing as he brushed past him, not giving him a chance to speak again. This guy! Guyue Peng was momentarily stunned, and immediately a stifling feeling welled up in his heart, slowing down his pace. He still had not found a chance to ridicule Fang Yuan. "Little Peng, quickly catch up. If we want to maintain our position on the battle merit board today, we need to kill at least 50 lightning wolves." The group leader opened his mouth. Guyue Peng's angry expression immediately disappeared, and he hurriedly caught up with the group leader's footsteps. "My current group, rank 75 on the battle merit board. That Fang Yuan is at the bottom of the 200 rankings. Such a difference is like heaven and earth. Speaking of which, I am also very lucky to meet a senior like the group leader who takes care of the newcomers. From the wolf tide till now, I have already gained a Gu worm with the battle merit that I have received. My future is bright. How can Fang Yuan compare to me?" Thinking about it, Guyue Peng felt much more balanced in his heart and even felt a sense of bliss. In this world, what can one achieve by fighting alone? Many people add fuel to the flames. The strength of unity is even greater. Clansmen are still the most reliable. With the help of the clan strength, us newcomers can have a better and safer development. That Fang Yuan, what an idiot, he really thinks he's someone. Coincidentally, solved the problem of the rank 5 river-swallowing toad, and now his tail is up in the sky. Although he became the group leader, he didn't even recruit a single member. He deserves to be at the bottom. But come to think of it, with such a weird personality, how can he recruit members? Thinking of this, Gue Peng's footsteps became much lighter. After running for a while, he strangely did not encounter a single wolf pack. Gue Peng raised his head to look at the sky. Although it was still afternoon, the sky had already turned dusky. The wind whistled over, and the dark clouds above their heads were extremely dense. They were churning rapidly, brewing thunder and torrential rain. But Gue Peng was not the least bit afraid, and his lips curled into a mocking smile. He thought in his heart, Fang Yuan returned in such a hurry. It must be because he is worried about this rainstorm. What a coward! What can a rainstorm do to him? Right at this time, the group leader's expression suddenly changed, and he gasped with his mouth wide open. Group leader, what happened? The other four's gazes were naturally attracted to him. In this Gu Master group, this group leader was in charge of scouting. Although he was also a rank 2 Gu Master, his scouting Gu worm naturally did not have a large range like Fang Yuan's earth communication eargrass. At this moment his face was pale, and he did not have the desire to explain further. Run! He screamed in fear, and under the shocked gazes of the other 4 he turned and ran. Quickly follow group leader. The other group members were not stupid, and after they reacted, they immediately broke into a run. Howl! Continuous wolf howls came from behind, and from the sound, one could tell that there were more than 1,000 lightning wolves. The 5 people in the group were all pale, breathing heavily as they ran with all their might. Wait for me! Gue Peng ran with all his might, but he was still at the back. He screamed for help in panic. He could already feel the breathing of the lightning wolves behind him. But what made him despair was that the group leader who usually took care of him did not even turn his head around. The companions who usually patted their chests and talked about brotherhood and family did not seem to hear his screams. Howl! Behind Gue Peng's ears, a wolf's howl suddenly came. The next moment, he felt a huge pressure from behind him, and in an instant he fell to the ground. He fell on the ground, feeling dizzy from the fall. He subconsciously used all his strength and turned his head to resist. Kacha! In the sky, a lightning snake suddenly flashed. In the darkness, a bold lightning wolf's figure was immediately illuminated. Its body was twice the size of a normal lightning wolf. The fur on its body stood up, and in the corner of its mouth, silver sharp teeth could be seen. Gue Peng's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle, and a thought reverberated in his mind. 100 Beast King! The wolf pack in the wolf den was huge, and not only were there 3 10,000 Beast King level Thunder Crown wolves, there were also 100 Beast King level Bold Lightning wolves and 1,000 Beast King level Frenzy Lightning wolves. In the next second, the Bold Lightning wolf opened its mouth, and with a crisp sound, it bit off Gue Peng's entire head. Fresh blood and brain matter splattered all over the ground. The Bold Lightning wolf lowered its head and started to suck the blood from Gue Peng's neck and gnawed on its flesh. Countless lightning wolves ran past its body. Rumble, the sound of thunder never stopped. Hua, 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 the heavy rain started to pour. The real wolf tide had arrived. Chapter 133. The rain poured down, and the lightning snakes danced in the sky, continuing for an entire night. Fang Yuan laid on his bed, hearing the shouts of the Gu Masters outside and the sound of their footsteps in the rain. He squinted his eyes, and the memories of his previous life surfaced in his mind. In his previous life, when the wolf tide came, he was still a rank 1 Gu Master. Thus, as a logistical force, he hid in the village and escaped the disaster. But in this life, he was already a rank 2 middle stage Goo Master, and with the 4 flavor liquorworm, he was making big strides towards upper stage. Thus, he had to be like the other rank 2 Goo Masters, defending against the wolf tide in the middle of the night. It's raining so heavily outside, and I still have to fight against the lightning wolf pack in the dark. I'm really looking for trouble. Fong Yuan snorted in his heart. He was not sleeping in the rented house, but in an inn. If he was in the rented house, he would definitely be captured by others. The clan's higher-ups have undoubtedly underestimated the wolf pack's battle strength. The most correct method is to hole up in the village and defend. Unfortunately, they were blinded by their past experiences. Fong Yuan thought as he turned around on his bed. Outside the window, the rain poured down, covering the sky and earth. The rumbling of thunder could be heard continuously. On the streets, the sounds of Goo Master's urgent movements, footsteps, and angry shouts never stopped. At this moment, the wolf howls were extremely close to the village. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Whether it was the Goo Masters who risked their lives and left the village to fight, or the mortals who hid in their homes and shivered, or even Fong Yuan, who slept until midnight and woke up naturally. He did not get up either. In the darkness, he laid on his bed with his eyes open. The sounds outside the window entered his ears. Others were fighting for their lives, and one could imagine the thunderstorm outside the village. The Goo Masters and the wolf pack formed a lively and bustling stage. No matter which character it was, they were showing their true colors. Entering the role of a character, this was a good show. But Fong Yuan did not have the slightest awareness of entering the role. Instead, he felt an indescribable loneliness. Boundless loneliness. This was not because he was a transmigrator or a reincarnated person who carried secrets that could not be divulged. Instead, everyone was born to be lonely. Humans were like floating islands, drifting in the ocean of fate. When people met, it was like a collision between floating islands. As long as it was a collision, there would definitely be an impact. Sometimes the lone floating ice islands stuck together in the name of interests, kinship, friendship, love, and hatred. But in the end, they will all be separated, walking alone to destruction. This is the truth of life. It was a pity that people were always afraid of loneliness. They were always greedy for lively crowds and were unwilling to be idle, because when they faced loneliness, they would often face pain. But once a person could face this kind of pain, they would often have talent and courage. Therefore, there is a saying, the outstanding must be lonely. This is the taste of loneliness. Every time I taste it, my determination to pursue the devil's path is strengthened. Fong Yuan's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but think of the story of the human ancestor. Speaking of which, Renzu obtained Attitude Goo. Attitude Goo was like a mask. Renzu was heartless. He couldn't wear it, because before, Renzu had already given his heart to the Hope Goo, and from then on, he was no longer afraid of difficulties. But if Renzu wanted to use Attitude Goo, he needed a heart. Renzu felt troubled and asked Attitude Goo for advice. He said, "Oh, Goo, Attitude can sometimes say everything. You know the problem I am facing now, so I want to ask you for advice." Attitude Goo said, "This is actually not difficult. Oh, Renzu, you are currently lacking a heart. You only need to find a new one." Renzu was puzzled and asked again, "Then how do I find a new heart?" Attitude Goo sighed, "The heart is nowhere, but also everywhere. Finding a heart is both difficult and easy. With your situation, you can get a heart now." Renzu was overjoyed. "Quickly tell me how to get it." Attitude Goo warned him, "This heart is called loneliness. Oh, human, are you sure you want it? After you get it, you will feel endless pain, loneliness, and even fear." Oh. Renzu did not take Attitude Goo's warning to heart and continued to ask. Attitude Goo could not go against Renzu's orders and answered, "You only need to look at the sky when there are stars in the night and don't say anything. When the sun rises, you will get the heart of loneliness. That night, it was a good night with stars in the sky. Rin Zhu followed Attitude Gu's words and sat alone on a mountain looking at the night sky. Before this, his life was difficult, and he had to constantly struggle for survival. He had no time to look at this beautiful and mysterious starry sky. Now, as he looked at the starry sky, his thoughts drifted. He could not help but think of himself, thinking of how petty and weak he was, living a precarious and muddle-headed life. Sigh, although I have the Hope Gu, Strength Gu, Rules and Regulations Gu, and Attitude Gu, it is still extremely difficult to survive in this world. Even if I die tomorrow, it would not be surprising. If I die, will this world remember me? Will there be people who are happy for my existence? And will there be people who are sad for my departure? Thinking of this, Ren Zhu shook his head. In this world, he was the only human. How could there be anyone else? Even with the Gu accompanying him, he still felt an unforgettable feeling, loneliness, the heart of loneliness. At this moment, when the human ancestor felt lonely, a brand new human heart suddenly appeared in his body. The sun rose from the horizon and shone on Ren Zhu's face. But Ren Zhu did not feel happy. Instead, he felt endless pain, despair, bewilderment, and fear. He could not endure this loneliness and fear. He felt darkness, and the end of the world had arrived. Thus he held in pain and stretched out his finger, gouging out his eyes. His left eye landed on the ground and turned into a young man. He had a head of golden hair and a robust body. Once he appeared, he knelt at Ren Zhu's feet, shouting, "Oh, Ren Zhu, my father! I am your eldest son. Verdant Great Sunday at the same time." Ren Zhu's right eye also turned into a young girl. She held onto Ren Zhu's arm. She said, "Oh, Ren Zhu, my father! I am your second daughter, Desolate Gya." Ren Zhu laughed loudly. Tears flowed down from his empty eye sockets. He said good 3 times. "I have children. I can finally bear the pain of my lonely heart. From now on, there will be people who will be happy for my existence, and people who will be sad for my departure. Even if I die, you will all remember me." But finally he heaved a long sigh. "I have lost my eyes. I can no longer see the light. From now on, the 2 of you will watch this world for me." The heavy rain continued for the entire night until dawn. Only then did the rain stop. Fang Yuan left the inn. The pedestrians on the street all had heavy or sorrowful expressions. This night, the clan's losses were not light. In fact, none of the 3 great clans of Qing Mao Mountain escaped. They all suffered heavy losses. This was clear to Fang Yuan as soon as he saw the battle merit board. After a night, the battle merit board had lost 25 teams, all of them sacrificed in the wolf tide. Even if there were 1 or 2 survivors, they were either injured or crippled. Guyue Peng's team was also among them. For the next 10 days, the situation became even worse. From bad to worse. First, 100 Beast King bold Lightning Wolf appeared. And then there was news of 1,000 Beast King Frenzy Lightning Wolf in the wolf tide. Such news made the rank 2 Gu masters who were out tremble in fear. If they met a Frenzy Lightning Wolf, they would need at least 3 teams to work together to deal with it. This did not even include the ordinary Lightning Wolf packs around the Frenzy Lightning Wolf. The 3 great clans had no choice but to send out rank 3 elders to deal with the crisis. Under such circumstances, the Gu masters' daily lives were filled with danger and were long and arduous. Even if Fang Yuan had the stealth scales Gu, he had to be careful. After all, he might meet a Beast King level Lightning Wolf with a Lightning Eye Gu. Fortunately, he had paid a price earlier and could use the Earth Communication Eargrass. This Gu's detection range was very large, allowing him to avoid large wolf packs every time. As such, the weather became hotter and hotter until the end of July. Although the situation was not optimistic, under the cooperation of the 3 great clans, the situation was already under control. Halfway up the mountain, The three goo masters who had already gone through an intense battle faced a bold lightning wolf that had just arrived. The smell of death was already assaulting them. Damn it, I don't have enough primeval essence. If I had 60%, no, 30%, I wouldn't be chased by it like this. As the group leader, Xiongzhan looked at the approaching bold lightning wolf that was like a cat playing with a mouse and spat out a mouthful of blood. The mountain wall is in front. There is no way out. What do we do? A group member with a pale face said, "What else can we do? We can only hope for reinforcements. I heard our clan's lord by Ningbing has already come out and is rushing to the battlefield." This was a goo master from the Bai clan village. There were originally two groups, one from the Xiong clan and the other from the Bai clan. They had worked together to face the wolf tide, but now there were only 3 people left. Rather than relying on Bai Ningbing, who we don't even know where he is, we might as well fight to the death. Xiongzhan gritted his teeth. Beast kings are scary because of the goo in their bodies. I have a plunder goo that can forcefully plunder the enemy's goo worms. I just need to keep using it and not move. During this time, you guys have to protect me. Okay. The other 2 looked at each other and stood in front of Xiongzhan, temporarily blocking this bold lightning wolf for him. Even though they knew the chances were pitifully small, no one would be willing to die. If I can plunder it, I have a chance to live. Heaven protect me. Xiongzhan's eyes were fierce as he slowly raised his right hand. Whether they lived or died depended on this. The 3 men and 1 wolf did not know that high up on the cliff, a white-haired, white-clothed young man was calmly watching the scene. Life is so boring. He sat on the ground, one hand on the ground, the other holding a wine flask and pouring it into his mouth. What he poured out was not wine, but only sweet mountain spring water. He did not like to drink wine, but only water. This white-clothed young man drank water as he watched the show below him. Fight Dai. It's too boring for you to live such an ordinary life. Only this kind of life and death battle can add a trace of excitement to your lives. This way, your lives will have value. He smiled lightly in his heart, not having the slightest desire to help. Even if he had this ability, even if his Bai clan members were at the foot of the mountain. But so what? To him, loneliness was the deepest darkness, and the light of family was just an illusion. He, Bai Ningbing, would not do something so boring as saving people. Chapter 134. Gujinren 132 _ Gujinren's full text-free reading _ section 132. 3 steps of fragrant grass on the cliff. Bai Ningbing watched with interest. Under the cliff he was sitting on, an intense battle of life and death was unfolding. The bold lightning wolf walked slowly, slowly getting closer. 2 goo masters blocked in front of it with a serious expression. Behind them, Xiongzhan was half squatting on the ground, his left hand grabbing his right wrist, his right hand in a claw shape, aiming at the bold lightning wolf. Plunder goo! Suddenly he shouted, the primeval essence in his body surging towards the plunder goo. A formless suction force burst out. Xiongzhan's right hand grabbed at empty air. He had the illusion that he was grabbing a goo worm. But this goo worm continued to struggle and wrestle with him. This force was huge. His center of gravity was already very low, but it still made him feel like he was being dragged forward. The success rate of the plunder goo is very low, but I have to succeed this time, otherwise it bodes ill. He gritted his teeth so hard that they emitted cracking sounds. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his face was filled with malevolence as he fought with all his might. Xiongzhan had no way out. If he did not succeed, he would die, under the stimulation of death. He desperately poured primeval essence into the plunder goo. With the injection of primeval essence, the plunder goo residing in his right palm burst out with an even stronger suction force. The bold lightning wolf felt something was wrong and howled. suddenly launching a frenzied attack. The two Gu masters resisted with difficulty. Just as Xiongzhan was about to succeed, his expression suddenly changed. Damn it, I don't have enough primeval essence. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression extremely withered. Once the plunder failed, there would be a backlash. This was a flaw of the plunder Gu. Hell! Without the plunder Gu's restraint, the bold lightning wolf opened its mouth, howling loudly. The symbiotic Gu worm released its strength, causing lightning to flash between its teeth. Blue electric currents gathered together and shot out fiercely. The lightning passed between the two Gu masters, directly hitting the half-squatting Xiongzhan. Xiongzhan did not even have time to howl. He was turned into a piece of charred meat by the lightning, dying instantly. Run! The remaining two Gu masters no longer had any will to fight, fleeing in two different directions. The bold lightning wolf caught up to a person and pounced on him, crushing his throat. Finally, only the Bai clan Gu master was left. He was blocked by the bold lightning wolf and could only retreat step by step to the edge of the cliff. Ah, I'm going to die. With his back against the cliff, he raised his head and howled in despair. He vented the fear in his heart, but his voice suddenly stopped. He saw Bai Ningbing on the mountain wall above his head. Lord Bai Ningbing, Lord Bai Ningbing, is it really you? After being stunned for a moment, he suddenly shouted and cried tears of joy. Oh, I've been discovered. Bai Ningbing chuckled and slowly raised her right hand. He pointed his right index finger downwards, and an icicle appeared and shot downwards. The icicle shot towards the Gu master, who was crying for help. Through his skull, from the top of his head to his jaw. Oh! His face was still filled with the ecstasy of surviving a disaster. Then he fell to the ground with a plop. This gave the bold lightning wolf a fright. It looked at Bai Ningbing above, the corner of its mouth splitting open, revealing its teeth that were covered in lightning. Ignorant beast. Bai Ningbing looked at it indifferently. With a light leap, he jumped down from the 5-meter-tall mountain wall. In the air, he clasped his palms together, and frost energy spread in all directions. Then his palms separated to the left and right, and an ice blade formed. This ice blade was 7 meters long, like a Japanese katana from Earth, its whole body covered in transparent ice. The hilt was held by Ningbing's pale hand. The bold lightning wolf's lightning shot up from below. Bai Ningbing sneered, and 2 puffs of pure white water vapor came out of his nose. With a whoosh, the water vapor circled around his body and formed a water ball shield. The water ball continued to revolve on its own, and the bold lightning wolf's lightning struck this water ball barrier, causing it to dissipate. The water ball broke, revealing the white-clothed young man. Die. The young man's black eyes suddenly turned pure blue, like 2 blue crystals, showing ruthlessness and indifference. Blade light flashed. Bai Ningbing lightly landed on the ground, a drop of blood dripping from the translucent white ice blade in his hand. The bold lightning wolf was like a statue, standing still. After a breath's time, blood spurted out of its neck, and its huge wolf head fell to the ground, rolling a few times. As for its body, it fell down. The electric current goo that was residing in its body shot out like lightning towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing lightly flicked his wrist, and a blade light flashed in the air. Under his blade, the lightning current goo exploded into a field of eerie blue electric currents and perished. Bai Ningbing slowly walked towards Xiongzhan's corpse. The other goo worms are all ordinary goods, but this plunder goo is interesting. He found the plunder goo from Xiongzhan's corpse and kept it in his pocket. Although the 3 clans' agreement stipulated that after a Gu master dies, even if the successor obtains the Gu worm of the deceased Gu master, they must hand it over. But Bai Ningbing did not care about this rule, even if it was exposed, so what? He was the symbol of Bai clan's rise, and would definitely receive the clan's protection. Bai Ningbing was very sure of this. It's just that this wolf tide is really boring. He caressed the ice blade with his hand, feeling the bone-chilling coldness of the ice blade. Thinking about it, fighting with people is more interesting. He yawned and suddenly smiled. I wonder how Qing Shu, Xiong Li, and the others have grown? After being in closed-door cultivation for so long, maybe they can give me some surprises, who knows? Days later, in the crowded plaza, Fang Yuan looked up at a huge banner. On the banner, there were words written using the Yu word gu. The content was all the resources provided by the 3 clans. These resources included a wide range of resources, such as food to feed gu worms, rice for humans, salt, oil, and other daily necessities, as well as gu worms and yuan stone. But behind these resources, there was a number signifying that they needed corresponding battle merits to exchange for them. A wolf eye could be exchanged for 10 battle merits. 5 battle merits was equivalent to a gene of rice. Using 25 battle merits, a gu master could obtain a piece of yuan stone. No doubt, the arrival of the wolf tide brought opportunities that were not available during peacetime. The Battle Merit Board and this Resource Board had stimulated countless gu masters, willing to shed blood and fight day and night against the lightning wolves. Especially recently, with the outbreak of the wolf tide, the 3 clans took out their assets, stimulating the gu masters' enthusiasm and raising their battle strength, helping the village tide over this crisis. As a result, there were many rare items on the resource list. Like now, Fang Yuan noticed this gu worm. 3-step fragrant grass gu. He mumbled, staring at the huge banner's content. 3-step fragrant grass gu was a gu worm that Fang Yuan needed, because it could assist in movement and increase Fang Yuan's running speed. Honestly speaking, these few days on the resource board, there were many gu worms that appeared, but only this 2-step fragrant grass gu suited Fang Yuan the most. But this grass gu was not easy to get. Not only was it the only one on the resource board, it also required a lot of battle merits to exchange. If I use my true abilities, I can naturally accumulate enough battle merits to exchange for this 3-step fragrant grass gu. But if I do that, I will definitely arouse suspicion. That would not be nice. Fang Yuan thought silently. There is another way, and that is to mass-produce vitality leaves. I can sell these rank 1 gu worms to the clan and exchange them for battle merits. But this method is slow, and after accumulating enough battle merits, the 3-step fragrant grass gu might be exchanged for by someone else. Fang Yuan shook his head inwardly. This method had its drawbacks and naturally could not be used. Then what should he do? He looked at the resource board and the battle merit board, falling into deep thought. Towards things like battle merits, he had a clearer and deeper understanding than anyone else. Battle merits were a type of emergency currency. During peacetime, the market used yuan stone. Yuan stone was a hard currency, and because it had a high commodity value, it would never depreciate. But during the wolf tide, the demand for yuan stone would explode, and it could no longer be used as a currency. Thus, an emergency currency was needed to temporarily replace it. Thus, battle merits were born. With this auxiliary currency like battle merits, we can temporarily stop the economy from collapsing. Just like on Earth, when there is a war, the government will issue large amounts of paper money. Of course, if there is too much paper money, it will cause inflation. Battle merits are the same. The longer it goes, the more it depreciates. But during the village's life and death situation without battle merits, just using yuan stone is even more unreliable. I can only choose the lesser of 2 evils. Thus, after the wolf tide, there will always be signs of economic depression. Sigh, such a crude economic system is not worth mentioning. If I had rank 3 cultivation, I would be able to easily play around. Unfortunately, my strength is insufficient, and I cannot bear the risk. If I force it, I will be playing with fire. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. The crucial point was that his cultivation was not high and his strength was not strong. Without strength, just having intelligence was useless. Thus, in Rinzu's story, Rinzu chose to trade with strength Gu, and in exchange for strength, he gave up on intelligence. That is because strength is the foundation. As Fang Yuan was thinking, he heard people discussing beside him. Did you know? Bai Ningbing made a move again. What? Which Gu master is unlucky this time? It's Xiong Clan's Xiongli, the dejected one. Sai, what is this Bai Ningbing doing? Last time he injured Qishan, and now he is dealing with Xiongli. Under the wolf tide, he is still so reckless. He has always been doing things his own way. He is already a rank 3 Gu master, but he still went to find trouble with a rank 2 Gu master. To show fairness, he even used a Gu worm to suppress his strength to rank 2 realm. So boring, it is hard to understand. Bai Ningbing, he's just a dead man. But this reminds me. Fang Yuan heard this, and his heart moved. He thought of a way to quickly obtain large amounts of battle merits. Gu Venerable 132 Gu Venerables, full text-free reading section 132. 3 steps of fragrant grass updated. Chapter 135. Quickly running. The trees in front of him seemed to be crashing towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan dodged agilely, running as fast as he could. His right ear whiskers fluttered in the wind. Behind him was a bold lightning wolf that he had purposely provoked, as well as a few hundred strong normal lightning wolves. The lightning wolves were much faster than him, especially the bold lightning wolf. Its strong body moved like lightning in the complicated terrain, its speed extremely fast. Seeing that it was about to catch up to Fang Yuan, suddenly, Fang Yuan's body shimmered and he disappeared. The bold lightning wolf could only slow down, looking around suspiciously. Fang Yuan ran far away again, revealing himself again. The bold lightning wolf's sharp gaze immediately found him. It growled angrily, pouncing towards Fang Yuan again. As for the normal lightning wolves, they followed closely behind. Fang Yuan laughed coldly to himself, running again. After a few tries, he finally reached his destination. This time he completely concealed himself. The chasing wolf pack hesitated at the place where Fang Yuan disappeared. Soon after, the bold lightning wolf found a new target. In a valley not far away, 5 Gu masters were fighting with a wolf pack. How? The bold lightning wolf had limited intelligence, immediately forgetting about Fang Yuan. It raised its head and howled, and the lightning wolves behind it joined the battle in the valley like a tide. How can this be? The Gu masters who were fighting saw this scene, their faces turning ashen. I'm not talking about every wolf pack. Do they all have their own areas of activity? We painstakingly killed a bold lightning wolf. Who would have thought another one would come? This time it bodes ill rather than well. Hurry up and send the signal for help. With the addition of this new wolf group, the pressure on the Gu masters rose sharply, each of their tone revealing a panicked emotion. The investigative Gu master among them quickly waved his hand and shot out a Gu worm. This Gu worm was shaped like a small golden ball, but it had a pair of colorful wings. It flapped its wings and flew into the air, suddenly exploding, turning into a colorful flame. It could be seen from 100 miles away. This is the signal Gu, a rank 1 consumable Gu, often used to send out signals. We have already sent the signal. Everyone, hold on and wait for reinforcements. The group leader of this Gu master group shouted at the right time, raising the morale slightly and stabilizing the morale of the troops. It's useless. Fang Yuan appeared high up on the mountain wall. Looking down from above, he sneered in his heart. He had already investigated the situation of this Gu master group. The team closest to him was a small team. He was also surrounded by the wolf pack. That wolf pack was naturally led there by Fang Yuan on purpose. He wanted to tie up their hands and feet. Killing lightning wolves, one eyeball is only worth 10 battle merits. But to retrieve the goo worms from the battlefield and hand them over to the clan's higher-ups, it was worth at least 1,000 battle merits. If I do this 2 or 3 times, I will have enough battle merits to exchange for the 3-step fragrant grass goo. Fang Yuan thought to himself. Under his plan, the outcome of this goo master group had already been decided. Next, I will wait for them to be exterminated. Then I will lure away the lightning wolf pack and come back here to collect the goo worms. Fang Yuan walked to the big tree beside the mountain wall. He sat down leisurely. No one was willing to die, so these goo masters were resisting with all their might. Fang Yuan did not take the risk to lure the 1,000 Beast King Frenzy Lightning Wolf, but chose the bold Lightning Wolf instead. This gave them time to struggle to their heart's content. Especially when among these goo masters, there was one who had been defeated by Fang Yuan. It was Guyue Manshur. He had the monolith goo and had a strong defense, blocking the attacks of many lightning wolves by himself. However, this was also the reason why Fang Yuan chose this group. The more precious the goo worm, the more battle merits one could obtain after collecting it. After collecting the monolith goo, Fang Yuan could obtain 3,900 battle merits, raising his position on the battle merit board by over 20 places. Of course, the goo worms of Qi Shan, Mo Yen, and Qing Shu were more precious than the monolith goo. But the Qi Shan group had Guyue Teng, who had the snake communication goo and could use heat to scout. Fang Yuan's invisibility was useless against the snake communication goo. As for Mo Yen, she was a stronger investigative goo master than Qi Shi, with more varied methods. She had completed the clan's mission to observe the wolves nest many times. The Qing Shu group did not have a strong investigative goo master, but because of Guyue Fangjing's existence, the clan would definitely have an elder secretly following and protecting them. If Fang Yuan wanted to lure them there, he would be seeking his own death. As for the other 2 village goo masters, Fang Yuan was not too familiar with them. Framing someone was not an easy job. After choosing left and right, he finally chose a few groups. After following them for a long time, he finally found this suitable opportunity. Bai Ningbing was sleeping when the sounds of battle entered his ears. He opened his eyes slightly, and a cold light shone from his eyes. It's this boring scene again. He was sleeping at the edge of the cliff, and slightly turned his body to look at the scene in the valley. Just as he was about to close his eyes and sleep again, he suddenly saw a figure. His eyes flashed with a surprised light. He saw Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was leaning against a tree, eating a wild fruit that he had picked. He was coldly looking at the battle below, indifferent. Bai Ningbing's interest was immediately piqued. He had never met a person like Fang Yuan. Since young, the people around him were all loyal to the clan and intoxicated with emotions. But from Fang Yuan, he felt a familiar sense of loneliness and coldness. Who is he? Bai Ningbing's heart was filled with suspicion and curiosity. The wild fruit was obtained by Fang Yuan himself. With his experience, he could naturally tell if it was poisonous or not. The wild fruit was juicy, sour, and sweet. Fang Yuan was eating when his right ear twitched. He heard movement, and it was right beside him. Bai Ningbing was sleeping on a higher level of the cliff, and there was no movement because the flesh-hearing ear grass could not sense him. Now he moved his feet. He was immediately discovered by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with electricity, and he turned his body to look. He saw a white-haired, white-clothed young man using an ice blade to stab into the cliff, sliding down and landing not far from him. Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan's eyelids drooped, and he immediately recognized this person. Qing Mao Mountain's #1 genius, the symbol of Bai Village's rise. During rank 2, he killed a rank 3 clan elder, and now he has rank 3 cultivation at such a young age. He is the key person who changed Qing Mao Mountain's situation by himself. If it was any other Gu master, facing Bai Ningbing alone, their expression would definitely change, either nervous or fearful. But Fang Yuan's gaze only glanced at him for a moment before looking back at the valley. His expression was still calm, as if he was indifferent. It was all because Fang Yuan knew Bai Ningbing's background and secrets. He knew it clearly. Oh! Bai Ningbing walked over. He stared at Fang Yuan in a daze, his mouth slightly opened and his voice dragged. He stared at Fang Yuan curiously, as if he was looking at something he had never seen before. He walked closer, and the more he looked at Fang Yuan, the brighter his eyes became, and the more interested he felt. This person's body. Why is there a familiar smell? It feels like I've seen him before. It feels like a long time ago. This is the feeling of a friend. Bai Ningbing's heart was stirred. Friend. He had always disdained and despised this word. Even despised it. He had never thought he would have friends. Those mortals around him could only look up to him. How could they have the qualifications to be his friend? Bai Ningbing had always thought he would never have a friend in his life. But now, he suddenly had this feeling. This feeling was extremely mysterious, but he was sure it was this feeling. Because when he looked at Fang Yuan, it felt like he was looking at himself. Bai Ningbing's distance was a little too close. Fang Yuan turned his eerie black eyes and stared at him indifferently. Out of nowhere, Bai Ningbing understood the meaning of Fang Yuan's gaze. This was a gaze that warned him. He quickly stopped his footsteps and stared blankly at Fang Yuan rudely, saying at the same time, "Hey, you really are an interesting person." If a Bai clan Gu master who was familiar with him was here, they would definitely go crazy after hearing this. Since young, Bai Ningbing had never said such words of praise to someone. Fang Yuan ignored him, munching on a wild fruit as he watched the intense battle in the valley. Bai Ningbing walked around Fang Yuan, carefully observing him. It was like he was looking at the world's most novel food. He looked at Fang Yuan from all angles, and suddenly squatted down, looking at Fang Yuan from below. He was untainted by even a speck of dust, his crystal-like white hair hanging on the ground. He did not care. His white robe dragged on the ground, but he did not care either. At this moment, he was like an innocent child looking at his playmate, curiously looking at Fang Yuan's expression. He wanted to speak a few times, but could not. Bai Ningbing felt that he had many things to say to Fang Yuan, but when the words came to his mouth, he felt that there was no need to say them, because he felt that Fang Yuan would understand. After a moment of silence, he opened his mouth doubtfully. "The battle in the valley is not interesting at all. What is there to see?" But halfway through his words, his eyebrows rose up, showing an expression of understanding. "I understand. You were the one who lured these wolves here, and you want to kill these Gu masters. But why didn't you do it yourself? Oh, you are afraid of leaving behind evidence. You are too cautious. From your aura, I can tell that you are already a rank 2. If I were you, I would kill them if I wanted to. I would have done it long ago." Suddenly, he laughed, like a child who had found the most fun toy in the world. His eyebrows danced in joy. "You are really an interesting person, and the things you do are also interesting." He, I am starting to like you." Fang Yuan retracted his gaze, turning his gaze towards Bai Ningbing again. He understood this person, because this person was also a natural-born demon. What is a demon? Abandoning the secular world, ignoring all living beings, surrounded by loneliness, disdaining emotions. This person was like a reflection of Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan was more profound, while he, Bai Ningbing, was purer. Simply put, they were the same kind of person. In his previous life's memories, after the 3 clans survived the wolf tide, it was this man who exterminated the 3 clans, causing the lively Qing Mao Mountain to turn into an icy hell. Bai Ningbing, Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart, slowly saying, "You must be very lonely." Bai Ningbing's eye sockets bulged, squatting on the ground, nodding his head and sighing in agreement. Yes, these days are super boring. Some time ago, I killed a Shion clan Gu master. It was quite interesting. So I took this Gu worm, take a look. He was like a cute child, taking out the plunder Gu, as if showing his new toy to his companion. Fang Yuan glanced at the plunder Gu in his hand, laughing. So, you want to kill me? Bai Ningbing's eyes turned from black pupils to blue crystals. He jumped up and stood up straight. Ha ha ha. He raised his head and laughed, then said to Fang Yuan with an excited expression, You know. That's right. I want to kill you. Come and kill me. A battle of life and death is the most interesting thing. And to meet such an interesting person like you, I swear I have never done such an interesting thing. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, suddenly opening his arms and sighing, I feel that my life has never been so exciting. Thank you. Thank you. Although I don't know your name. Thank you for letting me kill you. Hee hee hee. Chapter 136. Don't worry, you are only rank 2. I won't take advantage of you. I will also suppress my cultivation to rank 2. Come, let's have a fair fight. Bai Ningbing laughed maniacally as he shouted. Facing the crazed Bai Ningbing, Fang Yuan's expression was calm. He stared at Bai Ningbing, his tone indifferent. If you want to kill me, then come. Saying so, Fang Yuan took a small step forward, his body like a willow leaf falling from a high place. Bai Ningbing's laughter stopped abruptly, his embarrassment turning into anger. Don't you run! He immediately ran, chasing after Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed coldly without making a sound, running straight towards the valley. The two charged into the valley, one in front and one behind. The wolf pack raged, attacking Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing one after another. Of the Gu masters who were forced into the valley, one had already died. The remaining 4 saw the wolf pack's movements, and their faces immediately showed joy. One of them even shouted, Brothers, hold on, someone is coming to support us. Why are there only 2? They saw Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's blurry figures. It's him. As they got closer, Guo Mansher's expression changed. He recognized Fang Yuan. It was this man who defeated him in front of everyone. That pair of eyes evoked the nightmare in the deepest part of his heart. He would never forget Fang Yuan. He once swore that he would work hard and get back at him. But now, Fang Yuan personally came to save him. This added a complicated feeling to Guo Mansher's heart. Wait a minute, the second person is... They quickly recognized Bai Ningbing, each of them showing a shocked expression. Bai Ningbing! Bai Ningbing! Guo Mansher's eyes opened wide. He did not expect to see Bai Ningbing again under such circumstances. Bastard, stop right there. Bai Ningbing's shout came from behind. Fang Yuan turned a deaf ear, weaving through the wolf pack. His entire body was glowing with a white jade light, resisting the biting and scratching of the lightning wolves. But because of this, the primeval essence in his aperture was decreasing rapidly. Not far behind him, Bai Ningbing also breathed out water vapor from her nostrils, forming a spherical water shield that covered her entire body. Countless lightning wolves crashed into the water shield. The force of impact was neutralized by the flowing water above them. Then they took advantage of the momentum and were flung out. Logically speaking, Bai Ningbing's cultivation was rank 3, but her performance was mediocre. According to his words, it seemed that he had really taken the initiative to suppress his cultivation and only used the power of a second-stage professional to deal with Fang Yuan. With the strength of a second-stage professional, Bai Ningbing's speed was slightly faster than Fang Yuan's, and she had a lot more quintessential essence. However, as he trudged through the wolf pack, he was getting further and further away from Fang Yuan. The key reason was the difference in strength between the two sides. Fang Yuan had the strength of 2 boars, while Bai Ningbing was slightly weaker. Fang Yuan was able to withstand the charge of the pack of wolves and kept moving forward. Bai Ningbing's water vapor shield, although it could neutralize a portion of the impact, It could not be like Fang Yuan, who could directly charge out and create a path. Howl! The bold lightning wolf's attention was also attracted by Fang Yuan and by Ningbing. It howled, and the ordinary lightning wolves around it parted like the tide, creating a path. The bold lightning wolf moved its 4 limbs, charging straight towards Fang Yuan. Seeing the scene, the 4 trapped Gu masters could not help but show expressions of worry. As for Bai Ningbing, who was behind Fang Yuan, he saw this scene and immediately laughed loudly. But the next moment, Bai Ningbing saw Fang Yuan's figure ripple like water, and then disappeared from his vision. His laughter stopped abruptly. The Gu masters at the bottom of the valley were also in an uproar. The bold lightning wolf had lost track of Fang Yuan. With an angry roar, it did not stop and charged towards Bai Ningbing. A smile appeared on Bai Ningbing's face again. Interesting, you are really interesting. Ha ha ha. Then let's treat this as an appetizer before the main course. Saying so, his eyes suddenly turned from black to blue, like the blue sky. He stood on one leg, extending his ice blade horizontally and starting to spin. The slender ice blade drew out rays of sword light. The light rays slashed in the air, forming a magnificent scene like a tornado. The snow-white blade formed an ice storm, wreaking havoc in the wolf pack. Countless lightning wolves crashed into the storm and were cut into pieces of minced meat. But not much blood splattered, as the blood had already been frozen by the icy cold air. The bold lightning wolf howled, its ferocity aroused. The goo worm residing on its body also started to show its might, causing its whole body to be covered in golden electric currents. Its fur stood up, and the golden electric currents were like chains, wrapping around its body and limbs, forming a crude chain armor. Its 4 claws moved, and like a golden meteor, it fiercely charged into the ice blade storm. Bam! With a thunderous explosion, the ice blade storm suddenly stopped. A broken section of the ice blade flew into the air, and with a chi sound, it stabbed into a mountain rock. The white frost spread everywhere. The bold lightning wolf fell to the ground, its heart pierced by the ice blade. Such a fatal attack had already caused it to die. Bai Ningbing laughed and slowly retracted the ice blade in his hand. The ice blade had already broken in half, and the remaining blade was full of cracks and nicks. But he did not care, and only stretched out his left hand and lightly touched it. An icy cold air emitted from his left hand, starting from the handle and gently stroking upwards. Everywhere it passed, the ice blade was renewed, its sharpness restored. At the same time, a new blade formed on the broken section. The bold lightning wolf was dead, and the wolf pack dispersed. But Fang Yuan was still nowhere to be seen. We will definitely remember Lord Bai's life-saving grace. A few Gu masters took the initiative to greet Bai Ningbing. Only Guyue Man sure stayed on the spot, his expression fluctuating. Back then, he was defeated by Bai Ningbing and was extremely unwilling to accept it, and was released by the latter, now that he had refined the monolith Gu and met Bai Ningbing again. But right now, he no longer had the confidence to challenge the latter. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly and suddenly shook his arm. The ice blade drew a few shining blade lights in the air. This ugh! The 3 Gu masters were caught off guard, not expecting Bai Ningbing to actually kill them. They had an expression of disbelief as they fell to the ground, unable to get up again. Bai Ningbing, what are you doing? Guyue Man sure roared in anger and shock. Killing people, what kind of brain do you have? Can't you see it's so obvious? Bai Ningbing shrugged and laughed coldly. Damn bastard. Guyue Man sure clenched his fists, showing his anger. He gritted his teeth and scolded. Our 3 clans have already formed an alliance, and you dare to kill our Guyue clan. This is a violation of the alliance. Whatever you want, come at me, I will accept it. Forget it. It's time to settle the grudge from back then. Saying so, Guyue Man sure screamed and took a few big steps, charging towards Bai Ningbing. He activated the monolith Gu with all his strength, and all the muscles on his body bulged, forming a thick rock skin. His entire appearance had completely turned into a stone man, courting death. Bai Ningbing laughed coldly, raising his hand and slashing down. The sharp ice blade slashed down from above. First, it slashed at Gyuwa Manshur's head, then between his eyebrows, nose bridge, lips, throat, chest, all the way down. Rock fragments flew, and when the ice blade reached his abdomen, it broke again. But the icy cold air had already frozen all the life in Gyuwa Manshur's body. Plop! He fell to the ground as dead as he could be. The rock skin on his body slowly disappeared, revealing his original appearance. I think I've seen it somewhere before. Bai Ningbing shook his wrist that was in pain. He had almost forgotten about letting Manshur go. He shook his head slightly and turned around. Facing the empty valley, he shouted, "You can come out. You want to kill these Gu masters. I'll do it for you. Come, come, come. Let's have a life and death battle." Bai Ningbing had just finished speaking when Fang Yuan's figure appeared, not far away. The white-haired young man's gaze turned heated, and he raised the ice blade in his hand, charging towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered silently, turning around and leaving. Bai Ningbing scolded, chasing relentlessly. During the chase, Fang Yuan led Bai Ningbing to the nearest battlefield. Xiong Li's group was fighting with a bold lightning wolf pack. This wolf pack was, of course, attracted by Fang Yuan. Everyone put in more effort. This wolf pack can't hold on any longer. The southeast direction sent out the signal Gu. It has already been some time. They need our help. Xiong Li was trying to boost the morale, but he stopped halfway through his speech. He saw Fang Yuan, as well as Bai Ningbing behind him. Ever since Fang Yuan admitted defeat, Xiong Li no longer put Fang Yuan in his heart. Thus, his gaze quickly moved past Fang Yuan and towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing! Xiong Li's eyes were filled with rage. Once he saw the white-haired young man in white clothes, his heart was filled with rage. Not long ago, Bai Ningbing suddenly appeared in front of him, and without saying a word he attacked, especially when he purposely suppressed his cultivation to rank 2. Xiong Li was caught off guard and lost the battle. His personal bravery and the clan's glory were all trampled by Bai Ningbing. To him, this was a huge humiliation. How could he not be angry? Wait, Bai Ningbing seems to be chasing after Fang Yuan, Xiong Lin suddenly said. He was short, with a round bald head that seemed to shine. Xiong Lin was the same age as Fang Yuan, had great aptitude, and was the Xiong clan's #1 genius newcomer. He was also a rank 2 now, and after many experiences he had already grown. Xiong Li suppressed his urge to attack. Fang Yuan was only a member of Gyuwa clan, and not their Xiong clan. Although there was a 3-clan alliance, there was still a difference in intimacy. Since it was a fight between outsiders, it would be best if they did not implicate themselves. Xiong Li's group was prepared to watch from the side. But how could Fang Yuan not expect this? His one sentence completely changed their stance. Fang Yuan quickly approached Xiong Li's group, shouting in a panicked tone, "I saw the plunder go on him. Protect me! Bai Ningbing wants to silence me!" Chapter 137. What? Xiong Lin lost his voice. Plunder Gu? Only one person on Qing Mao Mountain has this Gu worm, and that is my cousin Xiong Zhan. Xiong Zhang's expression darkened. Xiong Li squeezed his eyes tightly, his eyes flashing fiercely. Others were afraid of Bai Ningbing, so was he. But fear did not mean weakness or fear. In his heart he had already prepared to sacrifice himself for the clan and fight to the death with Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing, is the plunder Gu in your hands or not? He took a big step forward, allowing Fang Yuan to pass by him and face Bai Ningbing directly. Bai Ningbing laughed coldly. So what if it is? Xiong Zhang's expression was gloomy as he questioned, "Speak. How on earth did my cousin die? Why is his goo worm in your hands? Xiong Lin also said, By Ningbing, I respect you as a senior. But you secretly took our Xiong clan's goo worm and did not hand it over. You are openly violating the alliance agreement. Saying so, he waved his hand and a signal goo appeared. With a bang, colorful fireworks burst out in the air. The colorful light from the fireworks shone on by Ningbing's face as he laughed loudly. What bullshit alliance agreement? I have never cared about it. I only saw someone using the plunder goo and found the process interesting, so I collected it. Xiong Jiang heard this and could no longer hold back the anger in his heart. Roaring in a low voice, he charged towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing, you watched as my cousin died in battle but didn't do anything. You bastard! The 5 people in the group were all one, be it for public or private reasons. Xiongli group was at odds with Bai Ningbing. Battle was unavoidable and the scene was chaotic. On one hand, Bai Ningbing was under the joint attack of the 5 people in Xiongli group. On the other hand, they were surrounded by the wolf pack and still had to face the lightning wolf's bites. Fang Yuan left the battlefield and stood at a distance, watching calmly. The wolf pack moved like a huge millstone. The 6 goo masters fought without any regard for themselves, and if they were slightly careless, they would end up in the wolf's mouth. Xiongjian activated the roaming zombie goo, and his eyes turned green. Xiong Li's eyes were red, while Bai Ningbing's eyes were blue like crystals. The battle between the 3 of them became the most intense part of the entire battlefield. Under the roaming zombie goo's power, Xiongjiang turned into a zombie, and her defense against water and ice rose sharply, barely blocking Bai Ningbing's attacks. Meanwhile, Xiong Li activated the Grand Bear Goo, and with the strength of 2 bears, his bull-sized fists were extremely ferocious. With just 2 or 3 punches, even Bai Ningbing's water barrier would be destroyed. As for the other 3 Xiong clan Goo masters, they could not interfere in this battle and could only do their best to deal with the lightning wolves. The bold lightning wolf attracted by Fang Yuan could have been easily taken down, but now it had become a huge threat. Bai Ningbing, you will pay for what you have done. Xiongjiang roared and charged towards Bai Ningbing. Humph, you. Bai Ningbing laughed coldly as she nimbly leaped backwards to increase the distance between them. At the same time, she swung her left hand and threw out 5 finger-sized icicles. The icicle hit Xiongjiang's body, but Xiongjiang didn't feel any pain. When he turned into a zombie, even if his arms and legs were broken, he would not feel any pain. The icicle's cold air could freeze a normal person and slow their movements, but he felt a wave of cold comfort. Zombies were in physiques and couldn't resist fire, lightning, or the sun, but they had enough resistance to this cold air. Bai Ningbing, you still want to toy with us in such a situation? Show me your true strength. Xiong Li shouted angrily. Since the start of the battle, Bai Ningbing had been suppressing his cultivation and only showed the strength of a rank 2 Goo master. At the same time, the goo worms she used were mostly rank 2. This made Xiong Li feel like he was being looked down upon, and the resulting humiliation made his anger burn even more fiercely. Hee, you small fries, how can you have the qualifications to make me use my full strength? Bai Ningbing laughed coldly, and her attacks became fiercer, but she still suppressed her strength and didn't use a single rank 3 goo worm. Fang Yuan, who was watching from afar with his arms crossed, had a clear understanding in his heart. It's not that he doesn't want to use it, but he can't. Bai Ningbing, he has the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. According to this world's oldest legends, all humans were the descendants of Renzu. But as the saying goes, the dragon has 9 sons, and each one is different. No 2 people are the same, and even twins have differences. In this world, the difference that people pay attention to the most is aptitude. A person with cultivation aptitude, when they become a Goo master, can rise above others. Those without cultivation aptitude are mortals, living at the lowest level of society, trampled and toyed with. Cultivation aptitude is divided into 4 grades: A grade, B grade, C grade, and D grade. This was already known to the world. But in fact, above a grade, there are even more outstanding aptitudes. As for this news, it was a secret. Clans would never publicize it, and only those with a certain status in society would know of it. Xiong Li and the rest naturally wouldn't know, and even the clan elders and clan leaders might not know. But Fang Yuan was a rank 6 Gu immortal in his previous life and had already broken away from his mortal body, so he naturally knew of this. There are 10 types of aptitudes above a grade, and they are called the 10 extreme physiques. Before the human ancestor completely died, he had 10 children. His eldest son is Verdant Great Sun, and his second daughter is Gyue Desolate in among them. There is one called Northern Dark Eye Soul. Rin Zhu's legend is both true and false, and it reveals many secrets of a Gu master's cultivation. Rin Zhu's 10 children represent 10 different types of aptitudes. Fang Yuan recalled, any one of the 10 extreme physiques surpasses a grade aptitudes. The most outstanding A grade aptitudes can store 99% primeval essence in their aperture. But any one of the 10 extreme physiques can store 100% primeval essence in their aperture. But all things are in balance, and the 10 extreme physiques with 100% primeval essence are too perfect, and heaven and earth do not allow their existence. In Ren Zhu's story, none of his 10 children had a long life. In reality, Gu masters with the 10 extreme aptitudes all die young, and it is very difficult for them to grow. Of course, if they truly grow to rank 6, they will be able to dominate those of the same rank, and even achieve the miracle of surpassing ranks when they are rank 6. Bai Ningbing with the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique is like this. 100% primeval essence causes his aperture to be unable to bear the burden, and is in danger of collapsing at any time. To reduce this danger, Bai Ningbing has to cultivate and use primeval essence to nourish his aperture walls, so that it can bear 100% primeval essence. Thus, his cultivation speed is outstanding and extremely shocking. However, the higher the cultivation, the higher the quality of the primeval essence, and the greater the pressure on the aperture, which in turn causes the danger to increase. Bai Ningbing is like a lone boat floating on the sea. He has no fresh water and can only drink seawater to relieve his thirst. But seawater is salty and will absorb the original moisture in his body, causing him to become more and more thirsty. The more Bai Ningbing cultivates, the closer he is to self-destruction. But he can't not cultivate. The clan's expectations and the assassination attempts from Xiong village and Gyue village force him to become stronger and stronger. As someone with the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, he should understand his situation. Knowing that he does not have much time left, and that his death is certain, he developed such a character. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. This is no doubt a type of irony. Overly outstanding aptitude does not allow Gu masters to rise to the top, but instead becomes the main culprit for their demise. Going too far is as bad as not going far enough. Everyone needs to drink and eat, but if you eat and drink too much, you'll die from overeating. Looking at it from another perspective, no matter what world, there is no true perfection. There is no true perfect love, and there is no true perfect work. If it is too perfect, it will lead to destruction. In Fang Yuan's previous life, 3 years after the wolf tide, Bai Ningbing's cultivation unavoidably reached rank 4 realm. Finally, his aperture was unable to bear the burden of primeval essence and self-detonated. The 10 extreme physiques cannot be tolerated by heaven and earth, and the self-detonation of a heaven-defying object was like a swan song with extraordinary power. It directly killed everyone in the 3 villages and turned the whole Qingmao mountain into an absolute death ice domain. Fortunately, at that time, Fang Yuan, who had average cultivation, was bullied by Fang Zhang and could only join the caravan and escape by luck. To delay the arrival of death, Bai Ningbing used goo worms to dilute his rank 3 white silver primeval essence into rank 2 red steel primeval essence. At the same time, he rarely used rank 3 goo worms, because activating a rank 3 goo worm once expended a large amount of red steel primeval essence, resulting in a lack of stamina. Instead, it was better to use multiple rank 2 goo worms consecutively, which would be of greater help to Bai Ningbing in battle. This was the real reason why Bai Ningbing suppressed his cultivation. Otherwise, if he had the strength but still restrained himself and put himself in danger, that would be something only a retard would do. Bai Ningbing was intelligent and quick-witted, and was nurtured with great effort, receiving a good education. How could he do such a foolish thing? It was just that he was so young, and his character was indeed different from normal people. But for a person who was about to die, what was there to worry about when he did things? It was because of this unrestrained and unbridled nature that he was not assimilated by the organization system and developed a demonic heart. Otherwise, with this kind of living environment where everyone looked forward to him, nurtured him with great effort, surrounded by glory, surrounded by strong enemies, and with a bright future, he would have long been assimilated by the organization and developed the temperament of a leader. Bai Ningbing was actually a very pitiful child, and Fang Yuan had never thought of dealing with him. But since he wanted to kill Fang Yuan, then Fang Yuan would not mind making use of him first, and get rid of this troublemaker in advance. The battle in the field was still going on. In just a short while, the situation had already changed. The bold lightning wolf was exterminated by Bai Ningbing, and the wolf pack scattered and fled. The healing goo master in Xiong Li's group also fell under Bai Ningbing's blade, and he paid a heavy price for this. His right arm was punched by Xiong Li, and it seemed to be fractured, hanging down powerlessly in the following battle. But these did not hinder him from having the upper hand now. Xiong Li was a first-rate elite among rank 2 goo masters, and his strength was on par with Qing Shu and Qi Shan. Xiong Jiang was a newly emerged defensive expert, while Xiong Lin was a genius newcomer and now also had rank 2 battle strength. Adding in another goo master, the 4 of them were still suppressed by Bai Ningbing together. Bai Ningbing had already fought a battle earlier and expended a lot of red steel primeval essence. At the same time, he killed the bold lightning wolf and the healing goo master, and lost the ability to move his right arm. He could only abandon the ice blade in his right hand and use his left hand instead. This way, he could only temporarily put aside the method of using his left hand to activate the ice all. Thus, his offensive ability was reduced by almost half. Under such circumstances, he still had the upper hand, and his advantage was becoming more and more stable. It is, after all, the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. Although the primeval essence was diluted with goo worms and also sealed the true advantage of the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, the primeval essence recovery speed is still preserved. The longer the battle, the greater his advantage. Fang Yuan watched, sighing inwardly. With my current battle strength, it is not enough to defeat him. Fang Yuan admitted to this point. Fang Yuan only had C-grade talent and 44% primeval essence. Even the B-grade talents Xiong Li, Xiong Lin, and Xiong Jiang would be suppressed by Bai Ningbing if they fought together. It could be imagined that Fang Yuan's situation would be even more difficult than Xiong Li and the rest when facing Bai Ningbing alone. But not being able to defeat you does not mean I cannot kill you. Fang Yuan laughed coldly as he thought of this. This was the wisdom accumulated from 500 years of experience, even though they were somewhat similar shadows. But compared to him, this 100-year-old demon, Bai Ningbing was only a little demon that was prematurely matured by cruel fate. Chapter 138. Cold air spread everywhere, ice blades danced. Iron fists roared, fangs howled. The battle between Xiong Li's group and Bai Ningbing had reached its climax. The battle did not last long. But as Bai Ningbing's pressure increased, Xiong Li and the rest felt that time was long and unbearable. Xiong Zhang's expression was gloomy. Xiong Lin's head was covered in cold sweat, and Xiong Li's gaze was solemn. At this point, even Xiong Li had to suppress his anger and admit Bai Ningbing's strength. Even though Bai Ningbing suppressed his rank 3 cultivation and only used rank 2 goo worms to fight, the battle strength he displayed was not something they could contend with even if they worked together. In fact, Bai Ningbing had not used his full strength yet. This was not intentional, but he had to keep a hand to guard against Fang Yuan. To Xiong Li and the rest, their motive was simple. They only wanted to kill Bai Ningbing. But to Bai Ningbing, the situation was complicated. He had to fight with Xiong Li's group on one hand and defend against Fang Yuan's sneak attack on the other. He had personally seen Fang Yuan use the stealth scales goo. Thus he had to split his concentration to guard against Fang Yuan's attack. But up until now, Fang Yuan had not made a move. Did he leave already? Impossible. Although this is the first time we met, he is not someone who would easily give up. He will definitely make a move. He is just waiting for an opportunity. Bai Ningbing waved his ice blades, suppressing Xiong Li's counterattack as he thought rapidly. Not only did he have to fight with Xiong Li's group in terms of strength, he also had to fight with Fang Yuan's wits. Fang Yuan's delay in making a move gave him more and more pressure. An unsheathed sword was the most dangerous, because no one knew where the sword would stab. Although Fang Yuan did not make a move and watched the battle from afar, he had been pulling Bai Ningbing's concentration from start to finish. If not for this, Xiong Li's group would have lost long ago, and would not have lasted until now. This Bai Ningbing is quite quick-witted. First, he cleanly killed Bold Lightning Wolf, making me one less pawn to use. Then he risked his injuries to kill the healing Goo Master in Xiong Li's group. All of this was the wisest and correct choice. Although he's fighting fiercely with Xiong Li and the others, he's still guarding against me. In the shadow of the distant forest, Fang Yuan crossed his arms and watched from afar, his eyes flickering. It wasn't that he didn't want to make a move, but he hadn't found a suitable opportunity. But he was not anxious at all. The longer the battle dragged on, the more Bai Ningbing's combat strength would be consumed. The recovery speed of the 10 extreme physiques was much faster than the first grade physiques, but there would still be consumption. The longer Fang Yuan waited, the more primeval essence in Bai Ningbing's aperture would be consumed, and the more the scales of victory would tip towards Fang Yuan. If the primeval essence in Bai Ningbing's aperture was used up, so what if she had the northern dark ice soul physique? One crescent blade was enough to behead him. Fang Yuan knew this, and Bai Ningbing was also well aware of it. Although he had the upper hand, his heart was getting heavier and heavier. This can't go on. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes shone with a cold light, and he took a big step back, pulling a distance away from Xiong Li and the others. Then his Adam's apple rolled up, as if something had been regurgitated from his stomach into his mouth. His cheeks puffed up, and then he opened his mouth with difficulty. An ice-blue bird peeked its head out from between his white teeth. Its lively eyes looked around, and soon found someone's gaze. It came out of Bai Ningbing's mouth, and with a flap of its broad and strong wings, it flew towards Xiong Li. The blue ice bird was very cute, looking like a pigeon, but when Xiong Li and the others saw it, their faces turned pale. Rank 3 blue bird, ice coffin goo. Dodge! Xiong Li and the others hurriedly dodged, but this blue ice bird was different from the crescent blade. Once it was sent out, it would automatically lock onto the enemy. Bam! It crashed into the logistics Goo Master in Xiong Li's group and exploded. The surging cold air spread everywhere, and the dazzling blue light lit up the battlefield. In the next second, the blue light dissipated, revealing a translucent ice cube with a trace of blue. The Goo Master was sealed in the ice cube. His face still had the panic and fear from before his death, but he had already lost all signs of life. It was not that Bai Ningbing did not have a rank 3 goo worm, but once he used it, the rank 2 primeval essence in his aperture would be greatly consumed, and he would not be able to display the power of a rank 3 goo worm. This made it easier for the enemy to launch a large-scale attack in the following period of time. But Xiong Li and the others were already scared stiff by this blue bird ice-coughing goo. Bai Ningbing did not continue his attack, but turned around and tried to leave the battlefield. This was a wise move. If this continued, the situation would become more and more disadvantageous to him. Damn it. Bai Ningbing, don't run if you have the guts. Brother Xiong Xian was also killed by him. Kill him and take revenge for Brother Xiong Xian. Xiong Li and the others shouted angrily, but could not catch up. Originally, the 4 of them could barely form an encirclement, but now that they lost one person, the encirclement was broken by Bai Ningbing. Seeing that Bai Ningbing was about to leave the battlefield, at this moment, a moonblade flew out from the dense grass, and at the same time a figure pounced out. Clang! Bai Ningbing waved the weapon in his hand, dispersing the moonblade, but his abdomen was kicked by the person, and he staggered back 3 steps. Using this time, Xiong Li and the others rushed over again, surrounding Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing did not even look at Xiong Li and the others, but stared at the person, laughing coldly. You finally appeared. It's Fang Yuan. Xiong Lin's eyes brightened, feeling a glimmer of hope. Fang Yuan, you did well. Xiong Jiang was overjoyed, shouting loudly. Xiong Li was silent. He looked crude, but his thoughts were much more meticulous than normal people. Fang Yuan did not make a move earlier, but now he suddenly appeared. Was he watching the battle? This thought made him feel slightly uneasy. Fang Yuan had a smile on his face, as if victory was in his grasp, but his heart was slightly heavy. Bai Ningbing's action of retreating was to force him to appear. Fang Yuan was well aware of his plan, seeing through it at a glance, but so what? He had to appear. Fang Yuan naturally saw Xiong Li's expression, and he had expected it. Don't worry, everyone. He opened his mouth. I've already informed the clan. As long as we hold on for a while, reinforcements will arrive. Xiong Li immediately felt relieved. Xiong Lin and Xiong Zhang's fighting spirit increased greatly, while Bai Ningbing suddenly threw his head back and laughed loudly. Haha, so his name is Fang Yuan. What an interesting guy. I want to kill you more and more. I'm afraid you can't do it. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed coldly, and he took a step forward. Bai Ningbing, the heavens want you dead. You're dead this time. Xiong Jiang gritted his teeth and rammed into Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing, you're too arrogant. I'll make you pay the price today. Xiong Lin shouted angrily, circling to Bai Ningbing's back. Fang Yuan, step back a little and hold the line for us. Just stop Bai Ningbing from escaping. Xiong Li said. If Fang Yuan interfered, it would instead destroy their tacit cooperation. The battle began again. Fang Yuan's expression was cold, and he continued to attack, ignoring Xiong Li's words. Xiong Li and the other 2 were originally frowning. An outsider's attack would cause the battle formation to become chaotic, and there would be mistakes in cooperation. But Fang Yuan's every attack was sharp and ruthless, and he had an extremely accurate grasp of opportunities, which was a huge help to them. At first, Xiong Li still roared at him, but very quickly, Xiong Li himself closed his mouth. His originally tightly frowned brows raised slightly, showing his surprise towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not attack much, but he always hit the vital points of the battle. Once a master-level method was displayed, he immediately gained control of the battle situation. Xiong Li's group of 5 was at a disadvantage against Bai Ningbing, and even killed 2 of his members. But once Fang Yuan joined in, he cooperated with Xiong Li and the other 2, firmly suppressing Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing, go and die. Xiong Li let out a loud roar, leaped high into the air, and landed heavily. His 10 fingers intertwined, forming a fist, and fiercely smashed towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing wanted to dodge, but Fang Yuan appeared in time, and at the same time shot out a moonblade, blocking the direction in which he attempted to jump. Bai Ningbing had no choice but to take Xiong Li's heavy attack head-on. Water Shield Gu. He breathed out 2 streams of water vapor from his nostrils, immediately forming a water ball barrier around his body. With a boom, Xiong Li's heavy fist hit the barrier and immediately broke it. But because of this, his fist lost all momentum, allowing Bai Ningbing to survive this crisis. Even so, Xiong Li still glanced at Fang Yuan, his eyes showing deep admiration. If not for Fang Yuan's ingenious coordination, his attack would have been dodged by Bai Ningbing. He would not have forced Bai Ningbing to fight so recklessly, indirectly causing his primeval essence to be depleted. Water Shield Gu again. Fang Yuan did not care about Xiong Li's gaze, focusing on Bai Ningbing, his brows slightly furrowed. It was this water Shield Gu that repeatedly allowed Bai Ningbing to escape from danger. The defensive ability of the water Shield Gu was even better than the white jade Gu, but it also had a huge flaw, and that was that it had to be in a spherical shape and rely on the flowing water to continuously reduce the force and spread the damage. Only then would it be able to display its greatest defensive ability. If Bai Ningbing's back was against the mountain wall, he would not be able to form a spherical barrier, and his defensive ability would be greatly reduced. There were many forests on Qing Mao Mountain, but Bai Ningbing had always been careful and had never been forced into a corner. As long as I break this water Shield Gu, Bai Ningbing will be in a predicament. But what should I do? Just as Fang Yuan was thinking, Bai Ningbing suddenly opened his mouth, and another blue ice bird flew out from his mouth. Xiong Li and the rest were afraid of this attack, but Fang Yuan had no fear. He snorted coldly and shot out a moonblade. With a bang, the moonblade hit the ice bird, causing it to explode. Bai Ningbing gave a low growl. He was too close, and after the ice bird exploded, the shockwave hit him instead. The shockwave sent him flying, and he fell to the ground. At the same time, half of his left arm was frozen, and he lost his ability to fight. Perfect opportunity. Xiong Li saw this, and his eyes shone with a bright light. He shouted, "Go die!" His hands formed a fist and punched towards Bai Ningbing. This attack was extremely powerful, and Bai Ningbing fell to the ground, unable to display even half of the water Shield Gu's defensive ability. If he was hit in the head by this fist, he, Bai Ningbing, would die instantly and there would be no second outcome. Chapter 139. Seeing that Xiong Li's fist was about to hit Bai Ningbing, Xiong Lin and Xiong Jiang revealed joyful expressions. Only Fang Yuan stood far away, a deep light flashing in his eyes. With his understanding of Bai Ningbing, how could he make such a low-level mistake? Sure enough, at the next moment, Bai Ningbing suddenly burst out. The flesh on his right hand and forearm suddenly turned into a transparent light blue ice, and from the outside, his bones could be seen clearly. His fingers formed a palm blade, and like lightning, he directly pierced through Xiong Li's heart. Ah! Xiong Li's pouncing body was immediately stopped. His eyes widened, and he slowly lowered his head, looking at his chest in disbelief. How could this be? Lord Xiong Li. The sudden turn of events made Xiong Jiang and Xiong Lin unable to accept it. Do you really think that my right arm was really fractured by your punch? How naive! I have already used the rank 3 ice muscles Gu to cultivate this ice muscle, and its defense is outstanding. The reason why I kept pretending was only to give someone a surprise. Bai Ningbing slowly stood up, his eyes revealing a disdainful smile. At the end of his words, he glanced at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression was calm, and he also stared at him. Puff! Bai Ningbing. Xiong Li opened his mouth and spat out his last words with difficulty. Bai Ningbing's ice hand emitted cold air and directly froze his heart, cutting off his life force. Despicable and treacherous fellow, I'll fight you to the death. Xiong Lin personally witnessed Xiong Li's death, and under the immense pain and agony, he erupted like a volcano, charging towards Bai Ningbing without a care. Xiong Lin, calm down. Xiong Jiang acted in time, stopping Xiong Lin. Leader is already dead. We are no longer his match. Quickly leave. I'll hold up the rear. Xiong Jiang forcefully endured the pain and shouted, Brother Xiong Jiang. Xiong Lin stood blankly on the spot, his eyes red. Xiong Jiang waved his hand, throwing him behind him, and then took a step forward, blocking Bai Ningbing. Shadow Death Gu. The shadow under his feet suddenly came to life and strangely distorted, connecting to Bai Ningbing's shadow. I have Shadow Bond Gu. Once I am injured, Bai Ningbing will also be injured. He won't be able to kill me so easily. Xiong Lin, you're still young, and your talent is even better than team leader and I. Hurry up and leave. Xiong Jiang's eyes locked onto Bai Ningbing as he shouted, Big brother Xiong Jiang. Xiong Lin's eyes brimmed with tears. How could he not know the drawbacks of the Shadow Bond Gu? In the previous battle, Xiong Jiang had also used this Gu worm, but as long as Bai Ningbing had enough distance, the shadow would break. Xiong Jiang's words were just to comfort him. Moreover, right now, Xiong Jiang didn't have enough Xinyuan and had already consumed a lot of it. Even the roaming zombie, Gu, stopped activating. Xiong Lin's feet seemed to be rooted to the ground, unable to move an inch. He turned around and glared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, why haven't the reinforcements you mentioned arrived yet? Fang Yuan didn't answer. He just stared at Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing moved his right hand. After a while, his right hand returned to normal. He sneered in a mocking tone. Reinforcements? If they were here, they would have arrived long ago. These words are a lie. TSK, TSK, TSK. You two are more naive than the other. Do you really think a small trick like the shadow bond Gu can restrain me? He disdainfully looked at the shadow under his feet, not caring at all. Fang Yuan, is this true? Xiong Lin clenched his fists, his eyes spewing fire as he roared. Fang Yuan ignored him and looked at Bai Ningbing, his lips curling into a knowing smile. That move just now must have consumed a lot of your primeval essence, right? After fighting for so long, how much primeval essence is left in your aperture? The Gu worm that Xiong Li used for defense was only slightly weaker than Fang Yuan's white jade Gu, but it was directly penetrated by Bai Ningbing. Such an attack was clearly not something a rank 2 Gu worm could possess. According to the scene just now, Fang Yuan guessed that Bai Ningbing should have used the rank 3 Frost Demon Gu. This Gu was very powerful and was famous among the rank 3 Gu worms. But if it was used excessively, it would harm the user. Joint problems were only a minor symptom, but in serious cases, the body's muscles would be frozen. Thus it needed to be used together with other Gu worms. Bai Ningbing had said earlier that his skin had already become ice muscles and could resist frost and cold. Using this frost demon, Gu could be said to complement each other. But Bai Ningbing had used rank 2 primeval essence to forcefully activate a rank 3 Gu worm and would definitely consume a lot of primeval essence. But he had to use such a strong method to break the stalemate. Bai Ningbing's expression changed slightly. That move just now had indeed consumed a lot of his primeval essence, allowing Fang Yuan to see through him. Thus, after killing Xiong Li, he did not attack immediately, but used words to gain time to recover. He laughed heartily, nodding calmly and admitting, "That's right, I do not have much primeval essence left. I endured not using my right arm to bait you into attacking. But you did not fall for it, The real battle has just begun, isn't it?" Fang Yuan could not help but squint his eyes. If Bai Ningbing denied this, he could attack boldly. But now, Bai Ningbing directly admitted it with a fearless expression. Other than Bai Ningbing being a person who was about to die and was indifferent to life and death, he probably still had a strong trump card. thus giving him confidence. Ordinary Gu masters would only have 3 to 5 Gu worms. Even the likes of Qing Shu and Qi Shan were the same, but there were exceptions to everything. For example, Fang Yuan had Moonglow Gu, White Jade Gu, Stealth Scales Gu for Flavor Liquorworm, Spring Autumn Cicada, Earth Communication Eargrass, and 9-leaf Vitality Grass. He had as many as 7 Gu worms in his hands. Bai Ningbing was the hope of the Bai clan, a top genius who possessed the northern dark ice soul physique. From the start of his cultivation until now, he had received the clan's full support. His wealth was definitely much deeper than Fang Yuan's. From the start of the battle, he had already displayed at least 6 different Gu worms. Fang Yuan was almost certain that he had other Gu worms, and it was these Gu worms that allowed him to remain calm despite his lack of primeval essence. Actually, the most troublesome opponent was Bai Ningbing. Not only did he have talent, he was not afraid of death and had large numbers of Gu worms. These 3 points were crucial to the outcome of a Gu master's battle, especially Gu worms. A strong Gu worm, or a Gu worm with strange abilities, could often allow a Gu master to turn the tables in a desperate situation. Bai Ningbing's Frost Demon Gu was a rank 3 Gu worm. Even Fang Yuan's White Jade Gu's defense could be penetrated by it. This was also the reason why Fang Yuan did not fight Bai Ningbing directly. Fang Yuan used Gu Yue, Man Shi, Xiong Li, and the others to probe Bai Ningbing's abilities. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. In terms of talent, Fang Yuan was only C grade. Compared to Bai Ningbing, it was like heaven and earth. Bai Ningbing had started cultivating earlier, and with the clan's full support, his Gu worms were even better than Fang Yuan's. In terms of temperament, Bai Ningbing, who was not afraid of death, was almost invulnerable. Between the two, Bai Ningbing was strong and Fang Yuan was weak. This was a fact that had to be acknowledged and accepted. But the reason why battles were exciting was because the strong might not necessarily win, and the weak might not necessarily fall. It was not impossible for Fang Yuan to win as the weak, but he had to use all his methods and strength. Gu Yue and Man Shi are just the beginning, and Xiong Li's group is not the end. Thinking in his heart, Fang Yuan suddenly attacked. A moon blade flew out, and a head flew off, blood splattering everywhere. At this moment, Bai Ningbing's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle, and his face changed color. Fang Yuan's moon blade did not attack him, but beheaded Xiongjiang. Xiongjiang did not expect Fang Yuan to suddenly change sides. Bai Ningbing gave him too much pressure, and all his attention was focused on the latter. He did not have much primeval essence in his body, and to conserve it, he did not maintain the roaming zombie Gu, which led to Fang Yuan's one-hit kill. Puff! Bai Ningbing's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, blood flowed out of his ears, nose, and even the corners of his eyes. Since the start of the battle, this was the most serious injury he had suffered. Shadowbond Gu. With the effect of damage linkage, no matter how much damage the Gu master with the Shadowbond Gu suffered, the linked person would suffer 1/10 of the damage. Now that Xiongjiang was dead, his injuries would naturally be transmitted to Bai Ningbing through the shadow link. This kind of injury had a direct effect, and even if Bai Ningbing used the water shield Gu, he would not be able to block it effectively. Fang Yuan, what are you doing? A second later, Xiong Lin recovered from his daze, and he let out a shrill and angry roar. Fang Yuan ignored him, and his body shone with a white jade light as he charged towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing had suffered such a serious injury, and his body was on the verge of collapse. His head was dizzy, and his battle strength fell sharply. He saw Fang Yuan charging towards him, and quickly retreated. Bai Ningbing, didn't you want to have a life and death battle with me? Fang Yuan chased closely behind him. Bai Ningbing gritted his teeth and continued to run. He staggered, but forced himself to stay focused, ignoring Fang Yuan's provocation. Although he knew he was going to die, and was not afraid of death. He was not stupid. Danger was everywhere, but his heart became calmer. Xiong Lin stood on the spot and did not choose to help Fang Yuan chase after Bai Ningbing. His heart was filled with sorrow and anger. He hated Bai Ningbing and also hated Fang Yuan. Bai and Fang Yuan chased each other, traversing through the mountains and ridges. As time passed, Bai Ningbing's injuries gradually healed, and his nose and eyes no longer bled. At the same time, his staggered footsteps became lighter and lighter. He was not blindly running, but in the process he secretly used goo worms to heal his injuries. Fang Yuan chased and was secretly shocked. Earlier, Bai Ningbing had almost used up all his primeval essence, but the time he gained along the way, the primeval essence he recovered, was enough for him to heal his injuries. Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique, 10 Extreme Aptitude. What kind of primeval essence recovery speed is this? The more he understood, the more determined Fang Yuan became to kill Bai Ningbing. Moonglow Goo. Fang Yuan threw out a moon blade, and a basin-sized eerie blue moon blade flew out, piercing through the air and emitting a whistling sound. Bai Ningbing heard this sound and tried to dodge, but his arm was still cut. A wound appeared and blood gushed out, but a thin layer of frost quickly appeared on the wound, stopping the bleeding. Bai Ningbing had already cultivated ice muscles, and once the skin was formed, it was like the black and white boar goo's strength, no longer needing primeval essence to support it. But Bai Ningbing's heart continued to sink. His old injuries could not be healed, but new ones appeared. Evidently, Fang Yuan wanted to torture him to death. Chapter 140. He. No one has ever forced me into such a desperate situation. Fang Yuan, you are really interesting. Once I catch my breath, I will definitely kill you. Bai Ningbing screamed in his heart as he ran. The killing intent coming from Fang Yuan made him feel like he could not breathe. To him, this was an unprecedented experience. The thick aura of death made his body shudder, giving rise to a morbid excitement. Behind him, Fang Yuan was getting closer. Take this. He suddenly waved his hand, throwing out a black goo worm. Fang Yuan's footsteps slowed, as if he was facing a great enemy. But when he got closer, he found that this goo worm was Xiong Zhan's plunder goo. Pa! With a soft sound, Fang Yuan caught the goo worm in his hand. The plunder goo was a black beetle of normal size, with a pair of pincers at the front of its head. There were small white spots on its back. Spring-autumn cicadas aura leaked, and with a spurt of primeval essence, the plunder goo was refined and kept in his aperture. He continued to chase. Bai Ningbing even used such a method. It meant that his injuries were severe, and he was at the end of his rope. But because of this pause, the distance that Fang Yuan had closed with great difficulty was pulled further apart. It is a pity that I lack a movement support goo worm. If I had such a goo worm, I would have caught up to Bai Ningbing long ago. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. This Fang Yuan, he actually refined the plunder goo in an instant. Bai Ningbing was shocked. He had refined this plunder goo for many days, and although he had some progress, the process was difficult and he did not succeed. This was because Xiong Zhan's death was indirectly related to him. This plunder goo's will originated from Xiong Zhan. Thus it hated Bai Ningbing even more, and increased the difficulty of refining it. But Fang Yuan refined the plunder goo in an instant. Bai Ningbing saw this from the corner of his eye, and his heart turned cold and shocked. Some special goo worms could achieve such an effect, but Bai Ningbing had never had one, but Fang Yuan had one? He couldn't help but fear Fang Yuan even more. The image of Fang Yuan in his heart became even more dangerous and mysterious. However, as time passed, Fang Yuan's heart sank. As time passed, Bai Ningbing recovered more true essence, and her injuries became smaller and smaller. Fang Yuan's advantage over him would become smaller and smaller. I'm afraid I won't be able to kill him this time. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. If this continued, Bai Ningbing's injuries and true essence would soon have a considerable recovery. Although Fang Yuan had been using the Moon Glow Goo to heal his injuries, the Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique's aptitude was too outstanding and could be said to be blessed by heaven. The recovery rate of his Jinqi was even faster than Fang Yuan absorbing the Yuan Stone. Unless we encounter a pack of wolves ahead and are surrounded, or the appearance of a Gu Master group could temporarily block Bai Ningbing. But if it's the Bai family's team, then I'll be in danger. Thoughts churned in Fang Yuan's mind, and he was already thinking of retreating. Their chase was very long, but they didn't encounter a pack of wolves or a Gu Master group. This meant that Bai Ningbing, who knew the direction of escape, also had an investigative Gu worm and was able to evade in advance. Qing Mao Mountain was huge, and they could escape in all directions. Fang Yuan couldn't let Bai Ningbing only choose one direction to escape in. The most important thing when facing the wolf tide is to stay together and not get separated by the wolf pack. Once we get separated, it'll be dangerous, Guyue Qing Shu said to Fang Zheng as they hurried. If the opponent is the bold lightning wolf pack, we can defend and defeat them head-on. But if it's the frenzy lightning wolf pack, we need to retreat first, then use the signal Gu and wait for the surrounding Gu Master groups to gather. We need at least 3 groups to have the confidence to defeat the frenzy lightning wolf pack. Of course, the opponent in the wolf tide is not only lightning wolves, but also Gu Masters. Saying so, Guyue Qing Shu paused. The other 4 knew who he was talking about. Obviously, it was Bai Ningbing. These days, Bai Ningbing went around challenging others, purposely suppressing his cultivation and only using rank 2 red steel primeval essence to find trouble with Xiong Li, Qi Shan, and the others. In his words, Guyue Qing Shu was his next target. If we meet Bai Ningbing, Guyue Qing Shu continued, if we can avoid fighting, it's best not to. When Fang Zheng heard that, he could not help but feel indignant. In his heart, although Guyue Qing Shu looked gentle on the outside, he was strong on the inside and had his principles. From Guyue Qing Shu, he felt a strong sense of kinship. He respected and loved Guyue Qing Shu, and naturally didn't want Bai Ningbing to surpass him. Everyone is talking about Bai Ningbing. What kind of person is he? Fang Zheng frowned and asked. The other 3 people in the group couldn't help but fall silent. Guyue Qing Shu smiled warmly at Fang Zheng. He is Qing Mao Mountain's #1 genius. Fang Zheng listened carefully. You are still young and have a great talent. You might be able to surpass him in the future. So before you grow up, it's best not to have a direct conflict with him. Do you still remember the story I told you before? Lowering your head and raising your head. Sometimes people need to lower their heads. Fang Zheng looked at Qing Shu, and when his gaze met Qing Shu's gentle eyes, he nodded and replied, I understand. Don't worry, big brother Qing Shu. That's good, Qing Shu said, but suddenly the investigative Gu Master in the group said, not far ahead, there is a Gu Master running quickly. Everyone's expression changed. Healing Gu Master Gu Yaohong said with a serious expression, it should be a small group that got separated by the wolf pack. Let's go and save them. Fang Zheng blurted out, could it be Bai Ningbing? Isn't he a lone wolf? It could be, it could also not be. But if it really is a lone Gu Master, no matter which village he is from, he is our ally now. We should go and save them, Guyue Qing Shu said, and took the lead to change their direction. The 4 people by his side naturally followed, closely behind. But very quickly the investigative Gu Master said, it's not just one Gu Master, not far behind the first Gu Master. There is another Gu Master. So there are 2 Gu Masters. Then it should be like what big sister Yao Hong said. It should be a small group that got separated by the wolf pack. Guyue Fang Zheng heaved a sigh of relief. Guyue Qing Shu's expression did not change, but the other three's expressions relaxed. Right now, if one looked from a bird's eye view, Qing Shu Group, Fang Yuan, and Bai Ningbing were getting closer to each other on the rugged mountain road. Bai Ningbing's expression changed slightly. He had an investigative goo worm and sensed a 5-man goo master group heading towards them. He quickly changed his direction. Although he had an investigative goo worm, he could not accurately determine the identity of the person. Every goo worm only had one ability. There were advantages and disadvantages at the same time. Take Fang Yuan's earth communication eargrass, for example. It was the same. It could hear sounds and was most sensitive to footsteps, but it could not determine the gender of the person. And if a goo master used the silent steps, goo, to conceal their footsteps, he would not be able to detect them. Not knowing who they were, Bai Ningbing chose to retreat for safety reasons. But this time the situation was different. Qing Shu Group was made up of elites, and their investigative goo masters were also skilled. There's someone. Soon after, Fang Yuan also sensed the existence of Qing Shu Group. As he ran, the whiskers on his right ear fluttered. Because he was not rooted in the ground, his investigative range was not even half of his peak. Bai Ningbing changed his direction again, but Qing Shu Group quickly changed their direction. This time, be it Bai Ningbing or Fang Yuan, their expressions turned serious. The two were smart and immediately understood. This unknown small group was the biggest change and would definitely affect the final result of this battle. If it is a Bai clan group, then I will immediately use the stealth scales, goo, to retreat. But if it is from the other two villages, Fang Yuan's eyes shone with a cold light. He also knew that this choice of his carried an element of risk. If it was a Bai clan goo master with an invisibility detection method, then he would be in a desperate situation. But if he lost this opportunity, it would be hard to find another chance to kill Bai Ningbing. Moreover, no matter which goo master it was, Fang Yuan had a 2/3 chance of winning, while Bai Ningbing only had a 1/3 chance. Fang Yuan had no reason not to take the gamble. As they ran, the two sides got closer. We're almost there, just behind that corner. The investigative goo master pointed at the corner on the mountain path. Everyone couldn't help but slow down their footsteps, waiting for the upcoming rendezvous. A white figure suddenly turned the corner and appeared in front of them. Bai Ningbing! Fang Zheng blurted out. Of course, he had seen Bai Ningbing's portrait. The faces of the other four, even Qing Shu, couldn't help but darken. Bai Ningbing is in such a sorry state. Looks like he encountered a frenzy lightning wolf pack. Serves him right. Alone in the wolf tide, what is he trying to do? For a moment, no one took the initiative to face him. Bai Ningbing's demeanor and actions clearly showed that she was running away. This made Qing Shu and the others feel pleased when they saw this. But at this moment, Fang Yuan shouted from the corner, Bai Ningbing, why are you running? I will kill you today. He said this with the intention of probing. Using the earth communication eargrass, he knew that the other side of the corner was the unknown 5-man team. If it was the Bai clan team, his question would naturally lead to an intense rebuttal. At the corner, Guyue, Qing Shu, and the others heard his words and stared with their eyes wide open. What's going on? Someone is chasing after Bai Ningbing. Are you kidding me? How could something like this happen? Bai Ningbing is in such a sorry state. Then who is the person behind him? Guyue, Yao Hong, and the others looked at each other, seeing the shock on each other's faces. Guyue Fangjing was surprised and suspicious. Why does this voice sound so familiar? Before, he could remember the owner of the voice. Fang Yuan had already turned the corner. Guyue and Qing Shu's originally serious expression suddenly froze. The other four had their eyes wide open, but when they saw Fang Yuan appear, their eyes almost fell out. This. Guyue and Yao Hong opened their mouths wide enough to swallow a duck egg. Brother! Fang Zheng was flabbergasted. It's him. Even with Guyue and Qing Shu's extraordinary composure, they were also shocked. Chapter 141. Who was Bai Ningbing? The #1 genius of Qing Mao Mountain. With his strength alone, he changed the power structure of the 3 great clans. The moment he started cultivating, he took the lead, making all the A-grade geniuses pale in comparison. No one would doubt his future achievements. Even his enemies had no choice but to admit this. But now, someone was chasing after him, forcing him to flee in such a pathetic manner. This was something that Qing Shu and the rest did not expect. What made them even more shocked was that the person chasing after Bai Ningbing was Fang Yuan of the same clan. Their impression of Fang Yuan was still at the arena, and the incident where he helped the clan chase away the river-swallowing toad. And because Fang Yuan admitted defeat to Xiongli, it made them underestimate his true strength. When did Fang Yuan become so strong? The crowd found this hard to accept. Fang Yuan turned the corner. Guyue Qing Shu. When he saw the figures of the Qing Shu team, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Looks like I've won this time. Bai Ningbing, looks like today is the day you die. Thinking like this, Fang Yuan shouted, "Little brother, you're here! This is great! Quickly stop Bai Ningbing." Not only did he kill Xiong Li's team, he also killed Guyue Manshur and the rest of my clan. This is a heinous crime. What? Our 3 great clans have signed an alliance agreement. No, if it's Bai Ningbing, he can do anything he wants. I see. No wonder Fang Yuan could chase after Bai Ningbing. Qing Shu and the rest were shocked and enlightened. Looks like Bai Ningbing had lost his mind. After a few fierce battles, his battle strength had fallen to the lowest point, and Fang Yuan coincidentally gained the upper hand. Am I, Bai Ningbing, really going to die here? No, my primeval essence is barely enough to self-detonate the frost demon parasites. I still have hope of winning. Bai Ningbing screamed in his heart. In front of him was the Qing Shu team, and behind him was Fang Yuan's pursuit. The situation was extremely disadvantageous to him. In fact, there was a rift between Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng. Of course, Fang Zheng would not listen to Fang Yuan. But Bai Ningbing didn't know this. As an outsider, looking at Fang Zheng and Fang Yuan's similar appearance, Bai Ningbing made a firm decision. He suddenly raised his right arm and poured all the primeval essence he had accumulated in his aperture into the frost demon goo in his right palm. The flesh and blood on his right arm once again turned into light blue ice. Outside the ice, one could clearly see his white arm bones. Bang! With a loud explosion, Bai Ningbing's entire right arm suddenly exploded. For a moment, clouds and mist rose, and a strong chill spread in all directions. Kacha! In this hot summer, pure white frost spread on the narrow mountain path, covering the soil and swallowing the trees. The temperature in the air suddenly dropped. He actually abandoned his entire right arm. Fang Zheng was stunned by Bai Ningbing's ruthlessness. Quickly retreat. Guyue and Qing Shu grabbed Fang Zheng and quickly retreated. Large tracts of ice and frost surged towards them like waves. If they were really frozen, it would be troublesome. Not only the Qing Shu team, Fang Yuan was no exception. He retreated 100 steps before the frost gradually stopped. Originally, this mountain path was lush and verdant, with fragrant grass and lush trees. But now, it had become a world of frost. The trees were all frozen, and the ground was covered in a thick layer of snow. Fang Yuan stepped on the thick snow and walked into the center of the mountain path. He saw Bai Ningbing's entire body was frozen in ice. Like an insect in amber, his expression still showed his savagery, determination, and viciousness. He has already committed suicide. The Qing Shu team also rushed over. Seeing this, Fang Zheng muttered, "No." Qing Shu's expression was very solemn. Bai Ningbing has already cultivated ice muscles. This layer of ice won't freeze him to death. Instead, it has become his protective armor, giving him time to recover. Fang Yuan stared at Bai Ningbing and swung his hand with a crescent blade. Crack! The crescent blade landed on the ice on Bai Ningbing's body, making a crisp sound. On the 3-meter-tall, 2-meter-wide and long ice crystal, there was only a shallow knife mark. But soon, the chill in the ice crystal spread again, making up for the knife mark. Fang Yuan, is what you said true? Qing Shu turned his gaze to Fang Yuan and asked, Of course. Xiong Lin from the Xiong Li team is still alive and can testify. We can't stay here for long. I'll tell you the details later. It's more important to leave this place first. Fang Yuan nodded and answered. He already had the intention to leave. He couldn't cut off this layer of ice crystal. Even if they worked together to remove it, it would take a lot of time and consume a lot of primeval essence. Once Bai Ningbing broke out of the ice, their battle strength would drop, while his primeval essence would be fully recovered. Once the battle started, the situation would not be optimistic. Leave? Why do we have to leave? Fang Zheng couldn't help but ask loudly. Bai Ningbing has already lost his right arm. After the intense battle, his body and mind are exhausted. We can break this layer of ice crystal and at the same time launch the clan's signal goo. With the clan's strength, we can eliminate him. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Everyone's heart moved at these words. Since Fang Yuan can chase after Bai Ningbing, why can't we do it? The Gu masters looked at each other, thinking of this in their hearts. If we kill Bai Ningbing, we will be the heroes of the Guyue clan. But if we kill him, aren't we afraid of the Bai clan starting a war? Now is the wolf tide. No, because of the wolf tide, even if we kill Bai Ningbing, the Bai clan will have to swallow this bitter fruit. That's right. The dead geniuses are not geniuses. The group members started discussing, their eyes filled with a yearning for fame and glory. So stupid, how can you imagine the power of the northern dark ice soul physique? Fang Yuan squinted his eyes, laughing coldly in his heart. These people were courting death. He wasn't going to accompany them. Guyue Qing Shu also started to hesitate. He had a deeper understanding of Bai Ningbing compared to the others. He didn't know the secret of the 10 extreme physiques, and didn't really yearn for the fame of killing Bai Ningbing. He didn't care about fame and wealth, and was once the next clan leader Guyue Bo was nurturing. For Fang Zheng, he gave up this position. What he truly cared about was the clan's benefits, and his heart belonged to the clan. The rise of the Bai clan is all because of Bai Ningbing. If I kill Bai Ningbing, then my Guyue clan will still be the #1 clan in Qingmao Mountain. Although Bai Ningbing has rank 3 cultivation, I have the wood charm gu and have the ability to fight against a rank 3 gu master. Moreover, he just lost his right arm and won't be able to get used to it in a short period of time. This will be the biggest flaw in a life and death battle. Thinking of this, Guyue Qing Shu's eyes focused. Fang Yuan had been observing Qing Shu's expression, and looking at him now, he understood his choice. Guyue Qing Shu, if he disregards the consequences and uses the wood charm gu, he will be much stronger than ordinary rank 3 gu masters, and have the ability to fight above his rank. But against Bai Ningbing, who has the northern dark ice soul physique, it won't be easy. Since Bai Ningbing can dilute his primeval essence and suppress his cultivation, he can naturally return to rank 3 realm. Now that he has enough time in the ice crystal, he can remove this layer of suppression. When he breaks out of the ice, he will most likely be a rank 3 gu master. Bai Ningbing had strong innate talent, and when he was at rank 2, Fang Yuan had to borrow external strength to contend against him. Once he becomes rank 3, his battle strength would increase by several times. At the same time, Fang Yuan was the culprit who caused him to lose his right arm. Once they fought, with his reckless nature, He would definitely make Fang Yuan his primary target. Moreover, in front of Guiyue Qingshu, Fang Yuan had some misgivings and did not want to show his true battle strength. Immediately, Fang Yuan expressed his intention to leave, and regardless of other people's persuasion, he resolutely left the battlefield. He really left? What a coward. It's good that he left. If he interferes, it will instead destroy our tacit cooperation. When I saw him chasing after Bai Ningbing earlier, I was really shocked. Now it seems that Fang Yuan is still Fang Yuan, a coward who actually admitted defeat in the Gu Battle Convention. Speak less. Everyone has their own ambitions. At least before he left, he told us a lot of the latest information about Bai Ningbing. Moreover, if he returns to the village to report, we will not lack reinforcements. Qingshu looked at Fang Yuan's departing figure, his brows slightly furrowed. Leader, your temper is too good. Why do you need to absolve a coward like Fang Yuan? That's right. Although Fang Yuan is Fang Jing's younger brother, in my opinion, the two brothers are like heaven and earth. I actually rarely talk to Fang Yuan anymore. Fang Jing's face turned red, feeling ashamed for Fang Yuan's desertion. Fang Zheng, you leave too, Guiyue Qingshu suddenly said. What? Fang Jing's eyes instantly widened. You are the only A-grade genius in our clan. We cannot lose you. Although Bai Ningbing lost an arm, the following battle will definitely be extremely dangerous. For the clan, we can all die, but you, Fang Zheng, cannot die. Guiyue Qingshu's words caused the other four to be moved. Well said. With a bright laugh, an elderly Gu master appeared. Lord Clan Elder, Fang Zheng quickly greeted. He recognized this person. It was a very senior clan elder in the clan. The clan elder walked closer, looking at Guiyue Qingshu with an admiring gaze. Guiyue Bo has adopted a good godson, able to fight to the death for the clan. With this kind of resolve, why would we worry about our Guiyue clan not growing stronger? Fang Zheng had not grown up yet. Ever since Wang Er's assassination, the clan had sent an elder to follow Fang Zheng at all times, playing the role of protection. But, Fang Zheng, you don't need to participate in the battle, but you also don't need to go back. Isn't it just Bai Ningbing? I've always heard people say how amazing he is, saying that he already has the clan elder's strength. Now it seems he is just a brat. How much battle experience can he have? Harming himself at the drop of a hat, too inexperienced. The elderly Gu master snorted in disdain. Guiyue Qingshu wanted to stick to his point, but it was not good to refute the elder's idea. As a junior, he had to respect the old and cherish the young. How could he refute and question the elders at the drop of a hat? Chapter 142. The time that Bai Ningbing broke out of the ice was earlier than anyone had expected. The ice crystal first cracked, the cracks spreading and expanding, before completely breaking apart. The clan elder, Guiyue Qingshu, Guiyue Yaohong, and the rest had already surrounded him. Guiyue Fang Zheng was standing on a hill far away, watching the battle from a high vantage point while remaining vigilant. Once a Bai clan Gu master group appeared, he would immediately warn them. Bai Ningbing, you dared to kill my clan's Gu master, openly violating the three-clan alliance. A life for a life, it is only right and proper. What else do you have to say? The clan elder snorted coldly. Bai Ningbing ignored him, instead looking down at his right arm. He stretched out his left hand in vain, but on the right side of his body he only felt empty air. His brows gradually furrowed, his expression as gloomy as water, lightning flashing between his brows. He actually forced me to cut off my right arm. That guy is called Fang Yuan, right? From Hao Xiong Li, Qingshu, and the rest called him. Bai Ningbing already knew Fang Yuan's name. As he said this, Bai Ningbing's blue crystal eyes were filled with an extremely cold, killing intent. His whole body emitted the aura of a rank 3 Gu master. Just as Fang Yuan expected, he could suppress his cultivation, so naturally he could also remove the seal. But in the previous battles, he did not have enough time to remove the seal. Now, with his rank 3 white silver primeval essence, his aperture was filled to the brim. The heavy primeval essence brought a huge pressure to the aperture walls. Bai Ningbing knew, right now he was moving towards destruction. A Gu Master's aperture produces primeval essence, and in turn, the primeval essence would nourish the aperture. In fact, as long as the primeval essence exists in the aperture, it would have a nourishing effect on the aperture walls. But this effect was not obvious, far from the effect of a Gu Master actively expending primeval essence. Just like the calm seawater, it would still have a corrosive effect on the surrounding reefs. It was just that this effect was not as obvious as the waves hitting the reefs. But for the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, after reaching rank 3, even if one did not consume primeval essence, as long as the primeval essence was stored in the aperture, the effect of nourishing the aperture walls would be the same as a normal Gu Master consuming primeval essence. This was the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. It could allow a Gu Master's cultivation to rise rapidly. Moreover, this nourishing effect would become stronger and stronger as one's quintessential essence increased. At rank 4, as long as there is primeval essence in the aperture can be nurtured, and the effect is several times better than normal Gu Masters actively expending primeval essence. For ordinary Gu Masters, the higher their realm, the slower their cultivation speed. However, the 10 extreme physiques were the exact opposite. The higher the physique, the stronger the physique, and the faster the cultivation speed, until the Gu Master self-detonated. To make an analogy, it was like a person free-falling from a high altitude. The lower he went, the faster he went. When he fell to the ground, the worse he fell. The cultivation of the 10 extreme physiques was to fall from the highest point. The speed of cultivation was getting faster and faster, but it only brought about a short period of glory in the process of falling and the fear of impending death. Like a meteor falling to the ground, or a moth flying into a flame, when he reached his most glorious moment, that would be the time of his death. Earlier, Bai Ningbing took the initiative to dilute his white-silver primeval essence into red-steel primeval essence. That was the reason. Now that his aperture was once again filled with white-silver primeval essence, Bai Ningbing could feel that his cultivation was slowly accumulating and improving every minute and second. He actually forced me to use my white-silver primeval essence, and even sacrificed the frost demon Gu. Where is Fang Yuan? Bai Ningbing's killing intent became denser. As he asked, his blue eyes swept around, but he did not find Fang Yuan's figure. The frost demon Gu that he self-detonated was a rank 3 Gu. He had failed 3 times and expended a large amount of resources before he succeeded in fusing it. Now that it self-detonated, it was a pity. Although Bai Ningbing advanced to rank 3, it had not been long. Even with the clan's nurturing, he could not enjoy the resources alone. Thus, he only had 2 rank 3 Gu. Now that he sacrificed the frost demon Gu, only the blue bird ice coffin Gu was left. The more he thought about it, the more he hated it. Since young, he had never suffered such a huge loss. If Fang Yuan was here, he would have already attacked crazily, and no one would be able to stop him. Bai Ningbing's disregard made the Guiyue clan elder feel a great humiliation. Arrogant brat, eat this old man's crescent blade slash. He shouted loudly and pounced forward. Humph. Bai Ningbing swung his left arm, and the cold air instantly formed into a slender ice blade. The ice blade that he had condensed before was only a meter long, but now it was 2 meters long, and the ice blade was even sharper, emitting cold air. Clang! The elder raised his hands, flickering with moonlight. Clashing with the ice blade, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The elder's face was filled with shock, and he took a step back, clasping his palms together and slashing diagonally. Golden moon slash. A crescent moon blade that was 1 meter long and completely golden gave off a trace of a domineering aura as it shot out. The golden moonlight shone on by Ningbing's pale face, and he laughed coldly, raising the ice blade in his left hand and slashing. Clang! The moon blade and ice blade collided, and the golden moon disappeared, while the ice blade also shattered into small ice shards. This is a battle between rank 3 Gu Masters. So strong, be it the ice blade or the golden moon blade, I can't block them. From afar, Fang Zheng was dazzled, not fully understanding the situation. How can this be? It is clearly a rank 2 ice blade Gu, but it blocked my rank 3 moon blade and golden moon. The elder stared with wide eyes, his tone filled with disbelief. Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique had amplifying effect on ice and water-related Gu worms. And this amplification, the higher the Gu Master's cultivation, the greater the extent. When by Ningbing was rank 3, he could use rank 2 Gu worms with rank 3 power. When he was rank 4, using rank 4 Gu worms, the effect could even surpass rank 5. Previously, by Ningbing suppressed his cultivation and only retained the recovery ability of his primeval essence. Now that he removed the suppression and returned to rank 3, the true power of the Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique could be seen. Humph, old thing, there are still many things you don't know. By Ningbing's feet stopped, and the ice blade in his hand stretched out horizontally and started to spin crazily. Whoosh, 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 amidst the intense wind, he spun faster and faster. Howl! The wind seemed to have turned into the roar of a beast, and in just 2 breaths' time, a 5-meter tall ice blade storm had formed on the spot. The wind was like a tornado, and the pure white frost aura surged and spread, freezing people's limbs. Quick, hide! Even the elders didn't dare to take the brunt of the attack head-on as they hurriedly dodged. But the other rank 2 Gu Masters could not dodge in time. The ice blade storm swept over at a speed that was more than 3 times faster than before. 2 male Gu Masters were unfortunately swept into the storm, and their screams stopped. In an instant, they were chopped into countless pieces by the ice blades, losing their lives on the spot. Save me! Guyue Yao Hong screamed in panic, as she was about to be swept into the storm and die. Green vine Gu. Guyue Qingshu's palm emitted green vines, and the vines coiled around Guyue Yao Hong's waist like snakes. Just as he was about to pull her back, the ice blade storm had already swept over, swallowing Guyue Yao Hong in one gulp. Crack, crack, crack. The ice blade cut through the female Gu Master in an instant, cutting her into 5 to 6 parts. Before the blood could flow out, it was frozen by the cold air. Following that, these 5 to 6 parts continued to be cut apart, turning into palm-sized frozen corpse fragments. Yao Hong! Qing Shu's eyes widened as he saw this. Sister Yao Hong. On the slope, Fang Zheng could not accept such a tragic scene, and knelt on the ground in a daze, tears flowing down his face. Damn it! Steel Cloak Gu, the clan elder, took a deep breath, and his body emitted a black light, as if he was wearing a layer of steel armor. He used his arms to protect his face, and his legs flew, charging straight towards the ice blade storm. Clang, clang, clang. He courageously charged into the storm. In just a few breaths' time, the ice blades cut the clan elder's body countless times, making crisp sounds. After a moment of stalemate, the storm abruptly stopped. Bai Ningbing and the clan elder stood facing each other. Old thing, you are seeking your own death. Bai Ningbing's pair of blue eyes became even purer. His white clothes and white hair fluttered in the cold wind. The ice blade in his left hand had already broken into 2, but this did not stop it from piercing the clan elder's heart. The elder slowly lowered his head and stared at his left chest, letting out a sound of helplessness and astonishment. Bai Ningbing let go of his left hand, directly abandoning the ice blade, and walked towards Guyue Qingshu, passing by the clan elder. Behind him, the clan elder's face and body were gradually covered in a layer of blue frost, and he fell to the ground with a plop, never to get up again. From afar, Fang Zheng, who saw this, his pupils shrunk to the size of a needle, and an intense fear invaded his entire body. All of this was beyond his imagination. A grand rank, 3 clan elder, died just like that. How could this Bai Ningbing be so strong? Where is Fang Yuan? Tell me, and I can give you a quick death. Bai Ningbing walked towards Guyue Qingshu. Bai Ningbing. Guyue Qingshu let out a deep sigh, staring at Bai Ningbing without fear. You and I have fought no less than 10 times. You are getting stronger and stronger, and now I have to admit that you have surpassed me. But your strength cannot make me betray my clansmen. Let's fight. With just you, Bai Ningbing sneered in disdain, turning to look at Fang Zheng, slightly raising his eyebrows. That is Fang Yuan's brother. Guyue Qingshu's expression changed, and he took a big step forward, blocking Bai Ningbing. Don't even think of finding trouble with him. Bai Ningbing's expression sank. You are an interesting opponent. Keeping you alive can add some fun to my life. But my mood is terrible now. Don't be ungrateful. Obediently tell me, where did Fang Yuan escape to? Guyue Qingshu used his actions to give the most direct answer. He slowly closed his eyes, and then suddenly opened them. Would charm Gu. Chapter 143. Under the power of the rank 3 Gu, Qingshu's eyes turned emerald green. At this moment, his aura suddenly changed. From a lively human aura, it turned into a deep and serene forest aura. Bai Ningbing could not help but reveal a slightly surprised expression. He curled his lips unconcernedly. It seems I have not fought with you for a long time. You have some interesting methods now. Icicle Gu. With a thought, 5 sharp icicles condensed out of thin air. Go. Bai Ningbing pointed his finger, and the icicles shot out. Crack, crack, crack. 2 vines stretched out from Qingshu's palms. The vines danced in the air, as agile as 2 green snakes, easily deflecting the icicles. The icicles changed direction, brushing past Qingshu's shoulder and shooting into the frozen ground, the hard mountain rocks, and the ice sculpture-like forest. Qingshu used skill to break through force, causing Bai Ningbing to return empty-handed. Bai Ningbing laughed coldly. Your whip is getting better and better, but I want to see, how many icicles can you block? Saying so, Bai Ningbing's eyes shone with a faint blue light. 10 icicles appeared at the same time, floating in front of him and shooting towards Qingshu. Next, another 10 icicles condensed. This happened 3 to 5 times, and in the blink of an eye it became an icicle rain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The icicles pierced through the air, emitting a terrifying sound. Qingshu dodged as he waved the green vines in his hands, forming shadows. His whip technique had gone through countless times of bitter training, and had reached the stage where he could control it as he wished. But there were too many icicles, and Qingshu was bound to lose if he defended for too long. In the end, his shoulder was hit by an icicle. The icicle pierced through his right shoulder, and the tip appeared on his back. Pine needle Gu. Qingshu endured the pain, and with a flick of his long hair, countless jade-colored pine needles shot out. The pine needles flew towards Bai Ningbing, and he activated Water Shield Gu in time. His Water Shield Gu was strengthened, becoming much thicker, reaching a defensive strength no weaker than a rank 3 Gu. The pine needles shot into the water shield, and their speed slowed down, before being expelled by the flowing water in the water shield. However, this also forced Bai Ningbing to stop her icicle attacks. Guyue Qingshu took advantage of this opportunity, endured the pain, and forcibly pulled out the icicle from his shoulder. Not a single drop of blood flowed out. On one hand, it was because of the cold air of the icicles. On the other hand, it was because his body was continuously turning into wood. Bai Ningbing removed the water shield Gu, and his gaze was immediately attracted to Gyue Qingshu's wound. Through the hole in his clothes, he could clearly see Qingshu's wound, revealing the veins of trees, and then healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the newly grown skin, a tree ring pattern was formed. At the same time, Gyue Qingshu's ears began to grow longer. His long hair turned emerald green, and green leaves began to grow from the ends of his hair. His hands also turned from normal flesh and blood to dark and restrained. His skin began to harden and turn brown like tree bark. This was the first time he had disregarded the consequences and used the wood charm Gu. The wood charm Gu caused him to continuously turn into a tree spirit, and at the same time, Gyue Qingshu could feel the rich, natural, primeval energy in the air. Ordinary Gu masters could not sense this primeval energy. Only special life forms like tree spirits could sense it and absorb it to use. Gyue Qingshu felt like he was soaking in a mother liquid. The thick primeval energy wrapped around him, giving him an extremely comfortable feeling. On his body, the moon whirl Gu did not change, but the green vine Gu, pine needle Gu, and vitality leaf were showing signs of growth. When Qingshu used the identity of a tree spirit to activate these wood element Gu worms, their power would also increase. Gyue Qingshu breathed in deeply. He had never felt so strong before. The rich, natural, primeval energy in the surroundings allowed him to have an endless supply of primeval essence to use. This was the power of the wood charm Gu. But at the same time, a sense of fear rose in his heart. He knew that if he was greedy for this powerful and comfortable feeling and used the wood charm Gu without restraint, then he would eventually become a dead tree man. Everything had a price. Gyue Qingshu quickly suppressed this fear. He looked at Bai Ningbing and said 2 words, "Let's fight." Thus, the intense battle began. Green vine and ice blades entangled, icicles and pine needles shot at each other. On one side was the northern dark ice soul physique. His primeval essence recovery speed was extremely fast. On the other side was the wood charm tree spirit body. The natural primeval energy was at his disposal. This battle had already surpassed the level of an ordinary rank 3 Gu master. Fang Zheng stood on a hill far away, dumbstruck. He had never seen such a hardy and fierce battle. Normally speaking, a Gu master's primeval essence was limited and had to calmly calculate the usage of every bit of primeval essence, carefully like treading on thin ice. But now, be it by Ningbing or Gyue Qingshu, they were both using it without restraint. It was as if their primeval essence was limitless. The whole mountain path was destroyed by them. Giant trees toppled and destroyed, and mountain rocks crumbled and shattered. The intense battle lasted for a long time. Blue Bird, Ice Coughing Gu. Bai Ningbing saw an opportunity and suddenly opened his mouth. An ice blue bird flew out from between his teeth. The bird chirped, its body like a dove. But under the amplification of the northern dark ice soul physique, it gradually grew to the size of an eagle, and after flying for a while, it pounced towards Gyue Qingshu. Gyue Qingshu could not dodge in time and could only take it head-on. Bam! After an explosion, Gyue Qingshu was frozen in an ice crystal the size of a house. It's over. Bai Ningbing sighed, not having had enough. He looked at Gyue Qingshu, who could not move in the ice crystal, and muttered, "Thank you for providing me with such an interesting experience. This battle was my most exciting battle so far. Qingshu, you died a worthy death. I have already remembered it." Lord Qingshu. On the slope, Fang Zheng shouted in shock. "What are you shouting for, ant-like thing? The next one is you." Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, walking towards Fang Zheng. But at this time, the sound of the ice crystal shattering entered his ears. How can this be? He turned around and saw that in the ice crystal, Gyue Qingshu was undergoing an earth-shattering transformation. His body started to grow bigger, and his rank 2 Gu master martial attire was soon torn apart. His hair turned into green vines, and palm-sized green vine leaves grew one after another, intertwining into a dense green color. His fingers turned into sturdy wood, and his arms and legs turned into thick tree branches, with the general shape of his hands and feet remaining. With a bang, the ice crystal shattered completely. Guyue Qing Shu stood up. His appearance was already beyond recognition. The originally delicate and gentle human face had completely turned into the face of a tree spirit with a sharp nose and large eyes. He was 3 meters tall, and his body was incomparably sturdy. His brown tree bark was as thick as armor, covered with large amounts of green leaves and vines. Bai Ningbing looked at his transformation in shock. Compared to Guyue Qing Shu, he was like a child under the feet of an adult. This appearance, did you refine the wood charm Gu? This Gu is much harder to refine than my frost demon Gu. Bai Ningbing finally thought of the answer. Tree spirit wood charm can directly use the primeval energy in the air. No wonder Guyue Qing Shu's primeval essence is so abundant. He came to a realization and was even more puzzled. He asked the question in his heart and said directly, Qing Shu, you use the wood charm Gu like this. Aren't you afraid of turning into a dead tree man? So what if you beat me? You are destined to die. By Ningbing. Guyue Qing Shu's voice became deep and drawn out. I understand you like I understand myself. You and I are both orphans, both adopted by the clan leader, but we walked on completely different paths. The death of one tree in the forest is nothing. As long as the forest exists, countless trees will grow and rise. Let's have the final battle, my old enemy. Saying so, hundreds of green ancient vines attacked Bai Ningbing like giant pythons. For the clan? So foolish. Bai Ningbing was moved and quickly retreated. But the green vine's speed was several times faster than before, and soon caught up to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing controlled his body and nimbly dodged. Green vines as thick as an arm brushed past his body and smashed into the soil or rocks under his feet. For a moment, soil splattered and rocks flew everywhere. Water shield Gu. Bai Ningbing could not dodge in time and quickly raised his water shield. Qing Shu had already seen through this Gu's weakness and did not attack forcefully, but controlled the green vines to wrap around the water shield. Then he suddenly retracted his strength, and the water shield Gu immediately made a poochie sound. The water on the surface flowed rapidly, crashing into the green vines and creating splashes. The water shield could not withstand the green vines' binding strength and became smaller and smaller, showing signs of collapsing. Not good. Once the water shield breaks, the green vines will bind me, and I will be killed by Guyue Qing Shu. Bai Ningbing, who was inside the water shield, was determined. In the next second, the water shield broke with a bang. Whoosh! An ice blade storm burst out from within and became bigger and bigger. Bai Ningbing purposely removed the water shield Gu's defense. Since defense was not enough, he would use offense to fight offense. At once, the temperature fell, and cold air spread everywhere. The pure white ice blade storm charged towards Guyue Qing Shu, and the green vines could not block this white ice tornado and were cut into countless pieces by the ice blades. Good. Guyue Qing Shu was not afraid, and his huge body bravely advanced towards the ice blade storm. With a muffled sound, he crashed into the white tornado. He opened his arms and hugged it. Crack, crack, crack. The sharp ice blades cut his body, and in an instant, countless green leaves fell, and large amounts of tree bark were cut off. The intense pain of being sliced into pieces came, and Qing Shu growled in pain, but did not relax and gathered all his strength, pulling inwards. The ice blade storm was actually compressed by his strength. Damn it! This madman, who does not care about his life. Bai Ningbing cursed in his heart. This situation was hard to get off, and he could only condense the ice blades, spinning faster and faster and continued to fight with Gyue Qingshu. The ice blades cut Gyue Qingshu's body and gradually wore out, but quickly became sharp again under the ice blade Gu's power. The battle was in a stalemate. The battle had broken out of the control of either side, and no one could stop their attacks. Either Gyue Qingshu would kill Bai Ningbing, or Bai Ningbing would kill Qingshu. Both sides used offense against offense, and the battle was full of tragedy and desperation. Chapter 144. Fang Zheng stood far away, not even daring to breathe loudly. This battle had reached its most crucial moment. Victory or defeat would depend on the result of this clash. Lord Qingshu, do your best. Fang Zheng was so nervous that his body was trembling. He knew he would only cause more trouble if he went over. He could only cheer for Gyue Qingshu loudly. As if hearing Fang Zheng's voice, the ice blade storm became smaller and smaller, forcibly suppressed by Qingshu. Damn it! I actually encountered a situation where my primeval essence is insufficient. Bai Ningbing gritted his teeth, turning slower and slower, but his primeval essence recovery could no longer keep up with expenditure. He was at his wit's end. Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique's primeval essence recovery speed was very fast, but the recovery speed of rank 3 cultivation was slightly inferior to the Wood Charm Gu's natural primeval essence. But if Bai Ningbing cultivated to rank 4, his recovery speed would far surpass the Wood Charm Gu. However, in a battle of life and death, there were no ifs. Regardless of victory or defeat, the result had to be accepted. Eventually, the ice blade storm stopped, but Gyue Qingshu also paid a heavy price. His hands were the size of carriages. Only 2 fingers were left on his left hand, and 3 on his right hand. Both of his palms were mostly cut off by the ice blades. But when his hands gradually closed in the middle, new tree trunks rapidly grew out from his palms, intertwining with each other. The 2 palms formed a wooden cage, trapping Bai Ningbing inside. Damn it! Bai Ningbing gritted his teeth. The primeval essence in his body had already dried up. He could only let Qingshu do as he pleased. We won! Seeing this scene from far away, Fang Zheng shouted in joy. Am I going to die? Bai Ningbing shouted in his heart. He watched as the 2 palms got closer and closer. Once the 2 palms completely closed in, he would be squeezed into a bloody meat patty by the huge force. But the palm's speed became slower and slower, stopping in the middle. Bai Ningbing was stunned, but soon realized that something was wrong with Gyue Qingshu, and was immediately overjoyed. Damn it, just a bit more. At this moment, Gyue Qingshu was filled with helplessness. His hands had lost all feeling, and he had completely turned into a tree. At the same time, he gradually lost the feeling of his internal organs and lungs. The Wood Charm Gu's power corroded his body. He was about to die. No, it can't end like this. I can still use the Green Vine Gu. Gyue Qingshu forcefully braced himself and activated the Green Vine Gu. Thick green vines shot towards Bai Ningbing through the cracks in the cage. Bai Ningbing dodged repeatedly, but he had been through a few battles, and his stamina consumption was too great. In addition, the space in the cage was limited, making it difficult to move around. In the end, a vine wrapped around his right foot, and he tripped on the ground. It's over. Qingshu heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He hurriedly urged his vines to follow. At the moment of life and death, the primeval essence in Bai Ningbing's aperture had recovered to its lowest usable level. He unhesitatingly expended his primeval essence and poured it into the ice blade Gu, forming a new ice blade. The sharpness of the ice blade cut through the green vines that were wrapped around his right leg. Bai Ningbing rolled away in a sorry state, barely dodging more than 10 green vines. The green vines shot towards the ground, instantly piercing through the thick ground. Soil flew everywhere, and the green vines attacked again. Bai Ningbing breathed roughly, using the ice blade to block with difficulty. The green vines attacked from all directions, and life and death were in the balance. Once Bai Ningbing made a mistake, he would be captured and killed by the green vines. But he was a genius after all, and under the stimulation of death, he squeezed out all his potential, and his dodging and blocking movements became simple and direct. Although he was tripped by the green vines from time to time, and was surrounded by danger, he managed to preserve his life. The green vines were cut by the ice blade one by one, and the number of green vines was decreasing. It was not that Guyue Qingshu did not want to use the green vine goo to grow more green vines, but the natural primeval energy in the surrounding air had almost been completely absorbed by him, although he was further away, and the primeval energy in the air was spreading towards him. The meager amount of primeval energy was not enough to satisfy the needs of the green vine goo. There was even worse news. The wood charm goo's power had already completely corroded Guyue Qingshu's body, and was starting to corrode his consciousness. Guyue Qingshu's consciousness started to show signs of being in a trance and was interrupted from time to time. The breath of death was already spitting on his face. Is it going to end? No. He was not resigned to this, and roused his spirit, making his last effort to kill Bai Ningbing. He could no longer see, and the wood charm goo's power had already corroded his eyes. He could no longer hear, and his ears were also useless. He only had a little sense of touch left. Relying on Bai Ningbing's counterattack, he determined the latter's position and attacked. His hard work paid off, and Bai Ningbing was finally captured due to exhaustion. A vine coiled around his neck and lifted his whole body up, gradually tightening. Bai Ningbing immediately felt difficulty breathing, and even if he opened his mouth wide, it was of no use. At the same time as Qingshu, he was also walking towards death. Feng Yuan breathed roughly, and the intense battle had already ended. On the ground, there were 5 corpses with their eyes wide open. They were all by Clan Gu masters. Relying on the stealth scales Gu for sneak attacks, the moon glow Gu, and the strength of 2 boars and 500 years of battle experience, he displayed astonishing results. Although he told Qingshu that he was returning to the village, it was just an excuse. After leaving for a distance, he used the stealth scales Gu to conceal his body and went around the mountain path battlefield, going to the place where Man Shi and Xiongli died. He retrieved the goo worms on the 5 corpses, and when he arrived at the place where Xiongli died, he found that the corpses were gone, not to mention their goo worms. Looks like Xiong collected their corpses. What a pity! I was hoping to get Xiong Li's brown bear innate strength goo. Feng Yuan sighed in his heart. Leaving Xiong alive was not his wish. But at that time he killed Xiongjiang, and Xiong was already extremely vigilant, and to kill him would require some effort. At that time, Bai Ningbing was right beside him. If Feng Yuan and Xiong had an internal conflict, Bai Ningbing would be pleased. But the brown bear innate strength Gu might not be on Xiongli. He had already cultivated the strength of a bear, and might have already handed it over to the clan. Feng Yuan gazed at the distant mountain path battlefield. The intense battle between Qingshu and Bai Ningbing naturally caused a huge commotion, and could not be hidden from the surrounding wolf groups and Gu masters. Although Feng Yuan was not optimistic about Qingshu's side, he had seen the power of the wood charm Gu with his own eyes in his previous life. A fierce battle with Bai Ningbing was definitely unavoidable. He was not willing to give up this chance, and thus chose to wait in the surroundings. From time to time, Gu masters would be attracted by the sounds of battle, and Feng Yuan would attract the wolf groups to restrain them. If he could not restrain them in time, Feng Yuan would take action himself. The sounds of battle in the mountain path battlefield have almost stopped. It seems the outcome is about to be decided. His right ear's ginseng root stretched out and rooted into the mountain wall, allowing Feng Yuan to hear some details of the battlefield on the mountain path. Honestly speaking, Gyue and Qing Shu's performance could be considered to have exceeded their usual standards. And after Bai Ningbing lost his right arm, the impact on his battle strength was even greater than Fang Yuan had imagined. But immediately, Fang Yuan's expression changed. He heard a large number of footsteps rushing towards the mountain path battlefield from two directions. One of the directions was from Gyue village. The Gu masters in the other direction were clearly from Bai Clan village. There were at least 20 Gu masters in each direction. It was not something the bold, lightning wolf group could block, and Fang Yuan could not lead 2 wolf groups to restrain this group of people. It seems the news of this battle has been found out by someone. These are the reinforcements sent by the 2 clans. I need to hurry and enter the mountain path. Fang Yuan was the closest and was the first to enter the mountain path. The scene in the battlefield was not out of his expectations. From the crack of the cage, he saw Bai Ningbing hanging by vines on the verge of death, but still with a single breath. The defense of the ice muscles is supporting Bai Ningbing's life. Humph, a pity you met me. Fang Yuan's killing intent surged, and he ran towards Bai Ningbing. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, a wave of pine needles rained down on Fang Yuan. It was Gyue Qing Shu's pine needle Gu attacking Fang Yuan. What's going on? Fang Yuan retreated, dodging this pine needle storm. He looked at the giant tree spirit that Bai Ningbing had transformed into and understood. It seems Gyue Qing Shu's consciousness has already blurred to the point where he cannot differentiate friend from foe. Relying on the obsession in his heart, he attempted to capture and kill Bai Ningbing. Anyone who intrudes into this battlefield will be regarded as an interloper by him. At this time, the Bai Clan Gu masters appeared on the mountain path. Seeing such a tragic battlefield, their faces were filled with horror. Lad over there, you better not act rashly. A rank 3 Gu master shouted at Fang Yuan, his tone filled with threat. This Bai Ningbing is really lucky. Fang Yuan saw this and laughed coldly in his heart, immediately knowing he could not deal the final blow. First of all, Qing Shu's consciousness was already blurred, and 1 green vine was not enough to kill Bai Ningbing, who had the ice muscles defense. Fang Yuan had to break through Qing Shu's blockade to get close to Bai Ningbing. This way he would attract most of his attention, and might even help Bai Ningbing escape. Even if he tried to force his way in, the Bai Clan's rank 3 and rank 2 elite Gu masters would definitely stop him. They would not just stand there and do nothing. Moreover, dealing with Bai Ningbing was extremely dangerous. Bai Ningbing's primeval essence had already recovered. At least he could use the blue bird ice coughing Gu. Even if Fang Yuan killed Bai Ningbing in the end, these Bai Clan Gu masters would not let Fang Yuan off. They would kill him as soon as possible. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. The distance is too long. There are at least 20 steps between me and Bai Ningbing, and my Moonglow Gu's attack range is only 10 steps. Moreover, for a dying Bai Ningbing, I would lose my life and disrupt my rebirth plan. This is not worth it. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan took a few steps back. This seemingly cowardly action made the Bai Clan Gu masters who rushed over let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 145. Soon after, Feng Jing also rushed over. Lord Qing Shu. He had a joyous expression, fearlessly running towards Gyue Qing Shu. But immediately after, he was hit back by a wave of pine needles. Group leader, it's me, Feng Zheng. He shouted in bewilderment, realizing something was wrong for the first time. But why would Gyue Qing Shu agree to him? Big brother, what happened to Lord Qing Shu? Feng Zheng was perplexed and panicked, asking for help from Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan ignored him, instead squatting down and forming a claw with his right hand towards Bai Ningbing. Plunder Gu. He secretly activated this Gu worm and quickly felt like he had grabbed something. He quickly pulled back, and a goo worm flew out from Bai Ningbing's body. It was a red steel relic goo. This was given to Bai Ningbing by the Bai clan leader, but Bai Ningbing did not use it and quickly reached rank 3. But now it was Fang Yuan's doing. The red steel relic goo flew out from Bai Ningbing's body and landed in Fang Yuan's hand. A group of Bai clan goo masters were so anxious that their eyes turned red, shouting, "Scoundrel, stop if you don't want to die. You dare to snatch our Bai clan's goo worm right in front of us." "It's a red steel relic goo," Fang Yuan sneered, not saying a word. Once the red steel relic goo was in his hands, he used spring-autumn cicada to refine it. But he did not keep it in his aperture, but kept it in his chest, giving the illusion that he did not refine it on the spot. He grabbed again, and this time a gray beetle flew out. Stone aperture goo. Fang Yuan recognized this goo worm's origin. His gaze flashed, and he refined it again, keeping it in his chest. Damn it, another goo worm. Stop him, stop him, he is so unrestrained. He simply does not put our Bai clan in his eyes. Save Bai Ningbing. Kill these guys. Bai clan's goo masters shouted as they rushed over from the mountain path. Bai Ningbing was heavily nurtured by the clan, and all the goo worms on her were top quality. Now that it was snatched away by Fang Yuan in front of everyone, everyone felt their hearts bleed. This was worse than killing them. Fang Zheng was so shocked that he took a step back when he saw this group of people charging at him. Fang Yuan, however, was indifferent. In the current situation, he and Fang Zheng were standing on the east side of the mountain path, while the Bai clan goo masters were on the west side, with Gu Yue, Qing Shu, and Bai Ningbing blocking the way. So. The pine needles fell like rain. Damn it. Bai clan's goo masters cursed, but were stopped by Gu Yue and Qing Shu. Gu Yue Qing Shu is not far from death. The remaining time is only enough for me to use the plunder goo one more time. What will it be this time? Fang Yuan calmed down and activated plunder goo. Every time plunder goo was activated, it consumed a lot of primeval essence. The stronger the target goo worm, the harder the process, the more primeval essence would be consumed. If the plunder failed, the goo master would suffer a backlash. Thus, the plunder goo was of little value and had not many uses. But now, Bai Ningbing was on the verge of death. His consciousness was hazy and he was close to the end of his rope. It was not difficult to plunder his goo worms. Among the goo worms on Bai Ningbing, the most valuable was undoubtedly the frost demon goo. This goo was comparable to the wood charm goo and could turn a person into a frost demon. But if used for too long, the goo master's life would be extinguished, turning into an ice sculpture. Bai Ningbing knew its drawbacks and had never used the frost demon goo like Gu Yue Qing Shu. Other than the frost demon goo, the second most valuable was the blue bird ice coffin goo, a rank 3 goo. Right now, it was residing in Bai Ningbing's throat. If he could grab the blue bird ice coffin goo, that would be the best situation. But the plunder goo was only rank 2, and it was not strong enough to fulfill the goo master's wishes. In the end, Fang Yuan grabbed Bai Ningbing's water shield goo. This was not bad. The water shield goo combined with the white jade goo would provide Fang Yuan with an even better defense. The tree spirit that Gu Yue Qing Shu had transformed into was pushed down by the Bai clan goo masters. They split open the wooden cage and rescued Bai Ningbing, who had lost his right arm and had fainted. Just as they were about to attack Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng, Gu Yue clan's reinforcements arrived. After confronting each other for a while, both sides tacitly stopped fighting. Qing Shu was dead, and Bai Ningbing was heavily injured. Under the wolf tide, this kind of sacrifice was shocking enough. If a large-scale battle occurred, the pressure on the clan's survival would be too great. No matter which world it was, the reason why people fought was mostly for the sake of benefits. But the biggest benefit in the world was undoubtedly survival. Finally, Guyue Qingshu's corpse and Gu worms were brought back by Guyue clan's Gu masters. Both sides guarded against each other and left the battlefield. The sky was raining, and it was gloomy. A group of people stood on a hill behind the village. This was the graveyard. Almost every once in a while, there would be a few new graves here. In this world, it was hard for humans to survive, be it external or internal factors. There would always be many sacrifices. The clan elder's voice was hoarse and deep, echoing in everyone's ears, adding to the pressure in their hearts. We have the same name, we come from the same clan, we have the same blood flowing in our veins. We are so close, but we are forever separated by life and death. Right now, my heart is filled with sorrow. Wait for me. One day in the future, I will also lie beside you. Let us turn into dust and soil and carry our bloodline. In front of a new grave, this group of people lowered their heads. Many were sobbing softly, and some were looking at the names on the tombstones with sorrow. The cruelty of life and death was like a white bone hand, tearing open a bloody wound in everyone's heart. It was just that some people were already numb from the pain, while some people's hearts were still young. Guyue Fangzheng was among the crowd, his lowered eyes staring at the tombstone. Guyue Qingshu, dead. His eyes were filled with endless bewilderment. Yesterday's battle, the entire process and situation were still vivid in his mind, deeply engraved in his heart. His experience was limited, and he could not understand Guyue Qingshu's tragic sacrifice. Now that the reality was placed in front of him, he could not accept it for a moment. Dead, that Lord Qingshu, who always smiled warmly, always gave me pointers, took care of me, and let me go, he really died? Why did this happen? Why in this world? Why is it that good people die easily and bad people live forever? Is this a dream? Am I dreaming right now? Fangzheng subconsciously clenched his fists. The real sensation made him feel even more grief. The discussions of the surrounding Gu masters could be heard. Sigh, to think this time, even Lord Qingshu was sacrificed. People will always die, but it is such a pity. I heard that Bai Ningbing still had one breath left and was saved. May he rest peacefully underground, and bless us to survive this wolf tide. The crowd gradually dispersed, and finally only Fangzheng was left. The young man's lonely figure faced the mountain of tombstones and graves. Lord Qingshu. He suddenly knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. He was bewildered, he was regretful, he was helpless, he was grieving. Plop, 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 plop. Bean-sized raindrops fell from the dark clouds, hitting the ground and causing the green grass and tree branches to droop. The smell of the soil rushed into Fangzheng's nose, and he cried in pain. His cries mixed with the sound of the rain. His 10 fingers dug into the mud, trying to grab Qingshu's life, but he only managed to grab 2 clumps of soil. The rain started. Bai Ningbing lay on the soft bed, looking at the rain with a blank expression. His right arm had already been treated and was wrapped in white bandages. His eyes had returned to their black color, and his cultivation was rank 3. He did not suppress his cultivation to rank 2. When he awoke from his slumber, he suddenly felt dispirited and uninterested in life. He had been lying there quietly with his eyes open for more than 10 hours. He allowed his rank 3 white, silver primeval essence to nourish his aperture. He was too lazy to care about it. This rain stirred the deepest memories in his heart. It was in this summer rain that he was officially adopted by clan leader. The patriarch's benevolent and hopeful gaze landed on him. The congratulatory voices of the surrounding elders surged over like a tide. The little him stood barefoot on the cold floor, staring at the rain outside the window, feeling lost and lonely. What is the purpose of living? This question that had troubled him for more than 20 years, and would likely continue to trouble him until he self-destructed, appeared again. Is it for kinship, for the clan, Bai Ningbing could not help but think of Guyue Shu. Ever since he was young, he had seen such sacrifices many times. Some were by clansmen, some were Xiong clansmen, Guyue clansmen. He could not understand this passion. He seemed to be a cold and emotionless person by nature. Guyue Shu could not give him an answer. Thus Fang Yuan's figure appeared in Bai Ningbing's mind. The first time he saw Fang Yuan was leaning against a tree behind him, eating a wild fruit he picked and watching the battle at the foot of the mountain. He was so excited that his body was trembling, shaking with excitement, because he saw himself in Fang Yuan's deep and serene eyes. But now that he thought about it, Fang Yuan's eyes seemed to have something more than him. That something was the answer to this question. The rain became heavier, thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed. What is the purpose of living? In the dark study room, Guyue Fangzheng asked the same question. Clan leader Guyue Bo sighed. He looked pitifully at the soulless young man in front of him. Then he looked at the rain outside the window. Fangzheng's confusion was understandable. The inevitable death often forced people to think about the value of life. Do you know? More than 10 years ago, there was a young man in the same situation as you. He asked me the same question. After a long time, Guyue Bo spoke slowly. That person was your team leader, my godson, Guyue Shu. Fangzheng was slightly stunned. He raised his head. A pair of red and swollen eyes showed a desire for an answer. Chapter 146. I told him there are thousands of reasons for a person to live. I can't answer why you're alive, only you can. Find it yourself. Guyue Bo answered. Then what's your answer, clan leader? Fangzheng blinked in confusion and asked. Guyue Bo chuckled. In his eyes, Fangzheng and Qingshu's images seemed to overlap. In the past, Guyue Qingshu had asked a similar question. The clan leader thought for a while, then repeated his answer. There will always be sacrifices in an organization. From the moment a person is born, it means death. Between life and death, humans are fragile, but there is one thing that can warm the heart and illuminate our soul. That is love. This is my answer. Sacrifices are common. Guyue Qingshu was Guyue Bo's adopted son. He had raised him for many years. Now that he had sacrificed himself as his adopted father, Guyue Bo was naturally grieved. But as the clan leader, he had seen too many sacrifices. When he had the awareness of life and death, he could accept the sorrow and pain. Fangzheng lowered his head again. He did not speak, as if he was thinking. The clan leader smiled and took out a letter from his desk drawer, then passed it to Fangzheng. This is Guyue Qingshu's letter. It recorded the answer he had pondered for many years. Now I'm giving it to you. You can take a look. This is his answer. Without a doubt, this letter had an unparalleled attraction in Fangzheng's heart. He immediately opened it. When he saw the first line, his tears flowed uncontrollably. It was Guyue Qingshu's familiar handwriting. Between the lines, there was his unique gentleness. At the beginning of the letter, it recorded his confusion and pain. Then it was the process of his constant thinking over the years, the events that touched him. As Fangzheng looked at this letter, it was as if he had experienced Guyue Qingshu's life. He followed the pace of Guyue Qingshu's life, all the way to the end of the letter. There was a passage at the end. The clan is like a forest, and each of us is like a tree in the forest. The old tree extended its branches to shelter the new saplings from the wind and rain. When the new trees grew into towering trees, the old trees would fall and become nutrients in the soil to nourish the land and give birth to new trees. People will always die. Heaven and earth will not remember us. However, the new trees were proof of the old tree's existence. Just like that, he kept witnessing. This forest of the family will become increasingly vast, and it will move towards prosperity and prosperity. People die all the time. As a Gu master, they could not hide the outcome of death. Even rank 7, rank 8, or even rank 9 Gu masters could only live a little longer. I felt fear in the face of death. But I deeply understand that one day, I, Gyue Qingshu, will also die. Perhaps they would die of old age or illness, or perhaps they would die in battle. May I then go to my death in peace and without regret. At the end of the letter, Lord Foster Father, I have asked you that question before. I think I have already found the answer. After reading this letter, Fang Zhang sobbed uncontrollably. His mind was filled with memories of Qingshu. When he made a mistake, he did not blame him but instead comforted him. When he suffered a setback, his encouraging gaze. In his frustration, he used his warm hand to rub his head. Gyue Bo kept this letter. In the future, when you think of the answer, you can also write me a letter. Go back and have a good rest. The wolf tide's crisis has not ended. You need to contribute your strength. No. Fang Zheng slowly raised his head, clenching his fists. What is it? Gyue Bo asked. I have already found my answer. Fang Zheng's tone was filled with an indescribable determination. I want strength. To protect my loved ones, to protect them from harm. I want to protect the clan, to strengthen the clan. I want to see the wolf tide no longer torment us. I want to see my companions feel happy and happy. I do not want this kind of sorrow to continue. I want to use my hands, my body, my soul, to protect the people around me. Gyue Bo showed a surprised expression. At this moment, he seemed to see Gyue Qingshu. Qingshu, you did not die in vain. Looking at Fang Zheng's shining eyes, the clan leader sighed in his heart. An old tree fell, and in the soil where it slowly rotted, a new sprout was already growing rapidly. Ren Zhu could not bear the loneliness. Thus he gouged out his eyes and turned them into a son and daughter. Only then did he get rid of the loneliness slightly. But good times did not last long. This pair of children gradually became greedy for the scenery of the world, putting their father Ren Zhu at the back of their minds, often playing and forgetting the time, and even forgetting to take care of Ren Zhu. Ren Zhu could not see anything. His eyes were filled with darkness, but sometimes he could actually see a bit of light. Regarding this, he was extremely puzzled, asking the Attitude Gu for guidance. Attitude Gu told him, "Oh, this is the eternal light emitted by the belief Gu." Belief? When Bai Ningbing saw this, she sneered and casually threw the book that recorded the ancient legend in her hand. The door opened at this moment, and the person who came in was almost hit in the face by this book. Ningbing, what are you doing? The person who came in was the Bai clan leader. He frowned, consoling. I know you are in a bad mood, but losing your right arm is nothing. In this world, there are many Gu worms that can heal your injuries. In the past, I asked the clan elder to stay by your side and protect you, but you always rejected, even attacking the clan elder. You suffered a loss this time, right? But this is also a good thing. Since young, your path has been too smooth. As long as you don't die or sacrifice yourself, this loss is nothing. Your injuries are no longer a problem. But the wolf tide is getting fiercer. The clan needs your strength now. A group of wolf cubs. What can they amount to? Bai Ningbing closed her eyes, lying on the bed, saying indifferently. The clan leader's face showed a serious expression. The situation is not good. It can even be said to not be optimistic. According to our investigations, there are already no less than 3 frenzy lightning wolf packs roaming around the village. Your failure has greatly affected the clan. Your failure has greatly affected the clansmen. I hope that this evening you will appear in public. As long as you don't fall, it will greatly raise our clan's morale. Do you understand? I understand. This is just a small matter. Bai Ningbing mumbled, his face full of impatience. If it was anyone else who had such an attitude towards the clan leader, they would have been severely punished. But Bai Ningbing was a different matter. The Bai clan leader sighed helplessly. He closed the door and left. Only Bai Ningbing was left in the room. He slowly opened his eyes. His eyes revealed a lonely and lost expression. He did not tell anyone about the trouble in his body and the premonition of death. From the clan's records, he found out the name of the Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique. In the limited information, the 10 extreme physiques were also known as the Sure Death Aptitude. When the aperture walls reached the limit, the power of the self-explosion would be extremely strong. Bai clan leader had raised Bai Ningbing and was very lenient towards him. If he told others about the Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique, Bai Ningbing did not doubt that the first person to kill him would be this Bai clan leader. What is the purpose of a person living? In the past, when he thought about this question, Bai Ningbing would feel very lost. Then he would feel bored, anxious, resentful, and other negative emotions. But now he had a sense of calmness in his heart. People would always grow, not to mention a genius like him. In the past, he knew that he would die for sure, and in his despair he yearned for life and had a kind of fear towards death. But now, when he really almost died, he accepted it, letting the rank 3 white, silver primeval essence nourish his aperture. He was no longer anxious. It was because he was no longer afraid of death. Even though he was still lost about the meaning of living, he knew where the answer to this question was. This answer had long been in Fang Yuan's heart. This kind of feeling was indescribable, and it was extremely mysterious, but he was clear about it. Moreover, the stone aperture gu was in Fang Yuan's hands now. Fang Yuan, we will definitely meet again. He muttered softly, his eyes shining with a bright radiance that was as dazzling as diamonds. Stone aperture gu. In the rented room, Fang Yuan looked at the gu worm in his hand and fell into deep thought. The stone aperture gu was shaped like a dice, square, grayish-white in color and extremely hard. This gu was an expendable gu, disappearing after one use. Its use was to turn the aperture walls of the gu master into a hard stone wall. This move completely squeezed out the foundation and potential of the aperture, allowing the gu master to instantly reach the peak of cultivation. For example, Fang Yuan was now at rank 2 middle stage. After using this gu, he could instantly reach rank 2 peak stage. But the price he had to pay was that Fang Yuan would never be able to advance to rank 3 and would also lose the ability to recover his primeval essence. From now on, he could only use Yuan stone to replenish his primeval essence. The stone aperture gu was used by gu masters who had no other way out. Some gu masters' apertures suffered irreparable damage and had cracks that could not be healed, so they could only use this gu. Or under special circumstances, the gu master had no hope of advancing and had to raise his cultivation in a short period of time to survive. Thus, they used the stone aperture gu. The cost of refining the stone aperture gu is very high. Bai Ningbing refined this gu worm in order to turn her aperture into a stone aperture to prevent death from descending upon her. Unfortunately, this method can only delay the arrival of death and cannot stop the self-destruction. If the Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique could be broken so easily, why would it be called one of the 10 extreme physiques? This stone aperture gu was useless to Fang Yuan, but the red steel relic gu and water shield gu from Bai Ningbing were very useful. As for the gu worms that Fang Yuan took from Gyue, Manshur, and the others, they were not outstanding. After returning to the village, he handed them over to the higher-ups of the clan and exchanged them for large amounts of battle merits. Due to the wolf tide, Qingshu and Bai Ningbing's fierce battle was suppressed by the 3 mountain strongholds, and they endured it silently. All 3 sides needed each other's strength to get through this crisis. Xiong Lin's report exposed the fact that Fang Yuan possessed the white jade gu, but he used the excuse of buying it from the caravan to temporarily gloss over it. Chapter 147. As the person involved, Fang Yuan was naturally investigated by the clan. But this investigation did not go deep, as the clan's higher-ups were all focused on the increasingly severe wolf tide. Fong Yuan's earth communication, eargrass, and stealth scales, goo, were still hidden. But even if they were exposed, Fong Yuan could push all the blame onto the caravan. Anyway, under the wolf tide, transportation was already cut off, and the caravan would not come. In this situation, the clan could not get confirmation from the caravan, and the investigation would only drag on. By the time they could get results, Fong Yuan would have already cultivated to rank 3 and left Qing Mao Mountain. Of course, if the 4 flavors liquorworm and spring-autumn cicada were exposed, it would be a different story. No matter which one was exposed, it would cause a huge commotion in the village. The 4 flavors liquorworm represented a brand new secret refinement method and had great significance. Even if Fong Yuan pushed all the blame onto the caravan, he could not explain it. He would definitely be investigated by the clan. Once the spring-autumn cicada was discovered, any wolf tide would die. This was a rank 6 goo. Even if the clan leader Gua Bo saw it, he would immediately shed all pretense of cordiality. What bullshit kinship, what clan leader position, he could give up on it. He would definitely force and snatch it without a second word. July, a hot summer day, the air was like flowing fire, filled with the smell of blood. The wolf tide was getting more and more serious, and the battles were getting more intense. Many people began to realize that the scale of the wolf tide this time was one of the rarest in the history of the past. The bold lightning wolf group was reduced to a supporting role, thousands of frenzied lightning wolves roaming around the village. The living space of humans was compressed to an extremely low level. Even the headquarters of the Guyue clan was the same, not to mention the village at the foot of the mountain. 9 out of 10 houses were empty. A portion of the lucky villagers, through various connections, managed to survive in the village. But even more villagers had to leave their homes, and to avoid the wolf pack, they started to travel over mountains and rivers. Their destination was another village on the mountain. But along the way, there were fierce beasts and wild goo. Almost all the lightning wolves in the mountains and plains compressed their hopes of migration into tiny particles. This was a journey of despair. These mortals had already been abandoned by the Guyue clan, and they would all die along the way. Not to feed the fierce beasts, they were killed by the swarm of insects, be it mortals or goo masters. They were all struggling between life and death. Even the elders, who usually held high positions in the clan, had no choice but to personally go into battle. The goo masters who went into seclusion earlier, he was called up again. When the wolf tide ended, less than 1/10 of them would be able to survive. The cruelty of nature was undoubtedly revealed at this moment. The strong preyed on the weak, and the survival of the fittest. It was not something that could be avoided with a few warm words. Fong Yuan sat on the bed with his eyes closed, his mind entering his aperture. In the aperture, 44% of the red steel sea was surging, rising and falling. This true essence was so red that it was almost black. It was dark red peak second revolution true essence. Second revolution true essence was called scarlet iron true essence. But in the 4 different small realms of beginner, intermediate, advanced, and peak, there was a slight difference in the red iron true essence. Rank 2 initial stage primeval essence was light red in color. Rank 2 middle stage primeval essence was crimson in color. He had reached the advanced level. It was crimson. Peak was crimson. Many days ago, Fong Yuan had advanced from middle stage to upper stage. The original dark red primeval essence, after being refined by the 4 flavors liquorworm and replenished by the Yuan stone, had completely turned into the current dark red primeval essence. Right now, in the aperture, the surrounding aperture walls were no longer glowing water membranes. Instead, they were layers of thick stone membranes made of white light. White jade goo and stealth scales goo were submerged in the red steel sea. The 4 flavors liquorworm was playing around in the sea, But when the spring-autumn cicadas figure gradually appeared, the Four Flavors liquorworm immediately dove deep into the sea with a whoosh. At this time, the entire primeval sea would be as smooth as a mirror under the spring-autumn cicada's aura without a single ripple. The spring-autumn cicada's condition was getting better. Its two wings had completely recovered, like a pair of fresh green leaves, but its main body was still withered like before. Fang Yuan would inspect the spring-autumn cicada every once in a while. Right now, he could clearly feel that the spring-autumn cicada's recovery speed was getting faster and faster. In the past, the spring-autumn cicada was like a dying patient, unable to open its mouth and only able to drink liquid food to maintain its life. But now, this patient could get off the bed and open his mouth to eat more food to replenish his nutrients. The recovery speed was naturally getting faster and faster. Other than the spring-autumn cicada, there were two new members in Fang Yuan's aperture. They were both obtained from Bai Ningbing. One was the water shield gu, floating in the sea like a jellyfish. The other was the red steel relic gu. Fang Yuan's advancement to upper stage was because the Four Flavors liquorworm had refined its primeval essence and had been nurturing the aperture, accumulating the essence to the point of a qualitative change. Fang Yuan had yet to use this red steel relic gu. Just based on cultivation, Fang Yuan was already the third strongest rank 2 gu master in Gyue clan. Xiong Li and Qing Shu had already died, and even in the entire Qingmao Mountain, Fang Yuan was in the top 5. As for Qi Shan and Mo Yen, they were originally upper stage, but not long ago they had both advanced to peak stage. After Qing Shu's death, the low morale of the clansmen was boosted. Fang Yuan was improving, but others were also improving. Previously, Qi Shan and Mo Yen had been stuck at upper stage for a period of time, suppressed by Qing Shu, who was at peak stage. Especially under the stimulation of death brought by the wolf tide, the Gu Masters developed a serious thirst for strength, squeezing out their potential and causing their cultivation to rise. But in terms of battle strength, I am definitely the number 1 rank 2 Gu Master in the whole Qingmao Mountain. Now that I have used this red steel relic gu, my cultivation has risen to peak stage, and with my rich experience I can even fight against a rank 3 Gu Master to a certain extent. Fang Yuan pondered. His low profile and forbearance earlier had now brought him great results. With C-grade aptitude being able to achieve such progress, the clansmen would be shocked. Even the A-grade aptitude Fangzheng was only at rank 2 middle stage. Of course, even if he advanced to peak stage, Fang Yuan could not reach the stage of defeating a rank 3 Gu Master. Bai Ningbing was able to kill a rank 3 Gu Master because of the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. Guyue and Qing Shu could also do it because of the Wood Charm Gu, a powerful and unique rank 3 Gu worm. Actually, speaking of which, Fang Yuan also had a trump card that was stronger than the two of them, Spring-Autumn Cicada. But this rank 6 Gu worm was quite special. Fang Yuan would not use it unless he had no other choice. Spring-Autumn Cicada had not fully recovered if he forcefully used it. Whether he could revive or not was a huge question mark. The red steel relic, Gu, was only effective on rank 2 Gu Masters. It was worthless to not use it. Fang Yuan was just about to use this Gu worm. There was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Lord Fang Yuan, it's me, Guyue Jianya. After the knock, a person shouted. Fang Yuan frowned. This Jianya was getting more and more overboard, coming to find him again and again, wanting to buy more vitality leaves. The more deaths and injuries there were, the higher the price of vitality leaves, to the point where there was no stock in the market. How many times have I told you, I don't have any extra vitality leaves here, get lost. Fang Yuan snorted. How could he give up his cultivation time for a mere yuan stone? Outside the door, Jianya smiled flatteringly. Lord Fang Yuan, please calm down. You also know the current situation. I have no other choice, right? Many Gu Masters know that I sell vitality, leaves here and come looking for me. My days are not good either. How about this? I will increase the price by 10%. Lord Fang Yuan, please do me a favor and give me a dozen pills to save my life. At the end, he begged, his voice carrying a sobbing tone. Fang Yuan was indifferent. That's your problem. What does it have to do with me? Humph. You are getting more and more daring. Forgetting our agreement, you actually brought someone else here. Jiang, you stood outside the door, smiling bitterly. He looked at the elderly Gu master beside him. He had no other choice. This Gu master was too domineering, insisting on following him here. Little friend Fang Yuan, this elderly Gu master spoke. I am Gu. I believe you have heard of me. This time I want to buy some vitality leaves from you. I hope you can give me some face and spare some time to produce some. Give you face? Ha! What face do you have? Fang Yuan sneered. This guy, ye had some fame. He had originally retired, but because of the wolf tide he was summoned back by the clan. At his peak he was a rank 3 cultivator. But because of his injuries his cultivation fell to rank 2 peak stage. Now that he was old, his cultivation fell to rank 2 upper stage. Although he had the same cultivation as Fang Yuan, his battle strength was no longer enough. Gu Ye's face was ashen. He had long heard that Fang Yuan was a loner and eccentric, with a bad temper, arrogant and disrespectful, looking down on everyone. Before he came, he was mentally prepared, but he did not expect that he still underestimated Fang Yuan. He wanted to sell his face to Fang Yuan, but this method that had always been successful was useless against Fang Yuan. At once, he felt his face burning, and his heart was filled with anger and humiliation. His face was completely thrown away this time. This disrespectful dog, he cursed in his heart, but did not leave. He needed vitality leaves. He was an experienced person and knew the importance of vitality leaves. Sometimes a piece of vitality leaves could save his life. The older one gets, the more timid they become. In the past, when he was young, he would be motivated and filled with hot blood. He wanted to protect his clansmen, wanted to change the world, wanted to become the clan's hero. At that time, he had the resolve to face death with equanimity. But now that he was old and calmed down, he had seen through it all these years. He finally came back to his senses. Especially after his children were sacrificed, his heart turned even colder. Any kind of organization would require sacrifices because resources were limited. Although resources were being produced at every moment, resources were also being consumed. With this addition and subtraction, the total amount was still limited. To survive, people needed food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. These were resources. To cultivate, Gu masters needed Gu worms, Yuan stone. Food, these were all resources. To become stronger, they needed more resources. But if you don't sacrifice, where would I get more resources? It was better for you to die than for me. What protection? Glory, family, dreams, hot blood. These were all justifications for sacrifice. There was no organization that did not encourage self-sacrifice. But the higher-ups would never say it out loud. They would promote protection, glory, family, dreams, hot blood, happiness, and so on, and give all kinds of benefits. But when the person died, what was the use of having benefits? What could a dead hero enjoy? Look at that Gue Qingshu. He died happily and was buried in the ground, his name carved on the tombstone, and his spirit influenced the heroes that came after him. Chapter 148. Jiang Ye looked at the ashen-faced Guyu, Yi beside him, his heart feeling somewhat pleased. This old man had forced him to bring him here. Jiang Ye only had rank 1 cultivation and was a junior. He was naturally inferior to Gui. Thus, he had no choice but to bring him here. Now that he had lost face, Jiang Ye was rather envious of Fang Yuan's carefreeness. Guyue, you really wanted to slap Fang Yuan countless times and teach this arrogant junior a lesson. But for the vitality leaf, he could only swallow his anger and said, "Little friend Fang Yuan, you can't say that. You are still young and don't understand the importance of connections. There will always be times when you need help from others. Think about it. If you come to me for help in the future and I treat you the same way, how would you feel?" Bullshit connections. Fang Yuan sneered in disdain. The so-called unity was only because everyone was weak. Connections were indeed necessary on Earth. After all, there would be no qualitative difference between people in terms of strength. But this world was a world where cultivation was possible. It was fundamentally different. Connections were just an accessory to strength. As long as one was strong, connections would follow. Those who pursued connections would definitely need help from others. There was no need for connections. As long as one was strong enough, anything could be easily obtained. If not given, they would just snatch and kill. Why would there be a need for connections? Fang Yuan naturally would not take the initiative to spread these demonic thoughts. But since he had already been disturbed, there was no harm in doing this business. Thus he said, "It's not that I can't sell it to you. 1 vitality leaf for 68 pieces of yuan stone. How many do you want?" Guyue Yi was shocked by this seller and hurriedly said, "Little friend Fang Yuan Yi, your price is too expensive." Fang Yuan snorted. "You don't have to buy it if you think it's too expensive. There are vitality leaves in the resources provided by the clan. You can also exchange for them with battle merits." Guyue Yi smiled bitterly. How would I not know this? However, the vitality leaves and the supplies were all sold to those who had connections. Medicine Hall Elder Guyue Yao Ji is covering the sky with one hand. How can I interfere? Little friend Fang Yuan, why don't you do me a favor? I will definitely repay you in the future. In my opinion, 60 yuan stone is a fair price. I never expect anything in return. You've wasted enough of my time. 70 yuan stone. If you don't want to buy it, you can leave, Fang Yuan replied. Guyue Yi was so angry that he stomped his feet. Little friend Fang Yuan, how can you do business like this? Fang Yuan chuckled. Times have changed. It's now 72 yuan stone. Every time you speak, I'll waste some time. If I'm unhappy, I'll raise the price. I hope you know what to do next. Hearing this, Guyue Yi's face revealed an extremely angry expression. He wanted to say something, but no matter how many times he opened his mouth, no words came out. His old face alternated between green and red. Seeing this, Jiangya, who was beside him, secretly laughed. Finally, Guyue gritted his teeth and said, Fine, I'll buy it. I need 5 vitality leaves. You can give the yuan stone to Jiangya now. As for the vitality leaves, you can go get them from him 3 days later. Fang Yuan said. These words were too much. Exchanging money and goods was the most basic of fairness. But Guyue Yi still paid the money and gave Jiangya several bags of yuan stone on the spot. His movements were faintly trembling. This was not much of his savings. He had lived frugally for a long time, but now it was being exploited by an unscrupulous merchant. In the end, he walked out of the bamboo house with endless depression and depression. Lord Fang Yuan, you are truly taking revenge in such a manner, but I'm afraid you've offended Guyue Yi badly. This old man, when he was young, he would definitely take revenge. I'm afraid he won't let this go. Outside the door, Jiangya said carefully, Let him be. Those who take advantage of their seniority will eventually be eliminated by the clan. Fang Yuan opened the door, and Jiangya quickly handed over the bags of money in his hands. To fight against the wolf tide, the clan would have to expend a large amount of resources. With less resources, the huge organization would not be able to sustain itself, and would naturally have to lay people off. These old fellows were wasting precious resources if they were alive, and were destined to be eliminated. Eliminating the old and weak from the wolf pack was equivalent to driving these crippled wolves out. In human society, it would not be so obvious. Evil deeds would always be covered with a layer of light. Thus, these old Gu masters were recruited. So what if Gyue saw through this world? Being in the system, being in the pugilistic world, he had no choice. The clan relied on the righteousness of protecting the clan to recruit them and make them sacrifice themselves. Who would dare to disobey? There was a saying on earth, if the monarch wants the minister to die, the minister has no choice but to die. They could not even control their own life and death. But there would always be countless people fighting to be ministers. This was the charm and cruelty of the system. After the past wolf tides, how many of those old Gu masters survived? This Gyue don't mention 5 vitality leaves. Even if you gave him 50, he might not be able to live. Fang Yuan stood at the door, laughing coldly. Jiangye heard this tone, and his heart could not help but feel a chill. He felt that Fang Yuan had a kind of aura, icy cold, like the howling north wind, suppressing him so much that he did not dare to raise his head. Fang Yuan looked at Jiangye, his eyes deep and dark, continuing, "From now on, unless there is a fixed time, you are not to look for me. If you go against this, you will have to bear the consequences. Letting you sell the vitality leaves on my behalf is just giving your brother face. But face is given by others and also thrown away by yourself. You have to take care of yourself." Jiang, you listened to Fang Yuan's reprimand, not daring to make a sound. Thinking of Gyuye's miserable state, a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Also, from now on, the price of the vitality leaves will be raised to 70 yuan stone per piece. Fang Yuan continued, 70 yuan stone. Jiang swallowed a mouthful of saliva in shock, his eyes shining, as if he had seen the rolling yuan stone. But he still had some lingering fear, and said carefully, "Lord Fang Yuan, raising the price like this, will others think that we are profiting from the war? Won't there be a little suspicion of taking advantage of the situation? If we do this, we might incur the wrath of the masses." Wrath of the masses? So what if it is? Just do what I tell you to do. What's with all this nonsense? If someone wants to cause trouble, just say that I am selling the vitality leaves. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Yes, yes, yes. Jiang quickly nodded. Fang Yuan's words were exactly what he wanted, and he was prepared to do so. He was only a rank 1 minor character, and could not offend too many people. He had already done so earlier, pushing all the trouble to Fang Yuan. A minor character also had a minor character's survival wisdom, and Fang Yuan was naturally well aware of Jiangye's thoughts. But with different cultivation and different periods, Fang Yuan would have a different lifestyle. After using that red steel relic Gu, he would be rank 2 peak stage, close to rank 3. He could be considered to have started to grow, and with this strength his life would be different. Previously he needed to keep a low profile, but now he needed to be strong. Only by being strong could he obtain the greatest benefits. As for this Jiangye, he still had some value. He had some thoughts, but as long as they did not infringe upon Fang Yuan's interests, he could completely tolerate it. Even if he revealed some unimportant trump cards, it was no big deal. During peaceful times, those higher-ups had nothing to do, and there might be some trouble. But with the wolf tide now, who could care about these minor details? After the wolf tide, it was uncertain if the Gyue village could still exist. Half a month later, the lightning wolves surged like the tide, and the Gu masters retreated step by step. Xiong Yuanjin, you have to hold on. The Gyue village is not far away. Xiong Jiaoman looked at the clansmen on the ground, her eyes red as she shouted loudly. Big sister, I can't do it anymore. I have something in my heart that I want to say to you. Xiong Yuanjun was on the verge of death. His injuries were severe, and his face was full of death. All right, say it. Xiong Jiaoman sobbed. She knew that although this Xiong Yuanjun was usually a man of few words, he had a crush on her. At this moment, she also knew what Xiong Yuanzhen wanted to say to her. But Xiong Yuanzhen opened his mouth, but in the end he did not say the words, "I like you." He died, dying from excessive blood loss, and his injuries were too severe to heal. His body was full of wounds, all caused by the lightning wolf's bites. The most terrifying and fatal wound was on his chest, extending from his right shoulder to his navel. This was caused by a bold lightning wolf. "Big sister, the situation is bad. Another bold lightning wolf pack is coming." The investigative Gu master shouted, his voice filled with fear. Xiong Jiaoman's crying stopped, and she put down Xiong Yuanzhen. She was the group leader. Her group members needed her. The dead were gone, but the living still had to face this cruel world. "This group of damned wolf pups, there's no end to them." Xiong Jiaoman cursed fiercely. Her body was hot, her face was beautiful, and her vulgarities had a unique charm. Listening to her words, the others couldn't help but feel at peace. Xiong Jiaoman cursed as she observed. The result of her observation made her feel discouraged. She could kill one bold lightning wolf pack, and if there were two, she could kill her way out. But now there were 4 bold lightning wolf packs, and the most sensible method was to retreat into the valley behind them and activate the signal Gu, waiting for reinforcements. "Retreat into the valley," Xiong Jiaoman shouted as she mobilized the 2 giant bears to bring up the rear. These 2 giant bears had been raised by her to be fat and healthy. One brown, one black, their fur smooth and shiny, but their bodies were full of wounds. When Xiong Jiaoman's group of 7 successfully retreated into the valley, only one of the 2 giant bears was left. The black one had killed tens of lightning wolves and was finally exhausted and was drowned by the lightning wolf pack. A Gu worm shot out from the bear's corpse and returned to Xiong Jiaoman's hands. This was the bear enslavement Gu. It could be planted on a bear and allow the Gu master to control the giant bear. Of course, this type of bear could only be an ordinary beast. The bear enslavement Gu was only a rank 2 Gu worm and could not enslave a bear king. If it could enslave a bear king, it would be strong, because a bear king, even the lowest 100 beast king, would have hundreds of wild bears as subordinates. If a Gu master could enslave a beast king, it would mean that they have a beast group to control. Now we just have to wait for reinforcements. But I hope they can come soon. Xiong Jiaoman breathed heavily, sighing. They retreated into the valley, and their defensive area was greatly reduced, and the pressure from the wolf pack immediately decreased. But they also lost their path of retreat, and the blood and continuous battles would attract more and more wolf packs. Thus, the crisis was not over. "Hey!" Right at this moment, a voice came from the cliff above them. Everyone quickly looked up and saw a young man standing above. "It's him, Guyue Fang Yuan." The 7 Gu masters of Xiong village were first roused, and then their faces showed a complex expression. Chapter 149. Ever since the intense battle between Bai Ningbing and Qing Shu, Fang Yuan, who had chased after Bai Ningbing all the way, became famous and everyone knew about him. These days, Fang Yuan showed his strong side in the wolf tide. He hunted lightning wolves alone, and his results were shocking. He was one of the new generation. If not for his eccentric personality and bad reputation, his status might be on par with Qi Shan and Mo Yen. But to the Xiong clan, Fang Yuan was Xiong Zhang's murderer. Thus, when Xiong Jiaoman and the rest saw Fang Yuan, their faces showed complex emotions. Fang Yuan looked down from above, waving the tree vine in his hand, saying leisurely, "You can choose to wait for reinforcements, or use my tree vine to climb up the mountain." Who knew when the reinforcements would come? Things on the battlefield could never be explained clearly. Xiong Jiaoman and the rest naturally chose the tree vine in front of them, but Fang Yuan asked for a reward. This made the Xiong clan Gu masters very angry. Fang Yuan, we are allies. How can you do this? Someone shouted angrily. You actually want the bear enslavement Gu. How dare you? Someone mocked. Fang Yuan was unruffled. 1 bear enslavement Gu. 700 yuan stone in exchange for the lives of 7 of you. This price is very cheap. You can reject it. I will go back and report your situation to the clan. Hee hee. But when the reinforcements will come, and whether they will be attacked by the wolf pack on the way, I can't say for sure. Everyone became silent. All of them had ugly expressions on their faces. All right, I agree. Fang Yuan, you really live up to your reputation. Finally, Xiong Jiaoman chose to give in for the sake of the bigger picture. Her words were filled with bitter mockery towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan shrugged his shoulders indifferently. This result was within his expectations. He threw down the tree vine, laughing coldly in his heart. These 4 bold lightning wolf packs were lured here by him. He had wanted to wait for these people to die, and then retrieve their Gu worms, earning him a large amount of battle merits. But their signal Gu had already attracted the attention of several surrounding Gu master groups, and they were all rushing over to reinforce them. To not let his hard work go to waste, Fang Yuan could only act as a reinforcement Gu master. Xiong Jiaoman and the rest used the tree vines to escape from the wolf group. Not long after, 3 Gu master groups arrived. One of them was the Qishan team. This caused the 7 Gu masters, whose faces were already ashen, to turn even more unsightly. Xiong Jiaoman was filled with regret. Not long ago, she removed the consciousness of the bear enslavement Gu and cooperated with Fang Yuan to refine the Gu. It was impossible for him to back out now. Fang Yuan, I'll remember you. Xiong Jiaoman fiercely glared at Fang Yuan. Remember or not, that's your problem. Fang Yuan smiled faintly. He turned around and left. Miss Xiong, we meet again. On the other side, the Qishan team welcomed her with a very polite tone. Ever since the incident with Bai Ningbing, Guyue clan lost Qingshu and Xiong clan lost Xiongli. They were all victims. Thus their relationship became closer. In terms of politics, Bai clan had become the target of resistance from both clans, even though the alliance still existed. Little sister greets brother Qishan. Xiong Jiaoman barely relaxed her brows and cupped her fists towards Qishan. This time I came to ask for help from Guyue clan and ask them to send some reinforcements. Xiong clan has already been surrounded by the wolf group for 6 days and 6 nights. These days, the wolf tide was getting more and more serious. The lightning wolf group had already encircled the village. They had even attacked wantonly. Xiong clan was the lowest among the 3 clans. Being at the foot of the mountain, they naturally bore the brunt of the attack. In fact, this was already the 3rd time they had been surrounded. They needed reinforcements to coordinate from both inside and outside to defeat these lightning wolf groups. The matter of reinforcements shouldn't be difficult. Didn't we have a good cooperation the last 2 times? But this matter has to be reported to Lord Clan Leader first. Everyone, please follow me. Qishan said. Xiong Jiaoman and the rest followed the Qishan group and arrived at Guyue village. Guyue village had already set up layers of defense. The outer village walls were heavily reinforced and dozens of towers were set up. Below the village walls were dug trenches with green spear bamboo pieces stuck in them. The village walls had already been planted with iron vine Gu and poison flower Gu. Looking at it, the walls were covered with sharp thorns and poisonous flowers that were about to bloom, numbering in the hundreds and thousands. Entering the main gate, the nearby buildings, be it residences or taverns, were all requisitioned and transformed into temporary fortresses. Xiong Jiaoman's group of 7 had trekked all the way from Xiong clan, passing through the wolf group's blockade. Thus, they were first led into a bamboo building to receive treatment. More than 10 healing gu masters were stationed in the bamboo building. Most of them rank 1 gu masters and 2 rank 2 gu masters. But what made Xiong Jiaoman and the rest slightly surprised was that the person in charge of this situation was not the 2 rank 2 healing gu masters, but a young girl. Place this fainted one on the rattan chair. There is a person with a fracture in his lower leg. Guexing, come over and treat him. Flesh wounds, Ah Feng, come over to stop the bleeding. Xian, come over to disinfect. Xiao Hua, help the one with the fracture put on a splint. Then come over here to bandage it. The young girl had jet black hair, a small cherry mouth, her eyes bright like crystals. Her face had some baby fat, and her voice was soft and sweet. But when it came to handling matters, she was very capable, making people look at her in a different light. Xiong Jiaoman suddenly thought of someone and asked, "This sister, are you Gui Yao Lo?" Xiong clan's sister Jiao Man, hello. To think you know my name. After Gui Yao Lu had arranged everything, she walked over and greeted politely. Sister Yao Lu, you are a famous person. You inherited Lord Yao Ji's benevolent heart and have superb medical skills. Although you are only rank 1 now, you are still one of Qing Mao Mountain's 10 rising stars. Even in the Xiong clan, there are many people who admire you. Xiong Jiaoman knew that the young girl in front of her had a deep background. She came here to ask for Guyue clan's help, so she naturally put in good words. Sister Jiao Man, you are flattering me. Guyue Yao Lu was still young after all. Her face flushed from the praise, and she shyly lowered her head. At this time, a Xiong clan gu master beside her said, unhappily, although they are both the 10 rising stars, that Guyue Feng Yuan cannot be compared to you. Don't mention Feng Yuan. I get angry from the bottom of my bones when I mention him. There are no heroes in this era. Let this lad become famous. Sigh. This person's character is really too bad. He can actually be named one of the 10 rising stars and at the top. It really makes me want to vomit. These words immediately attracted the agreement of the others. This even included the Gu masters of Guyue clan. Guyue Feng Yuan? What did he do this time? Someone asked curiously. He took one of my bear enslavement gu. He also gave me 700 yuan stone as compensation for saving us. I have never seen such a shameless scoundrel who forgets his morals at the sight of profit. Xiong Jiao Man snorted, venting the dissatisfaction in her heart. This is nothing. There are even more despicable things. His heart is even blacker than coal, selling 1 vitality leaf for 80 yuan stone. He is simply taking advantage of people's difficulties, greedy and shameless to the extreme. He is too arrogant and arrogant. One of my friends wanted to join his group, but not only was he rejected, he even ridiculed him in public. What is there to be arrogant about? He is only a C-grade talent. He is a living prodigal son, squandering the inheritance his parents left him to buy a red steel relic gu from the caravan. Then he snatched a red steel relic gu from Bai Ningbing. If I have these 2 gu, I can also have his cultivation. Lord Guyue Qingshu is still the best. He is humble and gentle, but unfortunately he died too early. On the other hand, his brother Fangjing is full of righteousness and has a chivalrous heart, as well as Lord Qingshu's humble demeanor. He is the complete opposite of his brother. Xiong Jiaoman did not expect that her words of complaint would cause such a strong reaction from so many Guyue clansmen. She was taken aback. She did not expect Feng Yuan to be such a failure as a person, being hated by so many people. She felt strange and could not help but ask, since he is so unpopular, why doesn't anyone teach him a lesson? The bamboo building immediately became silent. Guyue clansmen looked at each other, not saying a word. In fact, there were people who disliked Feng Yuan's way of doing things, as well as the profits from selling them at a high price. There were many people who found trouble with him, but the result every time was that the troublemaker got into big trouble. After many times, No one found trouble with Fang Yuan anymore. And Fang Yuan was publicly recognized as the number one of the 10 rising stars in this wolf tide. All status was rooted in power. Fang Yuan's battle strength was the strongest, so he was the number one. No matter how bad his reputation was, or how unpopular he was. It's that Fang Yuan again. Guyue Yao Lu frowned as she muttered to herself. She had never seen Fang Yuan before, but had heard of him many times. The young girl did not have a good impression of Fang Yuan. This Fang Yuan might be my senior, but his way of doing things is too out of line, and his conduct is also too excessive. This time he actually threatened Sister Jiaoman and asked for the bear enslavement goo. He simply does not care about the alliance between our clans. No, I need to talk to Grandma and let her teach this Fang Yuan a lesson. Otherwise he will be a disgrace to Guyue clan. Thinking of this, the young girl felt that it was necessary to teach Fang Yuan a lesson from the clan's perspective. Of course, she did not have this ability, but she believed that her grandma, Medicine Hall Elder Guyao Ji, definitely had it. In her eyes, her grandma was almost omnipotent. You want me to teach Guyue Fang Yuan a lesson? Yao Ji looked at her granddaughter with a dazed expression before becoming nervous. My good granddaughter, did he bully you? She quickly asked. He did not bully me, but he bullied others. This time it was Xiong clan's Sister Jiaoman. He actually threatened her and asked for a bear enslavement goo and 700 yuan stone. This is too much. If this goes on, the clan's face will be thrown away by him. Guyue Yaolu said, Yes, Grandma knows about this. Good granddaughter, you can leave first. Grandma will not disappoint you. Yao Ji muttered, Thank you, Grandma. Grandma, you don't know, this person is too despicable, raising prices, bullying the weak. He simply does all sorts of evil. After the young girl left, Yao Ji fell into deep thought. She had wanted to teach Fang Yuan a lesson for a long time. The reason was not Yao Li's naive reason, but because Fang Yuan's benefits were worth making a move. First was the liquor worm. Although Yao Ji had bought one from the caravan previously, but that was for her granddaughter Yao Lu. She still needed a liquor worm as a material to finally refine a rank 3 goo that she needed. Next was the 9-leaf vitality grass. Most of the 9-leaf vitality grass in the clan was controlled by Yao Ji. Relying on selling the vitality leaves, she had greatly consolidated her authority and position. This Fang Yuan is too arrogant. Previously, I wanted to buy his liquor worm, but he did not sell it to me. He really has guts. Now, he recklessly raised the price of the vitality leaves, making a huge profit. Does he really think that I, the Medicine Hall Elder, only exist in name? Humph. Chapter 150. 2 giant banners fluttered in the wind, making loud noises. One was the battle merit list, where Fang Yuan was currently in the top 10. The other banner recorded all kinds of resources, all of which could only be exchanged for with battle merit. But at this moment, in the crowded plaza, many Gu Masters' gazes were attracted by a newly announced decree. The content of the notice was, The wolf tide is fierce. The clan's Gu Master casualty rate is increasing day by day. To strengthen the healing ability, the Medicine Hall ordered all Gu Masters with 9-leaf vitality grass to temporarily hand over their 9-leaf vitality grass to the clan. The Medicine Hall will organize manpower and carry out a unified production. At the end of the notice was a list of names. The names of the Gu Masters with 9-leaf vitality grass were listed. Needless to say, Fang Yuan was naturally on the list. At this moment, he was standing at a far corner. Looking at this notice, his expression could not help but turn ugly. At first glance, he immediately realized that this was Guyue Yao Ji targeting him, making a move against him. Humph! This Guyue Yao Ji, she asked me to buy the liquor worm, but did not give up. I had already accumulated enough battle merit and wanted to exchange for that 3-step fragrant grass goo, but was secretly stopped by her. This time, she actually coveted my 9-leaf vitality grass. However, Guyue Yao Ji's actions could be understood. People of the same trade were natural enemies. Guyue Yao Ji controlled the sale of vitality leaves to consolidate her authority, deepen her influence, and maintain her connections. But Fang Yuan secretly sold them, raising the price. This imperceptibly violated her benefits and shook her influence. I have many goo worms now. White jade goo, moon glow goo, plunder goo, water shield goo, earth communication eargrass, and so on. 9-leaf vitality grass is my main source of income. If I lose this goo, it will be like pulling out the firewood from under the pot. Guyue Yao Ji's move is really ruthless. Fang Yuan frowned. The discussions of the surrounding goo masters entered his ears. The medicine hall's move is really great. There are too few vitality leaves. It cannot satisfy our needs. Every time a batch appears on a list of supplies, someone will immediately buy it. Elder Yao Ji is truly benevolent. Look at this name list. Some of them are goo masters from Qi and Mo faction. By doing so, she has undoubtedly offended many elders in power. Lord Yao Ji is wholeheartedly working for the family. She is worthy of respect. Sigh. Only Lord Yao Ji would have such boldness. If it was any other family elder who would dare to do this. Oh, look, the content of the announcement has changed. Qi faction and Mo factions goo masters handed over the 9-leaf vitality grass. The crowd went wild. Gathering the 9-leaf vitality grass and unifying the production meant more vitality leaves. To them, this was great news. Fang Yuan looked over, and indeed saw, behind the names of these goo masters, there was an addition of the words turned in. And because of this, his name became even more prominent. His heart became even heavier. Guyue Yao Ji was, after all, a shrewd old fox. She was proficient in scheming. This move was to use the general situation to pressure Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan stubbornly resisted, he would attract even more trouble and give himself a handle. It was not a wise move. This was the power of the clan system. If the clan wants you to sacrifice, they would not say it directly, but instead put on a bright front, wrapping it in righteousness, forcing you to submit. Like those retired goo master elders, asking them to sacrifice their lives who would dare to defy. Now to collect the 9-leaf vitality grass. She wanted Fang Yuan and some other goo masters to sacrifice their own benefits to satisfy everyone. This was fundamentally for Yao Ji's benefit. If anyone dared to disobey, they would be going against the clan and alienating the masses. They would be traitors, they would be reactionary. To resolve this matter, delaying and acting shamelessly won't work. It would instead make me more passive. Because these are all small schemes. Yao Ji's move is wrapping it in righteousness. Any small schemes will be destroyed. The only way to solve this problem is to use an even greater force to fight back in a dignified manner and defeat this force of hers head-on. Fang Yuan already had a fundamental solution in his heart. This plan was simple and grand. It was to advance to rank 3. The status of rank 3 and rank 2 goo masters was completely different. In the clan, as long as a goo master advanced to rank 3, he would immediately become a clan elder, joining the decision-making circle. Even the clan leader could not easily infringe on their benefits. Don't look at this announcement. The Mo faction, Qi faction, and other goo masters obediently handed over the 9-leaf vitality grass. It was as if they had sacrificed their own benefits. Actually, behind the scenes, Guyue Yao Ji had already completed a secret exchange of benefits with Guyue Lian, Guyue Mo Qin, and other clan elders. This was a political transaction, but most people could not see the truth behind the scenes. Thus, they were deceived by Yao Ji. If Fang Yuan was a rank 3 goo master, even if he handed over the 9-leaf vitality grass, he would definitely receive sufficient compensation in other aspects. Why was Guyue Yao Ji in such a hurry to deal with Fang Yuan? Firstly, it was because of benefits. Fang Yuan's actions infringed on her benefits. And at the same time, some gu worms on Fang Yuan were what Guyue Yaoji wanted. Secondly, Fang Yuan was already a rank 2 peak stage. If she did not make a move against him, when he becomes a rank 3 clan elder, there would be no more chances. Advancing to rank 3 is a must. To the clan, rank 2 gu masters can be sacrificed, but rank 3 gu masters are the pillars. Losing even one person is a huge loss. Moreover, I am in a lot of trouble now. The clan did not investigate Qing Shu's death in detail. I kept the water, shield gu, plunder gu, and so on, and the clan turned a blind eye to it. My cultivation has improved so quickly. The clan's higher-ups have seen it, but they have been enduring and did not probe into my secrets. Fang Yuan was well aware of his current situation. On the surface, he was strong and glorious, but behind him, danger lurked everywhere. The clan did not target him because the wolf tide had drawn all their attention. If they could not resist the wolf tide, the clan would perish. Under such pressure, Fang Yuan's matter was only a minor detail. But once the wolf tide passed, the clan's higher-ups would have the energy. How could they not find him to settle the score? Back in the academy, the clan elders did not deal with Fang Yuan because he was too weak. Small skirmishes did not infringe on the clan elders' benefits, so they did not put Fang Yuan in their eyes. But now it was different. Fang Yuan's cultivation was already rank 2 peak stage. One more step and he would be a clan elder. Just this cultivation had already touched the nerves of the clan elders. His every move would be seen by the clan elders and remembered in their hearts. Any newly promoted clan elder would affect the entire political structure of the Guyue clan. Thus, the recruitment and suppression of Fang Yuan would come one after another. As long as Fang Yuan did not enter the system and did not enter the camp, these recruitment and suppression would become more and more intense. The middle faction was also a camp. No one would tolerate the current Fang Yuan, drifting away from the clan system. If I advanced to rank 3, although there would still be recruitment and suppression, it would be much easier than rank 2 peak stage. This is the point of a qualitative change, a threshold. Crossing it would be a whole new world. At the same time, rank 3 cultivation would allow me to advance and retreat freely. At worst, I can just leave the clan. Fang Yuan was very clear about this situation. But advancing to rank 3 was not an easy matter. Especially for Fang Yuan's C-grade aptitude, it was an almost insurmountable obstacle. In his previous life, he was stuck at rank 2 peak stage for over 100 years. Later on, he paid a huge price and obtained a gu, raising his aptitude, and only then did he cross this hurdle. In gu master cultivation, small realms were easy to advance as long as there was enough time. It was a painstaking effort. But large realms, each one was a checkpoint, getting harder the further one advanced. Especially from rank 5 to rank 6, the difficulty was beyond imagination, harder than ascending to heaven. Fang Yuan's advancement from rank 1 to rank 2 was already extremely difficult. Now that he wanted to advance from rank 2 to rank 3, there was simply no possibility of success using normal methods. But fortunately, Fang Yuan had 500 years of life experience, and in his vast memories, there were 2 to 3 folk recipes. To put it nicely, it was a different path, but to put it bluntly, it was a crooked path. The method that Fang Yuan chose now was the most suitable for his current situation. To advance to rank 3, he needed to refine a strange and bloody gu worm called Man-Beast Life Burial Gu. This was a recipe that an ancient demonic path sect leader, in order to strengthen the cultivation of his subordinates, racked his brains and created. Man-Beast Life Burial Gu was specially used for rank 2 gu masters to break through to rank 3. In his previous life, Fang Yuan was searching for secrets and coincidentally obtained this recipe, leaving a deep impression on him, and had always kept it in his heart. Most importantly, the materials needed for the fusion were not rare items. Normally, with Fang Yuan's conditions, he would need 2 to 3 years to collect these. But the wolf tide gave him a lot of opportunities. These days, he had already collected enough yuan stone and gu worms. There was only one left. He needed the right time. Everyone, come and see. The medicine hall has just sent out a notice. They are actually gathering 9-leaf vitality grass and unifying the production of vitality leaves. That's great news, Yuzichin said. In the bamboo building, a group of gu masters surrounded the notice on the wall, their eyebrows dancing as they read. Ha ha ha, like this, that Fang Yuan is going to cry. Humph, who asked him to sell vitality leaves recklessly, exploiting our hard-earned money. I really want to see Fang Yuan's expression now. It must be very ugly. Many people were gloating. This really helped us vent our anger. But we still have to thank Lady Yao Lu for this. Without her persuading Lord Yao Ji, how could such a day have come? Yes, we really have to thank Lady Yao Lu. Not only is Lady Yao Lu beautiful, she is also kind-hearted, upholding justice for us and upholding justice. She has the demeanor of Lord Yao Ji. The surrounding people were praising unceasingly. Gyua Yao Lu shyly lowered her head, but she was very happy in her heart. Sister Yao Lu. At this time, Xiong Jiaoman walked into the bamboo building. I am here to say goodbye. I have seen the medicine hall's notice. Thank you for helping me vent my anger. People like Fang Yuan are black sheep. They need to be dealt with. Sister Jiaoman, are you leaving now? Gyua Yao Lu looked at her with concern. Xiong Jiaoman placed one hand on her waist, the other giving a thumbs up, pointing at the group of gu masters standing outside the door. I have already asked for reinforcements. I need to hurry back. I will see you next time. Yao Li's heart immediately surged with sadness. When Xiong Jiaoman left, there were 10 gu masters, but when she arrived, there were only 7 left. Now, these gu masters outside were about to enter the cruel battlefield. How many could return safely? You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.